Okay, welcome everybody. Sorry for a few minutes of delay. Firstly, let us start with the prayers. So, our prayers go to the ancestors, to those who came before us, to those who look over us metaphysically. Shout out to Marie Antoinette. And we hope that this broadcast will be productive and it will be useful and it will be benefit for all of us. So, welcome everybody. Okay, so today we are talking about, as we said last week, it's a continuation. So, last week, not last week, we missed a session last week. Oh, so yeah, we've said the prayers and it's time to begin. Hey, Pi, wow, you beat out Sam on this one. Look at you. Okay, you are officially the first one. All your single ladies in the house. So let us begin. Okay, so 2 weeks ago, we listened to the men. The men came on and they talked about what they were looking for in a woman. And, I hope the ladies had and they took notes and now they know what to do to go from single to not so single. So today we're having the ladies, it's their turn to say what they want. Apparently, women, they sometimes they know what they want, sometimes and sometimes they're not so sure. So today we'll look at the women. Now, let's look at traditional African culture. Okay, we talked about the marriage traditions, the whole, going to somebody's family, finding what kind of people they were, where they came from, what their reputation was, and so on. And for the man had the test, and he would have to be asked several questions by the elders. Was he capable of taking care of the wife? Was he a good man? Was he hardworking? All that good stuff. So what were women looking for in a potential man, the man of their dreams? Obviously he had to have some land back in the day. He had to be, physically strong so he could work the field as she did. And he had to, give her the children that she wanted. So yeah, that was one. And nowadays, what are women looking for in a man? Okay, he has to be what, tall, dark, and handsome? Is that the stereotype? He has to, have some swag. Oh, well, just him up. I saw Pi's one first. That came in at 9:05. Pi said the single ladies one, but okay. I'll put that one up. Gassed him up. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. And he's advertising to the ladies. If you need a man, give Gassed him up a call. Cool. Okay. Greetings, Mega. I saw one in on this. All right. Hey, Mondatezi. Good to see you. Good to see you too. We have a new one, Marcian. Hello to you too. No. We did not delete your comment. We really don't. See, it's all highlighted up there. So we are not definitely deleting any comments. That is for sure. This one is the one that came up, and I know I was 5 minutes late. It is totally African to be late, but it's not a good look. So I do apologize for that. Okay, Mondatezi says, we're here. I know our women in SNN are good, not exploitative. Mondatezi, I thought we said exploitation was okay. So I hope that the women on SNN are exploitative. So, Marie Antoinette, you're the first one to let me down today. Are the women going to coward? out today? Okay, Marie Antoinette says she won't be able to contribute today. Sorry, I was really, really looking forward to your contribution. And okay, I understand, but she's in a webinar, so I'm guessing that she's changing lives and making the world a better place. So we'll let Marie Antoinette, do her Marie Antoinette stuff. It's very important work, so we can't be mad. Pi says African Standard Time, start late, end late. Yeah, so we'll end late. Today, I am trying not to go into another 9-hour thing, only because, yeah, lots of reasons, but let's try to be, at least 5 hours at the most, and not more than that. Monetezi, yeah, Marie Antoinette, I was looking forward to the ladies tonight. So, hello, Paul, man. Okay, hello, Paul, Justin or Justine. I'll get it right one day. Look, if the women don't come up, I won't be able to represent a whole 50% of the population. So if you women are out there, you better come in very quickly. And let me just post the link right now before we even start. Okay. And you know what? You will have to forgive me because I am still, sort of new at this. So, okay. So you'll just have to bear with some of the kinks and stuff. But yeah, there's the link. Okay, cool. So far, it seems that the women are underrepresented and the men are more than fully represented here. Hello, Maggie Aman. Says, originally I was born in Africa. Generally, I adore African men, especially those who know and understand women. Okay, that's good. I am assuming that you are a woman because you're saying about adoring African men. So, yeah. So if you want to come in, Maggie or Maggie, Maggie, yeah, let me know how you pronounce your name. Maggie Aman or Aman, or not, hopefully you're not Aman, but yeah, Maggie Aman. She adores African men and especially those who know and understand. What do you mean by know and understand? What kind of a man knows and understands women? What do you mean by knowing and understanding? Okay, what are women like? Okay, Mondatez is saying to Marie Antoinette, this will probably be 12. No, let's please try not to have it that long. Let's ladies, today you need to get to the point and let the men know as soon as possible. Just come in and say, we're looking for 1, 2, 3, and then the men won't be saying, oh, women don't know what we want. We just say this and you do this and all that stuff. So yeah, for the first time, let's prove the men wrong that we can actually come in and say what we need to say and, get to the point. So, yeah, so traditionally, what women were looking for was, the looks have always been there. Women go for a certain kind of look, but women are also very different, wishy-washy about it. In some cultures, they looked for, the tall, skinny men. In some cultures, they look for, well, my grandmother told me that what she looked for in a man was a man with a long, nice neck. Very specific and very, very particular, but hey, she liked what she liked. So she liked men with the tall neck. So, if you had a tall neck, hey, she was looking in your direction. Well, anyway, but nowadays, I guess there's the physical and some women are looking. Mondatezi, did you really have to go there that quickly? We were trying to be PG-13 for the first hour, and then, we'll go we'll go R in the next in the next hour. So in the modern sense, from what I get from women, they want a nice, sensitive man who will understand them. Where was the quote? I guess somebody who will talk to them, all night long and listen to their hopes and dreams and fears And yeah, that's what they want. They want somebody to talk to, and just be there. Okay, mega, you're welcome to join in. And I am encouraging the ladies today to call in. So far we have how many women do we have in the chat? Please type giraffe neck, pie, yeah. Yeah, I guess giraffe neck was the standard of beauty back then. So there was a physical, they wanted certain physical type, certain looks, whether tall, dark, and handsome, or short, skinny, and stout. Who knows? For some reason, all the different types get their partners. So women like a variation. Yes, the neck. The neck was very important. Don't ask me why. And then, well, Marshan is on to the next one. Guys, women want money. The bag, the bag, the bag, the bag. Uh, yeah, don't you? Who doesn't? If you're a guy, don't you want money? So isn't it, logical for a woman to also want money and to want the man she was with to have money? Yeah, that's not being greedy. That's just being human. You guys, we all want the same thing. We all want to swim in the lap of luxury. Okay, what Mandatezi was implying is going to be on the second hour. Let's just start slow first of all. Hey, a little foreplay doesn't hurt. Okay, Maggie, a man says, yes, I am a woman. Okay, that's safe. And by man who knows understands women, exactly. I meant exactly what you said. Okay. I said that a man who, talks to her and it's nice and soft and sensitive, and he probably watches a few chick flicks, and he knows what women want. There was actually a movie called that. I didn't see it, and ironically, it starred Mel Gibson, who I don't think in real life really knows what women want, but hey, who knows? But there was a film called What Women Want. And it's about this guy who could read women's minds, and he knew exactly what they're thinking and exactly what they wanted. I don't know if that's what you really want, Maggie, because I don't think you'd want a guy to understand you fully. I think women also want a little mystery, they want a little bit of, yeah, that whole joie de vivre. Am I saying that right? None of you speak French, so you don't even know what I'm saying anyway. So I can say literally any French nonsense and you wouldn't know. So women want a bit of that mystery, that wow, what is she about? All of that stuff. So you don't want a man who understands you too much and who knows you too much. Let me just tell you that. But if you do, hey, come on and explain your position. Yes, Mondatezi is a troublemaker. Pi. That's what he does. That's what he likes to do. He's an unofficial devil's advocate, and he just likes to make a lot of trouble and to start things up. So hopefully he comes on, and yeah, feel free to come on as well. So on the last session, um, the men talked and talked and talked for a full something like 9 hours. And from what I got from it, what did they want? They wanted a nice woman, a woman who didn't speak too much. Therefore, I'm already disqualified from it. A woman who I didn't hear a lot of cooking, but I think that's also implied because somebody has to cook, and I don't think men are very good at cooking. So I'll put that in with that. So a woman who has a nice attitude, a woman who can cook, a woman who can take care of the children. Yeah. And with Marshan, did guys want women with money? No, I don't think that one came up too much. I think mostly they said a woman who's not a financial burden. I think that's the most. You see, when it comes to finances, women, we're lucky we don't have such a high bar. You don't have to be a billionaire to qualify. So understanding women. Maggie, what do you understand, by knowing women, understanding women? How do you understand yourself as a woman? you know you want a man who knows and understands women. Okay, exactly what you said. You might have to come on and explain that a bit. I contend that women should not want a man who understands them, because then it takes away some of your powerful mystery of womanhood, and it makes you, not vulnerable, but it puts you at a disadvantage. But you're more than welcome to Beatrice, again, you're more than welcome to come in and say, and Martian seems to be of the cynical type. I hope you're not one of those incels, those women who just get mad at women for a number of reasons. And we are missing somebody. We are missing BJ. I was hoping she would come on and really explain to us what women want, because she always has a lot of she always has a great opinion. So while we're waiting for the women to come on, and let me just make an observation. Apart from BJ and Marie Antoinette, I'll put them in a different category. They are the bold ladies. They usually come up, but I don't see a lot of women coming up. They're more in the comment section. Well, some of them, but today it's your day to speak. While we're waiting for the women, the men are free to come on and speculate, because that's all it is going to be for today. You're just going to speculate what you think that women want. Because women too, probably more than I do. I'm not in relationships with them, but what do you think that women want as men? Because if you're trying to get the ladies, you have to get the ladies based on what you think the ladies want. Hey, Pi, all you single ladies. So what do the single African Black women look for in a guy? Let's see. Oh, Mega Man was born in Africa. Well, at least you have a big fan in Maggie. She adores African men. Oh, and Maggie. Oh man, you really have to. Can you put in the comment how to explain how to pronounce your name? Just because I'm saying Maggie or Maggie, is it Maggie with an E or Maggie with an A? How do you say those things? Yeah. So tell me if it's Maggie or Maggie in the comment section. So you say that you adore African men. What do you adore about African men? Is there a difference in African men versus other men, or do you just adore men in general? Which nothing wrong with that, it's cool. But is there something specific to men that you adore? Is there something specific to African men that you adore? Or yeah, so for you guys, your first point is this: that if you what women want is to be understood, is to be known. And I will give you a hint for free, is to just talk to her for the first couple of days. Just listen to all the stuff that she has to say. Take notes. If she's into fly fishing, just go and learn everything you can about fishing for flies. No, that's not correct. What is fly fishing? I've only heard of the term. I'm not sure what it is, but fly fishing, if that's what she's into, go and do it. If she's into shoes, oh, we had somebody here. I think Paul was here. If she's into shoes, oh man, go find out everything you need to know about shoes. Well, not everything. And you don't want to seem a little bit on the side. But yeah, if that's what she likes, that's what you need to know and understand. If she's an outdoor types of lady, yeah, go get your hike on. If she's introverted, quiet sort of homebody girl, I guess that's what you're stuck with. Okay, we're not doing the 12-hour thing. Pi says, oh, Paul Justin says Isabella. What does that mean? What does Isabella mean? Are you talking about Isabella, the Queen of Spain, or is that too far? Okay, you'll have to let me know. Pi says women want 6 feet and 6 figures. Oh my goodness, you guys will just not let this thing go, will you? you know what, Mondechezi, you should not have brought that in so quickly. You have to take your time. You have to take your time about it. We can't just go, plunging, 6 feet deep into that. So let's just talk about, the 6 feet. The 6 feet is the physical. So they want the physical. They want the strong, buff guy, the guy who can bench, I don't know how many pounds, has all the muscles, has all the physical strength. So yeah, women want, they want a strong person. They want a strong guy. They want that cave fighter, the guy who's going to go to bat for them. Okay, that's one. They also want the 6 figures. That's the financial security, a guy who can take them out. And, when you reach for the check, he says, no, this is on me. Or he takes you on vacation to, all those different places. And, he says, money is no problem. You don't have, you put your money away. Don't worry about that. This is on me. And then, we'll go to the other one. We'll go to other one. Hi, Anchala Volks. Okay. Am I mispronouncing or did you misspell? Because I'm thinking it's vlogs, but I could be wrong. Until you correct me, I will still read it as Volgs. Okay. So, hello, Ankala Volgs. Mondatezi says, pie, giraffe neck is nice. Okay. Mondatezi, today we're having a PG stream. How about we start with that? How about we just start with the nice stuff and, work our way slowly up to, or work our way down south, down, yeah. So let's talk about the neck first before we go down to, shoot, the tongue is above the neck. Okay, yeah, let's just move on from there. Who has a good, clean comment? Let's go back to the nice comments, the PG-13 beautiful comments. Yeah, Pi, I can always rely on you for that. Hello, Paul Justine. Yeah, see, I don't want to plunge into, the does he? No, he's just being himself. He's always, he's always like that. I can't be mad. I can only, yeah, I can't be mad. Martian says, unpopular opinion. Oh, man. You know what? You guys just want to be controversial today, don't you? Martian says, unpopular opinion, women want men who they can dominate or control. Okay. Let's talk about that. So we were talking earlier that men need women want a man who knows and understands them, knows the man well, is a guy who's sensitive, who knows the what girls want, which is usually sugar, spice, and all things nice, and Barbie dolls and all that good stuff. But you just went nuclear on the women. Damn, Marcian, did you know? Did a woman break your heart recently? Or was that in high school? Oh man! So the first one you said that women want money. Okay, fair enough. But now they went from money to just wanting domination and control. Is that really what women want? I thought women want a man who is in control. Two people can't be in control at the same time, right? Paul Justin says that is really unpopular. Well, Paul, do you agree with him? Do you actually think that women want men that they can control? Because if women want financial security, if they want physical protection, if they want, understanding and sensitivity, that doesn't sound to me like somebody who wants to wield control. Does it? I don't think so, but that could be true in the version of what they call the bad. Trying not to swear over here, but nowadays they embrace the term, so I just say it for really quickly. So the bad bitch persona, I guess, the strong woman, she can get her own, she doesn't need a man and all that sort of thing. But that's also the independent lady, and I don't think that is she the same as the boss lady? The boss lady just wants to be dependent. Does she want to dominate or control men? Do you think so? Hmm? So I am not sure. I'm not sure if women do want to control or do they want somebody in control. You guys can let me know. So and the women are still quiet. So I will ask the men to maybe come on the stream and let us, especially Marcian. Is it Marcian? Marcian, you should come on and explain yourself why you think that women want men that they can dominate or control. Because most women say that they actually want a man who is in control, but that may be different from women to women. Oh, okay. We do have a woman in the house. Hello, Betty Hailu. Good to have you. Good to have you on. So you can let us know what women want. So let's just catch up with you for a bit. Of course, if you do need a man, Gas Demap is there. You can give him a call. And what it is, he said, I know the women in SNN are good and they're not exploitative. So, Betty, are you good or are you exploitative? Let us know. Let us know if you're one of those exploitative women or those women who, as Martian said, that women who want to dominate, control. So, Betty Hailu, thank goodness I have another woman in the house. So, Betty, do you think that women want men that they can dominate or control? Just you can say yes, or you can just type a one in the stream. I'm looking for your opinions. This is not mine, and you can just let me know. So, do you, as a woman, want a man that you can control or dominate? Or do you want a man who like let's go back and see the man who knows and understands women. That's the nice aspect of it. Maggie wants a man. She loves African men. She adores. That's just a very that's such a romantic phrase. She adores African man. Well, men. Well, a man. I don't think she adores both of them at the same time, but she adores an African man, especially those who know and understand women. So hey, that sounds like a very, nice kind of man. He knows and understands women. And I don't think that from her statement that she's trying to dominate or control them. But, hey, every to hit it down. Oh, Pi, that was a good one. Pi says Mundatezi wants a one African baby. Okay. Hey, Mudejezi, your response. Fruits and Life, welcome, Fruits and Life, says, I think women just want an attractive man that is financially secure, the more the better, okay, who has a great personality. See, Mondetezi, not everybody is looking, down south. Some people just want attractiveness, yeah, could be a long neck or, whatever. Financial security, yeah, the more the better, of course. And great personality. See, none of you even remember the personality types. You're always just going to straight to the, straight to the one. So, I'm not sure what's going on. Somebody just came on and popped her back out. Okay. So Betu Haile says, no, I don't think so. Oh, shoot, I forgot the question. What was the question? I think the question was if women want to dominate men. And see, Marcian, she has just confirmed to you that women actually do not want to dominate men. They like the understanding men. They like the sensitive men. They like the men who talk to them, and also, yeah, that's her position. the more the merrier says. Yeah, that is actually certainly true. The more the merrier we become. Greetings, SN family. To all my ladies here, let's keep it 100. The truth shall set the men free. Yes, indeed. That is what we're trying to do. We're trying to set everyone free, actually. We're trying to have an honest discussion between men and women, where the men are, they told us what they're looking for in a woman. And ultimately, we want men and women to get together, in whatever ways you guys want. If you have an eye on somebody, at work, you're trying to get on their good side, whether you're a man or a woman, hey, this hopefully helps you out a little bit. You'll find out, okay, what is she looking for? What might I do to make myself, look better, or be a better candidate? And what can you do? So yeah, definitely. Let's be truthful, where even if it's brutally so, even if you have to hurt some feelings, that's okay. Even if you have to hurt your own feelings, because sometimes the truth will hurt you as well. It might not hurt somebody else, but you will have to sort of look into yourself and say, wow, is that really what I want? And be honest with yourself, So if that's what it is, ladies, be honest with yourself. What is it that you're really looking for? What do you really want? And it will serve the men as well, because you don't want somebody coming with a present that you didn't ask for, or giving you something that you didn't want. So if you want something, you should be able to say it, and say it, honestly and truthfully. You don't need to be nice. No, you should be nice. You should be nice, but you don't need to lie to kick it, as they say. Marcian, I will call you Marcian the cynical, because you said, I mean, some women want men who conform to their checklist or standards or opinion. Isn't that a form of control? Okay, I can sort of see that. Because there are women who, well, not just, well, let's stick with the women for now. Yeah, there are women who want a certain list. They have a certain list of things that they're looking for in a man or a woman, not a woman, in a man. And they're looking for, the 6-figure, not the 6-inch, the 6-figure, what was the other thing? The 6 feet. Okay. I got sidetracked over there. The 6 feet tall, dark, and rich. Tall, dark, and handsome. Well, dark and handsome is part of the whole attractive package. So dark and handsome is one thing. Actually, that whole thing, tall, dark, and handsome, is just physical features. It doesn't really say anything about, the finances. It doesn't really say anything about, a man's personality or any other aspects that he has. So that's just one physical aspect. So that's one checklist. With the standards, I don't think that's a form of control. It's just what somebody is willing to accept. Standards is not necessarily control, because once you have standards, then if somebody meets it, then they have met it. But the other one that you'd say that might be a form of control is opinions, because if somebody wants you to think in a certain way, that's a form of control. The other ones is just whether you meet them or not. If a lady wants a man who's 6 feet tall, it's not controlling, it's just, if you're not 6 feet tall, well, you don't qualify and you're out. If you are, you're in. So it's not so much control. It's just, it's more of a, what do you call it? Discrimination. Yeah, it could be that, but you're not going to control the person that you want. Once you find the person that you want, then what you do with that is up to you. But the opinions, that might be a form of control, because you might find somebody who meets all the checklists and qualifications, but at the same time you want them to think a certain way. Let's say you are a very romantic girl, you want to be taking out on Valentine's Day and given roses and chocolate and all this stuff, and that's what once you do. So you'll be angry, or you try to manipulate the man into giving you what you want, and you'll be angry if they don't, and you'll be happy if they do. So that might be a form of control. Or wanting somebody to think a certain way, whether being for or against, your opinion, whether it's political, social, or even, domestic. So that could be a form of control. I can see that. I don't know if women are wanting that, but you can let me know. Fruits are life saying controlling people can be man or woman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll say that men and women control in different ways. Men maybe more physically, women maybe more emotionally. So, let me know. Do women want a man that they can control, or do they want a man who is in control? So, being in control versus having a man in control. Let me know. Okay, so knowing what they want makes women controlling. Let me try to make sense of this. Are you saying that knowing what women want, so knowing what they want makes women controlling? Are you saying that women knowing what they themselves want makes them controlling? Not sure about that. You'll have to get me, you'll have to let me know on that one. Rahel says, oh, hi, Rahel. um, okay, Gus Dimap is here. Um, let you in. Huh, what is going on? Okay, oh, there we go. Hello, Gus Dimap. Dimap. Hello. We can't hear you. If you can hear him, or maybe it's just me, let me know, but I cannot hear anything. Okay, let me know if you can hear. Okay, he left as well. Weird, weird, weird. Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. Let's see. Rahel says women having standards is control. No, I didn't say that it was. I said that standards is not control. Like I said with the 6 feet. If a woman says I like a man has to be 6 feet in order to to enter my presence or to be a candidate, and that's not really controlling the man. Is simply making having the criteria. So if you do meet the criteria, like I said, you're in. If you don't, you're out. But whether she will control you after that, it's not definite. So having standards, I don't think that's a form of control. I think that's just a form of it's just a personal choice, a personal preference. If a woman has a choice to have this or that, she chooses this, and that's all it is. So I don't think that's a form of control. More of I think what Marcian was talking about is women who want men for the sole purpose of having control over him. And like I said, control is not always physical. With women, sometimes it's emotional control. There are women who like to be, to emotionally manipulate the men they're with. So that is the control. But having standards, no, that I don't think that is a form of control. Mondetezi says, of course, I also don't want. I don't want African women with long giraffe necks. Okay, okay. So giraffe necks are getting popular, Thanks, Grandma. And Rahel is right. It's not discrimination. It's preference. Men have it as well. Oh, BJ in the house. BJ in the house. Hey, sis.
Going. I was just listening to you.
How are you? Oh, this is going to be
I'm doing
interesting.
pretty good. You guys were talking about like height and control. I know people who have more of a passive personality, so
Mm-hmm.
they may want somebody more dominant. Um, is to offset their own characteristics. So if they're more, outgoing, I'm shy, then they may go for someone who's not more outgoing. Does that mean that person is controlling? In that situation, I don't think they are. But there are others who are want someone to do this, do that, do this, that, and I have to go to my husband or my boyfriend what he thinks, and I have to do the things to make him happy. Some people like that. I mean, not my thing, but that's what some people like. So it just
You
depends. I
said it's
mean,
not your
so,
thing.
no, no. So it's like some
What's your
people like
thing?
someone super tall, but I find short men like tall women. Short women like tall men. Is that controlling? No, it's just a preference.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Rahel agrees with you. She says it's not discrimination, it's preference, you know. Men have it as well. Men can prefer either, you know, one way or another, and that's just their preference. So when it comes to physical standards, I think that's more of a preference than a form of control. It's not personal. Let me just say that, and it's not about control. But the men can disagree, but that's how I feel. I feel like if you prefer a short man to a tall man, or otherwise, it's not that you want to control a short man or a tall man. You just want a short or a tall man, you know. So in answer to the men, when it comes to preferences, it's not about control. It's just, yeah, it just is. um okay, the more the merrier says. She says, oh, today is going to be a little bit easier to, Mondatezi is always getting the men and the women wrong. Like the other day, he said that Sam's Bantu is a guy. He's like, thanks, brother. And she had to, and I had to do that too. When I first came on, a few people assumed that I was a guy before I spoke. I never said. I was still just in the comment section, and that's why the people in the comment section, you just need to come on the show just once and say something, and then we'll know. Now we know. It would be terrible if I'm like BJ, my brother. Anyway, but
Yeah, and I'm like, it's a patriarchal society, and you think men first. So I never get offended by it. I'm like, whatever. I know who I am, so that's all that matters. Because in today's society, you could choose whatever you want to be on any given day. So I'm like, no.
yeah. So no, we don't take like crazy offense, especially over the internet. People are people. But yeah. So today is going to be really easy because it's very simple. If for the women, it's what they want. For the men, it's what they think the women want. So let us know either way. The men had a long discussion the other time. So yeah, today is the time for
And,
the.
and, and, and I mean, the thing is, how many people really sit down and think about what they really want outside of what society is projecting upon them? And if
Mhm.
what society is projecting upon you is what you want, or is it what you've come accustomed to because society keeps putting those images in front of you? So a lot of times, I don't think people really know what they want. They just know what they see, and they assume that that's
Well,
all there
not
is.
people, not people, BJ. Today we're strictly talking about women. So if you say that
Well,
people,
I
I'll
mean,
assume it's
in
women.
women, because again, we're a lot of times, you seeing the rapper, or you seeing, oh, this great athlete, or and then you claw into that image, and then you sort of makes excuses for all those characteristic flaws, that he's a womanizer, he's not attentive, he's not this, he's not that. Because what I do have the athlete, and on my girl says I really got a good guy compared to, because when you're comparing it to what else is out there, you're like, well, you know what, I might as well stick with what I got, because what's out there is far beneath what I have right now, even though it's not necessarily always making you happy.
So are
So
you
we
talking
get
about
we get
settling?
comfortable.
You're like, oh, I want more, but this is the best I'm going to have, so I might as well.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay, ladies, you had that. Don't be afraid to settle. The grass is not necessarily greener on the other side.
And then that goes back to, what do you really want, and what's being projected in front of you, because we don't take the time to say, well, maybe I need to just search further. Maybe I need to put my net out wider to see if there's something more compatible with me beyond the physical, beyond the financial. Because when when the physical is gone, the financial is gone, you're gonna be stuck with that person. And so you have people who've been married for decades and they don't even really communicate because they couldn't keep that connection because for whatever reason they lost what was there at the beginning, or things shifted and changed and they didn't shift and change together.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So basically, as a woman, you have to know even what you want personally. Like you said, you have to ask yourself, is that something that you want, or is that something that society wants you to want, as you
Yeah.
said? And then the third thing is that you have to know what you can get, what's realistic, what's idealistic, and what's just defeatist. So what's idealistic is, the perfect man, and that one doesn't exist. The man,
Nobody here is perfect, so you're never gonna get perfection. You have
yes.
to figure out how much are you willing to compromise your standards in order to fit in somebody else's world. Because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes we compromise too much of ourselves. We give too much of ourselves trying to work on something or keep something or build something. And sometimes your partner is not willing. Well, I'm a six figure, I'm a this and I'm a that, and I shouldn't have to do anything because this is who I am, and you knew who was when you first met me. So they're unbend, not willing to bend or to compromise.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So, as a woman, and these are conversations you have with yourself. You have to know yourself before you go out there, wanting somebody to know you. So, getting back to what was her poem, the lady earlier, the one who talked about knowing yourself. I think that was it Rahel or Betty Hailu? Or was it someone else? Sorry, I forgot, but I remember that comment. And she was talking about she adores African men. Ah, that was so sweet. I see, at least we started with something nice. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry. It was Maggie. I'm going to call you Maggie for now until you correct me. So you say that who knows and understands women. So before we even talk about the men, you as a woman, you have to know and understand yourself. What do you want as a woman? And you have to know what is idealistic, the perfect man. Like if you walked in, you just say yes without question, but you already know that doesn't exist. There is no perfection in both men and women. So the second thing is the realistic man. That's when you rein yourself in and say, okay, he may not be the Bill Gates or whoever, but he still works hard and he can provide a living. So that's the realistic one. And then also you have to also have your let's say your worst case scenario. He might not be the best, but what else is there? You have to also look at your options and say, is this the best I can get? Is this the best out there? Can I do better, or is this the best that there is for me? So those are the things that you have to ask yourself. Is there an echo a little bit? Am I echoing?
Doesn't, no, I don't hear it.
Oh, okay. All right. If I am, let me know. Um, so those are the questions that you have to have you ask yourself. And Rahel said, talking about women having standards, and we're talking about that whether that is a form of control. Should a woman have her checklist, so to speak, of the things that she wants from men, or should she just wait and see what kind of men appear and gauge her
No,
options?
no, you have to have your checklist because that's gonna determine if you're compatible. If you like certain things and I don't, and then what do we have in common? I mean, uh, unlike men could they have forever to define whoever they want to be with. Women are under so much pressure because men are determined. Oh, what's your occupation? You're a great leader on your job. You're a great athlete. But women are still, no matter if they're doing all the same thing, athlete, job, business owner, they're being judged by how's your family? What's your family life looks like? Are you married? What do your children do? What are their grades looking like? Oh, do you cook well? We're constantly judged by all these social constructs. So yeah, that puts an extra amount of pressure on. Well, I'm not getting younger. I need to be married by 30 because if I want to raise a family, I have to have like 3.5 kids by then. And then men aren't worried about that kind of stuff.
You don't think so?
No, because they always know that I know men who are old and having kids. So they're not worried about that. They're not worried about if their kids are, like going to the best schools and all this other stuff. Because they got their career. That I'm focused on my career. I'm bringing in home the money, this and that. They may worry about it, but not at the level that women worry about that. Women are constantly being judged upon that. So even if he is worried about it, they're going to judge, what does your wife think about that? Well, why is she taking care of that? So that's pressure is sort of taken off of them and then thrown upon the woman.
Okay.
So therefore she's always looking at, thinking, like he could say, I love her, like just throw out OJ Simpson, fell in love with Nicole Branson. All she was a hostess at a restaurant. That's whatever. Then you got people like whatever his name. Oh, you're not a high value woman because you're not this, this, and this. Well, in one instance, he's like, look, I'm making the money. You're living off of me. I have the media attention. I'm the media darling. We're not worried. You just sit there, look pretty in the pictures, and we'll be fine. Where with women, well, what about this? What about that? What about, well, you're not looking like this, and you're not doing this, and you're not doing this, and you're not doing that. So
Okay.
it's not equal. Well, who's your, like, again, so you meet somebody. So what does he do for a living? Well, he's just working at McDonald's flipping burgers. Do you have any aspirations for anything? So, wow, you got your degree or you're going to school and this is all he's doing. So it's like you're being judged totally different than the way men are being judged.
Well, let me ask you
You know,
something. When it comes to the comment with the more the merrier, she says she wants a man who honors the creator and provides, protects, and leads by example. And this comes to the earlier comment by Marcian, who was saying that um, so Damo is actually saying that she wants a man who leads, you know, just to summarize it, who leads, by example, who leads. Whereas Marcian was saying that women are actually looking for men that they can dominate or control or be in charge. So do you think that women want to be in charge or do they want a man who is in charge?
it depends on the woman.
Well,
It
let's just
depends.
generalize it in general. Let's just take
It
women.
depends on the woman because I've seen
Mhm.
men who are not very, like outgoing or whatever,
Mhm.
and they will have a stronger woman around them, and vice versa, where they know that she will be more, forceful and say the things that they don't feel comfortable doing. And that's fine because that works for them. That's their dynamics.
So wait,
But
wait, wait, wait. So you say that a docile man wants a
no,
strong,
not all, but some.
but
I've seen some.
yeah, but some, okay, so some docile men want a strong woman who takes charge, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And then the same thing with some docile women want a man who takes charge, yes?
yeah. But then again, they could want someone who's just like them, laid back and quiet and all that other stuff. So that's why I would say,
You're very silent
a lot of
household.
people look for whatever's, someone who's going to complement their own personality. So to just put everything in little buckets when it comes to relationships is, to me, I don't like that because a lot of times when you're looking for something in the bucket, that thing in the bucket may not fit you. But this is where you're going, and then you find out, oh, he's a little bit too docile. I have to take care of everything. Neither one of us willing to speak up. How are we going to get this order in at the restaurant if nobody willing to talk? So where to
Vijay,
start?
Mondays is out to get you tonight. He's not going for that. Well, it depends, or it's a hypothetical, or if we look at it from both sides, he wants you to say, because here's the thing, and this is why I told the women today, let's try to keep it under 5 hours. Just come and say what you want. Don't say like, in some statistical aspects, some women were said to have.
No, well, yeah, yeah, but what I'm saying is that not to me. You have to find someone who has the same belief and values as you. Now,
Well,
physically,
you know what?
I
You're being
understand the
controlling.
physicality. You got to have somebody who you're attracted to and all the other stuff. But if that person is uh the total opposite of you,
So you want a man
eventually
who
you're going to
thinks
start
like you.
bumping heads,
So you want a
or you're
man who
not going to be
thinks like
happy.
you. So BJ, you want a man who thinks like you, yes?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, okay, there you go. BJ, if you're going to be around her, make sure you think exactly like her, otherwise you're out. So
yeah.
there you
Pretty
go.
much, pretty much. Yeah.
So you're not the lead by example type of woman.
Huh?
You're not the lead. You don't want a man who leads you.
No,
Maybe he
I
leads.
don't have a problem with you leading, but we
Mhm.
gotta
As long
be
as
on
you
the
think
same
like
page.
you.
Yeah,
Okay. You don't have a problem with him leading as long as he thinks like you do.
right. We
Okay, okay, man. I hope you're taking notes. So you don't have. Okay. Fruits of life, fruits add life says, I think people confuse being a leader with being controlling and manipulative. That's not a good leader. That is dictatorship, and that will harm the mental health of man or woman. Okay, so people shouldn't want to be controlling or manipulative. Um, yeah, you can be a leader without being a controlling. Okay, so would you say that you would be comfortable with a man who was a leader, but he was not necessarily controlling or manipulative?
But see, yeah, of course, because if you're gonna lead me in the right direction, then that's fine. Versus controlling, you're my property, but I say go. Hand me over your paycheck. I'll divvy out you your allowance and don't ask for anything more than that. You know what you're supposed to be doing. And if you don't do what you're supposed to be doing, you will be punished. Who wants that? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some, but who wants that?
Yeah, there might be some people who are gluttons for punishment. Who knows? Martians, unpopular opinion number two. Some women want feminist men. Do you want a
Oh,
feminist man?
I don't even know what a feminist is. What does feminism and all this stuff even mean?
Do you remember
Uh,
we had a program
yeah,
about
we
that
had a
too?
discussion on it. I still didn't get the definition of what it was because it just sounds like a
Let me give you two definitions, and this is just off the cuff. I know if Gastimap was here, he would say, "Let's go and get the etymology, the exact." But I'm not about to do that.
well, that definition changes every other week, and that's why I said, what does that mean? Because women haven't always had to go outside the house. They've always had to take care of the home. They predominantly had to take care of the children. The men were out working. It was a team effort. So does because she had to do these things, does that makes her a feminist, or does that make her a wife and a mother and supporting the family?
Okay, let me give you the two definitions of feminist from a feminist point of view and from a man's point of view. From a feminist point of view, a feminist is simply a woman who wants equality of opportunities for both men and women, because women have traditionally been denied those opportunities in politics, education, science, economics, all of that. So she just wants a fair crack at, the opportunities of life. She wants to be able to go to school. She wants to be able to make a living. She wants to be able to, including stay at home and, define her choices as she wants. The second definition of feminist is a man hater. That comes from the men usually, but yeah.
Yeah.
So
See,
kudos.
I'm with your first definition, and I've always been feminist. And my thing is, what is the terminology for someone who's an anti-feminist, who don't want a woman to have opportunity. Because again, as a child born into a household where your mother is not given any opportunity, what does that create in you? And you're saying it's right. She should not be able to get these things. She should not be able to have education. Those are, things that only men are supposed to have. How is that household going to do better if both parents are not doing well? It's just, that's why I'm like, what is a feminist? Because it makes absolute no sense that you say the boy should have and the girl shouldn't have.
Okay,
Whatever
fair
that
enough.
boy will dream of and want to aspire to, we should give him all the support and help that he should ever want, because he's earned the right because he was born a boy. But the girl, oh, I'm sorry, you just out of luck. You just got the short end of the stick, and good luck cooking for your dominant husband.
Okay, okay. I think with the feminist is, if Marcian, I'm reading it correctly, it says women want feminist men. I think it goes with what Maggie was saying, a man who knows and understands women, a man who, you can go and do, the soft stuff you as a woman want to do. Let's say a man who's cool with going shopping with you, or being open to your talks and discussions, and just being, sensitive. I think what he means by feminist in this instance is a sensitive man, a man who's not, like, the whole caveman angry bulldog type, like just angry all the time and wanting to be at the top. They want a man who they can be equal with, and both, there's not control so much as they, when he's when there's an area that he's not good at, he will cede control to the woman, and if there's an area that he's better at, then he will take control. So if
Okay, so
reading it,
everybody wants Denzel Washington character in the movie Fences. That's
which
a
movie? Which movie?
Denzel Washington, his role in Fences, and with him and Viola Davis, and how he was like, "Look, I'm not gonna tell you I love you, son. Look, I go out there work every day for you and bring food to the kitchen and to the table and take it out. And that's all I'm supposed to do." So that's the man that they, because again, the other man was also, so you're telling me when I go out and I see couples dressed alike, or see them, at the jazz club together, sitting together, when I see the man, maybe waiting outside the store at the mall for his wife, that's a feminist. That's been going on since the beginning of time. So what? She's not supposed to do anything with her husband. Otherwise, he's going to be considered a feminist.
Okay, well, I told you, people have very different, ideas and definitions of feminist. And Marcian said, ladies would go for a feminist. Look, Marcian, there is no feminist James Bond. James Bond is written as a
He's not
charming
real. He's
protagonist.
not real. He's make
No, no, no.
believe.
But let's just assume. Let's just take the character as an archetype. Let's just pretend that yeah,
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
yeah. So there is no feminist James Bond. James Bond, especially the traditional one, was no good. James Bond is not looking for a wife. He's not looking for an equal partner. He unfortunately, managed to trip into love, not fall into it, just trip into it, and once or twice. But he knows how to extricate himself from a dangerous situations, because that's who he is. So no, there is no feminist James Bond. James Bond, by definition, is a charming misogynist. Not that he hates
Yeah,
women, but
yeah. I mean, and he's a lot of men's idol because that's what they want to do, to have all the women just fall all over them and look at me in my great suit, and I, suave, and everybody's attracted to me, and then I can do a couple of moves to
mhm.
disarm the bad guy. We got plenty of those archetypes floating out there. Um,
Yeah.
So I
Rahel says
mean,
she likes a gentleman with the manly characteristics, and she doesn't like softy men. And that's another thing too, because a feminist man to most people is a soft man, like a very, gentle, just it's a man like if you're a strong woman, you can run circles over and under him. Like you can just make him do whatever you want if you
but
wanted.
but the thing is that there are men who are loud and they are soft. There are men who are quiet and they're strong. So it depends on the person you're
No, not the
dealing
strong
with.
silent type. No, we know the strong silent type. I'm talking about like soft men. You know soft men, you know. Do you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they just. I mean, but the thing is that you could be still loud and not saying nothing.
You know what? We,
And
we are looking so bad right now as women because look at what Isabella is saying. She's saying, I think every woman has peculiar things that she looks for in a man. I will correct your sentences, just I'll do you guys a favor. We can't exactly determine in general what we really look for in men. You know what, Isabella? Man, man, oh man, we're not looking good over here because when we had the stream last week, when the men came, they had strong, definite opinions. They said they want a woman who's this, this, this. Look at us just dilly dallying, says, oh, it depends. Some women want this, and people want that. Oh, nobody really knows. Every woman is different. We some women look one, and then on top of that,
but she's absolutely right. Look at us. We are not picking the right men because our pool is so low that we have to somehow justify the rotten choices we made
okay,
and the
but
men that we
BJ, this one, the last stream was to help the women. That's why I said, listen up, ladies. The men are
yeah,
talking. So
but the
today
men
we're
is
trying to help
easy.
the
They
men.
want someone that they can control and sit down and shut up when I say sit down and shut up. We actually may want somebody to actually talk every once in a while.
So BJ, just put yourself. Let's do a Marie Antoinette. Let's be empathetic to the men today. Because put yourself in their situation. Let's say a man came here today to seek guidance from women, from their own mouths, what women want. It's okay to be particular. It's okay to be biased or one-sided. If you like, to be in charge, just go ahead and say it. Hey, I like a man who's in charge. So if another woman comes here and says something else, no, I like a man who is in charge. Let her come and say it. But for now, let's just speak for ourselves and let's just tell the men, look, man, this is what you want. One, two, three. You should be in charge. You should make lots of money. You should be, take charge. You should dress well. You should look after your hygiene. All of that. They're looking for guidance. Let's give them guidance instead of this, general wishy-washy. And then because if we do that, they'll at least go out saying, okay, this is what women want. If we give them this nebulous thing, they'll start taking, oh, women don't even know what they want. They don't even know how to say what they want because they don't know. So let's try today to tell men what women want so we can help them even in their relationship, not just you particularly, but let's say you are, your brother or your cousin or whoever came to you
Okay,
and said,
okay, okay. I got it.
yes, we're being good today.
Well, really, first and foremost, a man should respect himself. A man should be comfortable in his voice, in his opinion, and what is his foundation. That he's not afraid to lead.
That is beautifully
Women
said.
will respect that. Women have stood by you while you're trying to climb and grind your way to the top. They will do that. Women are not trying to if they're committed 110% to you, they're not trying to build you up because a lot of us do. And then you like I'm where I'm reached the top. Now let me go find what I want. Honesty, which is sometimes very hard for them. Just say what you got to say. Be you're willing to do everything to lose someone. then just be honest and tell the person how you feel, that you don't want a commitment, you don't want this, you don't want that, you don't like having, any restrictions on what you do, you don't like being held accountable for things that is needed to be done, then someone will like, okay, fine, I could deal with that. We'll just meet in this fear, and that's it. But a lot of men don't want to say because they are afraid of losing you. They again always want to have that backup, and that backup and the backup of the backup of the backup. And if they were honest with women, the women may say, no, I can't deal with that. I need someone who's going to be committed to me. Then, that person will leave. But then you might find three others that say, hey, I have no issues with that because I don't have the time to commit to you anyway. So honesty is important. Don't string somebody along just to let them know later on what your alternative motives are. Whether it's financial gain or oh, she's a good piece of eye candy or whatever you want to say, or she knows the right people, she's in the right circles, and I'm trying to get in. Just be honest.
Okay, you heard that from the lady herself. Just be honest. If you want something, just let them know what you want. If it's a quick, temporary arrangement, let them know. If it's a long-term commitment, let them know. If it's eventual marriage, let them know. Don't treat the potential housewife as a temporary jump off. If that's what you want, just let her know. And there's other women who might that if you tell her, she might not like it. Well, you have two options. She might like it and you might be surprised, or she might not like it, but guess what, the other ones who will. So just be honest, take the risk, and it might work out, or you'll have other options. So good call, PJ. Go
Thank you.
ahead.
Yeah, because I think that's the problem. Is a lot of people just don't want to be honest, and they want to hide it behind. Well, I can't deal with you because you're a feminine. Well, it's the problem. You can't deal with me because you don't like me. You never hurt my feelings by saying you don't like me or you don't want to be with me or you don't see no future with me. It's better to say it up front than not. Because me, when I date someone and I'm not really feeling it, I'm like, you know what? Let me just lose this number. It may hurt him a little bit, probably not too much, but at least I'm not wasting his time because there's no connection there at all. Versus I just
Marian,
go string
you are the
along, till I find
cynical.
what I really want, and then later on he'd be like ready to burn my house down because why you gonna do this to me, and we did these things together and all this, and I have future plans with you, and you just uh, I don't have time for playing games though. Life's too short, and I got too many deadlines to complete.
So do you think that as a woman, you would be honest with a man about what you wanted?
Yeah,
Okay, okay. That's fair. Marcian is saying honest all the time. He doesn't believe that women want complete honesty all the time. He really
I'd
has
rather
a
have it. I swear, I'd rather have honesty, no matter how much it hurts, than for you to sit there and lie to me. Because lie, you can't get past a liar.
okay, okay. So there you go. For the men, the women are more let's say they have thicker skins to truth than you thought. You don't think that you're going to hurt her by being honest. Just go out and tell her, look, you are fat, but I still like you. But I can only like you
And
for
I'm
a
like,
short amount
hey,
of time, which
look,
is 2 days,
and
and
them
that's
Dunkin' Donuts was real good yesterday. I'm about to go get me some more stuff.
it.
Look, if you need Twiggy, because oh god, I got somebody I was talking to, and I'm thinking, okay, you know me, you know me. It's not like this the first time you saw me. There
Mhm.
we go, talking for a while, and all of a sudden, I'm attracted to Asian women. I'm like, well, last time I looked in the mirror, I don't think I looked Asian. Wait, when did you discover this? That's what men do. They string people along. If that's
Okay.
what you want, why are you looking at me?
Okay, but are women more honest with men, do you think? Do you think that women tell men
No,
exactly?
we don't because we don't want to burst their dreams. So we may say things
Wait. Say that
that
again. Why don't we?
we don't want to burst their dreams.
Okay.
So
Do you?
if they say I got this plan, I'm gonna be a millionaire selling these, like cassettes on the corner. You know, I got your back. We're gonna hustle. We're gonna get this going. No, this ain't gonna never happen. We only making $10 a week, but that's your dream and that's your passion. I'm right here for you.
Oh my God, you're making us look really, really bad.
Now, a
Okay.
man would just flat out say, "You stupid for doing that." What you gonna do with that? They don't have any problem with
Oh wow. You know what? You just take the cynical prize from Marcian. No, you are the cynical. Because all this time, the men thought we were here supporting them and rooting for them and cheerleading and all this stuff. And guess what? It turns out, you know what? They think you're stupid. They think your dreams are just, pipe dreams and hopes and illusions. And we're just sitting back like, well, can't wait for to see how this turns out, but probably not good. But okay.
Well, I mean, but sometimes it does. But we're going to support it to the bitter end, till we're like living under the viaduct. I mean, supporting his dream. But again, you know, sometimes we have to. That's the way we do. Sometimes we like, and sometimes it pans out, or maybe sometimes he comes to a realization now. What I'm doing is good, but I need to focus it on something else because this isn't panning out. And you're like, oh, good, thank God, he finally realized selling the CDs on the corner is not doing it, but he learned enough to now I'm gonna go open me up a garage. So sometimes it's just that motivation helps them to see, and we're willing to stand behind them thicker than whatever. Now with them, it may be a little bit different, but for us, yeah. So we're not going to try to burst their passion. No.
Okay, okay. Well, Marcian and you agree at least on that because he said that the men also don't want to burst our dreams.
Yeah.
So, so here we are. We're cycling around each other, both of us, lying to each other just to be nice and not to avoid busting your dreams. But I thought you wanted men to be honest. So if we are not honest enough to bust their dreams, do you really want the men to be honest enough to bust ours?
Well, there's always a way to be honest and not tear somebody apart. I was, I mean, his dream is to be a business owner. That's fine, but selling CDs in 2022 on the street corner ain't it. So you're like, well, we need to find something that you can really sell. I mean, so we're going to try to guide you to your to your passion and support you. Where they're like, that's the dumbest idea I ever seen. Look, I work and I'm making 1,700 figures a year, and this makes no sense. And my coworker Francina, she's a dot, and it's like, well, you just doing everything you can to like just tear her down completely. So it's a way to do it, but you still have to live in reality.
Okay, okay. So
But
there is.
again, he may be gonna have the resurgence of CD sales, so maybe what he's doing.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you knew that the guy, okay, there's a difference in believing that he has talent, but he just has a way to go, or that he just doesn't have it and there's no way he's going to go anywhere, but you still like him. If you knew that it was a hopeless dream, would you still support him?
Okay, you saying if it's a hopeless dream? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I would support him, but I will be making sure that my lights is on at the end of the night. So, I can't be putting all my money in your dreams and it's just going one way. Because the thing is that, and maybe talk to him, say, well, you know what, maybe while you're working on this, you can be doing this so we can at least keep the heat on. And we'll have to sleep in the cold. Okay, we don't have to eat every day, but maybe every other day is a nice
Okay. So your
because you don't
work
want
the
him to
way.
lose that passion. Because once you
Mhm.
lose that passion, it's hard to build it back.
Yeah. So you still want a man with passion, even if his dreams are, questionable. Let's just say
Yeah,
that.
well, I mean, passion and reality side by side. We're living in reality. You can be passionate about the reality that we're living in.
Okay. See, that is why just the man should just have a superpower of reading minds, because you don't know when your girl just wants you to have the passion, whether she believes in your dreams, whether she just thinks that you're just, wasting your time, or, hey. So,
Well, wait. How can you say he doesn't know when they're not believing in their dreams? I bet you can ask every man who was the one person, because they deal with more than one,
mm-hmm.
that when they were doing something and they were in need of something and they were focused on something and that person was always there to be a backbone. They know. Then when it failed, she didn't believe in me. Yeah, because they don't want to really say exactly what caused all the destruction of that relationship, and it probably wasn't passion.
Hmm. Okay.
Because she doesn't believe in me. Well, if you selling, let's go back. If you're selling gramophones on the corner and think he'll make some money, nobody uses a gramophone anymore at all. So yeah, that'll probably be one dream that I'm like, look, I'm sorry, it sounds cool, but nobody is gonna sit there and turn the arm to play this record. So you're gonna have to come up with something else.
Okay. And also, the other question is this: would you be honest with somebody because you said earlier that you want the men to be honest about whether they just want they're serious or they're not serious? Because sometimes a man might want let's just call them long-term versus short-term relations. So, if you were just interested in a guy, let's say for the physical, let's say a quick thing, you don't see a future, but you do see a quick present, would you tell him that that's what you wanted, especially if you thought that he wanted more?
Yeah, yeah. What's wrong with that? I mean, yeah. Let's what, because I don't want to play any games with anybody, and I don't want anybody to play games with me. So yeah,
Okay, so you're serious about being honest about that, and
oh yeah, yeah. I have
Martin,
had to be honest about that over and over and over and over again. I have a problem. Guys have a feels comfortable about asking and saying anything to me. I'm like, are y'all for real?
okay, Marcian says what I'm hearing is I know I'm not going to wife her, but maybe not sure what you mean by that. Oh, and greetings, Tana Media. I guess you say shalom. I can't understand the other things you wrote. I think it's in a different language, but Nahom, what does that mean? I'm not sure. But in any case, greetings, Tana Media. Um, Marcian is now officially confused. Mashan, could you say what you're officially confused about? I think the first one we talked about the dreams, and that goes into the financial security aspect of it. Sometimes maybe a man may not be in the best financial position, but you as a woman may feel that he may get in a better position, so you support him so that he can get there in the end. But sometimes the way he's going, you automatically see that, well, he probably is not going to get to where he wants to go, but you still admire the passion that he has, and you want to support him in the very slim chance that he gets the lottery of life, whether he's a rap musician or an athlete or whatever his crazy dreams are at the moment. You're saying, you know what, I know he's probably not going to make it, but I'll just try to support him and see where he goes. But in the meantime, I will try to, shift him towards more realistic goals. So I think that's where that was the conclusion with that. That as a woman, you do want a man with a drive, with passion, with ambition, with something that he wants out of life. You want a man who is going somewhere. Even if he hasn't gotten there yet, you want at least to see that he is, he has the plans, he has the wherewithal to have a dream. Having a dream is having a purpose, is having something that you want to do, whether it's a dream for a job, for a career, or even for personal things. That in itself draws women to you because they look at you and say, well, look at this guy, he wants to do something rather than somebody who's just like, oh, well, I'm content with life. So even if the women see that it's probably not going to work out for you, they might still, support you because they admire that ambition and drive in you. So
Exactly, exactly.
okay, okay, good. I hope I have been a little, I have unconfused you a little bit, Marcian. But I am a little bit confused about the statement you said about I'm not going to wife her, but maybe, maybe. If you want to explain that a little bit, let me know. Are you talking about that the men are not telling the truth when it comes to the intentions? Well, let me know. And greetings to Natani Kebede. Kebede. I'm so terrible at pronouncing these names, but I hope I do a fair enough job. But Natanike Kebede, it's been a long time, bro. No see. Okay, I don't know who you're talking to, but good for you to see your bro. Yeah, so I think we got on to that, the aspect of dreams and of where you want your man to go. So in conclusion, men, the ladies want a man who has ambition and drive, and they will support you for as long as they can. And when they see you going somewhere, even sometimes if they're a little bit, questioning the whole motive. So yeah, that's the first thing. And the second one is this whole idea of physical attraction. How do you think, how important is that to women? Because they always say that, oh, men are the visual creatures, men, they see something they like and they instantly react. So how do you think looks and physical attraction is important to women?
So it's important, but the thing is, uh, again, I'm not a man, so I can't answer that their side of it. But if that man's personality and what they give to that woman, she can overlook that extra hump on their back,
Hmm.
where a man probably couldn't. Well, she's cute, she got that hump on her back, so I can't deal with her. So we can deal with, maybe I'm attracted to somebody who's like 6'4" or above, but he's 5'7", but he's got everything else I want. So so we can, and he treats me like a queen, and so we could overlook that. We can grow past our initial attraction if that personality and what he offers, it outweighs what our initial like attractions are. Like I normally go for this type, but he's because again, a lot of times like, oh, I don't want nobody who's in the military, and then you might wind up meeting somebody in the military and his personality is so great and like, oh wow, I never thought I would like a guy who do what you do, but you're such a fantastic person. I could see myself building a life with you. So I don't think it's like it's on the list, but I don't think it's the main driver of the list.
Okay, okay. So what do you think are some of the things that, so you say a man can have that, is it a personality that can trump the looks, do you think?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, wow. Okay, so
Now, if that personality is off, then them looks gets way pronounced. like, like, yeah. You know, you're like, oh, you don't look good and you got an ugly personality. No.
Okay. Okay, so
And that's
it
what
seems.
happens to a lot of guys who look like, oh my God, he's so adorable. Oh my God. And then you see his character, and it's like, oh no, I don't care how great you look, and I don't care how much money you got in your pocket. No, because see, we always talk about the girls who go for those guys, but we never
Mhm.
look at how many girls who actually reject that guy because of the way he acts. Nobody ever talks about that list.
Okay, but there are also some women who can overlook um, an ugly personality for an attractive face, right?
Yeah, but then are they attracted to the guy or are they attracted to what he has? That's a difference. A lot of people are married to people they utterly hate, but the heat is on and electric is on every time they walk in the door, so I can live with this because I don't have to deal with them only during this. Because so I'm okay with it. So that so it's back to, do they really like the person? I think that's where we get away from is, do these two people, do they tolerate each other or do they actually really like each other?
Okay, okay, fair enough. Africana Pride says, I'm sorry, but you ladies are talking like Westerners. This is not our realities in Africa. Talk about what we're dealing with. Okay, would you like to expound a little bit? What are the realities in Africa that we're dealing with that we're not talking about? I would love to know. I'm not being, contentious or anything. You know, this is about traditional African culture, and we are living in the modern world as well. So we want to hear from the basis of African culture. We want to know about what Africans in the motherland are dealing with, and what the realities in Africa are. What do African women look for in a man, or in a husband or in a partner? This is something that we're talking about, and we really do want to know. And if you want to join and explain, you are more than welcome to join the stream. Let me put the link up again. Yeah, because we do want to know things from the African perspective. It's also very important that we get that as well. So by all
Absolutely.
yeah, by all means, come and let us know. And we do we don't want to necessarily sound like Westerners. In fact, we're trying to get back to the African heritage and to take back what we lost to be a better people, and to bring that, the Africanness into our lives, our relationships, our politics, economics, all of that. So do go ahead and join if you can, and let us know. This is an open, it's an open session. There's no wrong or right answer. We're simply here to learn. So, oh yeah, the more the merrier also said, to keep it 100. And we're trying to do that. We're trying to have an honest, realistic conversation. It's something that it's for the benefit of all of us. The men did come and say and let us know what they wanted a couple of weeks ago. So it's beholden to us to do the same. The Moria says, I'm a very socially outspoken, educated, well-rounded, and can work hard, etc. However, I want a man that is a leader in his home and community. So there are women who are, just because you want a man to lead in the home does not mean that you're necessarily some, doormat or just a
Right.
weak person. You can actually be very, strong, and also be want a leader. So what do you think about that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a man should, lead his household, of course. It should not just fall on the wife, that she's the one who's, taking all the responsibility for the kids. Because again, how does the son know how to be a man if his father is not engaged in him? Because then, if his father is disengaged in him, he's going to be disengaged in his son. His daughter is going to think men are not going to be, attentive to them because my dad wasn't. So it all plays a part. Everybody's role, from the father to the mother to the children, all their roles are important, and all these roles should be interconnected and building towards a better family. You know, um, that's why, I think, like the other definitions of words have our words, especially in the English language, have so many different meanings. Leadership, people take it as, dictatorship, but you shouldn't be a dictator in your home. Leadership means, I have to make sure my family is safe. I have to make sure my family is fed. So these are the things I have to do, like someone had mentioned, regardless as if I want to do it or not, I have to do this in order for my family to survive. So if that son now sees, well, my dad has to make sacrifices so that we're okay, then I'll know I will be comfortable in doing that because I've seen my father and I've seen how happy my home is because of the sacrifices him and my mom makes. Now, if it becomes a rulership and mom is sitting in the corner crying every night, then how are those kids gonna look at their roles when they grow up? Is the daughter gonna, or even the son, gonna want somebody to, look at how miserable my mom was and how angry my dad was? I don't ever want to be either one of them, so I'll just let the woman rule, and that relieves me from that responsibility because this is what I had to deal with every day, and I don't want to go through that. And the daughter feels like being around an aggressive or abusive man is okay because that's what my daddy was, and so that's my norm. You know, so again, leadership and hand of household and taking on those responsibility, a man is supposed to do, and that woman is supposed to support him. And as a whole, they're a team. It's not one position or any team that has one less value, because without that one player on that team, the whole team fails.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you do say that the family has a role to play in how in the expectations that a woman has and in the way in what she looks for, let's say in a future partner, both her
Yeah,
mother and her father, right?
yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah, because
And so,
that's
and therefore, it's very important for that man to be, honest with who he is, honest with what's going on, honest in showing his love for his wife, because me showing affection is weak. No, if nobody in this world sees that, your family should see it.
mm-hmm,
If you're feeling the pressures of the world, I should be able to come home and find relief from my wife from all the pressures that I'm dealing with. If she's facing pressures every day that she's going out that door, and whatever she may be doing in the occupation, and it's not meeting her spiritually or physically her needs, or she's dealing with stuff that she shouldn't have to. When she come home, she should find refuge in her husband.
okay.
I mean, we're in such an individualistic society that everybody feel like they have to do everything on their own and hide everything from everybody. But it's going to come out some kind of way. It's going to come out through anger, through poor choices or something. It's going to come out. It can't be hidden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, and and Isabella, and the ladies, you're more than welcome to join in. You might agree, disagree, or you might have your own unique point of view. So it's only the two of us. We're not speaking for the entirety of womankind. So we would love to have a third voice, and we'd love the men to come and let us know,
What we're
where,
saying wrong.
yeah, because on the mention, believe me, the women were speaking up and they came on the panel. Like I think BJ, you were there. I don't know if Marie Antoinette was there as well, but yeah. So we had no problem speaking on the men's issues. So don't be the cowardly men and come on up and tell us what we need to hear. But Isabella says some like a sense of humor, respect, emotional availability, compassion. Oh my goodness, Isabella, wow, you really have a long list. Honorable, fair, ethical, but she does admit that it isn't easy that much to meet such kind of a man. Yeah, because you do have a long list. I can't imagine a man who has every
Well,
single one
even
of
if we cut it in half, can we still find that? Some be happy with just two of them, two out of the list. Can we find that?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what is realistic and what is idealistic, because, okay, we admit that, nobody's perfect, but who is good? We're not looking for perfect, just, who is decent, who's acceptable, who just meets the basic standards. What are the basic standards,
They wash their face, they brush their teeth every day. So.
I guess that's basic. Oh, wow. Because some of these don't even go together. A sense of humor and compassion really go together. I don't see people with a sense of humor having a lot of compassion, because to have a sense of humor, most of the time.
I'm like that. I have a sense of humor. I'm very compassionate.
Okay, BJ, you're one of the few. And being emotionally available when you have to make fun of people and still be respectful. Okay, but let's
Okay,
hope.
that one's a little harder.
Yeah, those are a lot of balls to be juggling in the air. Africana Pride says our issues are religious, tribal, and cultural differences, and that these are the obstacles. Okay, yeah, let us know. I'm sure those also play a part, in the way that we view each other. And also, the whole idea of morality. That's why we say some of you as a person and as today as a woman, you have to know what you want, what society wants for you, and yeah, you have to know yourself first before you say what you want. So okay, well,
Yeah,
here goes gassing up. I hope you're not just gassing us up. So
yeah,
let's
because again, you have to have the standards, and you can't compromise on those standards. That's the bottom line.
Hello, lady.
Everything is not for everybody. Hey, how's it going? Everything is
hello.
not for everybody, but respect is first and foremost.
Indeed. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just listening. I'm listening
Oh,
to
okay,
your
all right.
demand.
Okay, fair enough. Intruder 6. Hello, intruder. Honestly, with physical attraction, you're at least attracted to an aspect of what makes that person who they are. Okay, the physical aspect, there's that. That's great.
But
Frizzle.
the physical aspect is it really who the person is, or who they project to be, or who you interpret them to be?
Yeah, interesting one. Interesting one.
I mean, do you ladies have
What?
questions about men?
Do you, BJ? Do you have a question?
No, no.
Okay.
No, that's interesting because when it was the men's panel, the men were always quick and enthusiastic to always ask the women, what is it that the women, That's interesting, right?
Perhaps.
Women have a sense of surety that men, with all their so-called machismo, in my opinion, don't have.
But not all men have machismo.
Explain. What does that mean? Explain.
Well, you're saying women are attracted to a man's machismo, and I said, well, not all men.
No, I didn't say women are attracted. No, I said women have a sense of surety that men, with all their machismo,
so
they don't have that.
They have with all their machismo. Does that not imply that they have it?
Yeah, it may imply that they have it, but I didn't say that women are attracted to it. I just said that they have it.
No,
You said that they're
I
attracted
was
to
just
it.
saying that all men have that machismo, that outgoing personality, a confidence.
Yeah, but that's
Maturity.
machismo. That's machismo.
Yeah, but not all men. I was saying that, but not all men have that, and some women are attracted to that.
Okay. So are women attracted to machismo, or are they indifferent to it, or are you attracted to machismo, BJ?
Cockiness doesn't do anything for me, no.
So you like the meek, the discreet, the
Confidence,
excuse me.
yeah. Cockiness, no.
Okay, so confidence, yes.
But
Okay.
confidence is machismo from a man's perspective.
Well,
Now, as a woman, you're going to say, oh, no, there's a distinction. I'm just telling you that a man, I'm just giving you the other side, right? Because you're asking about men or talking about men.
okay.
A man is really not going to distinguish that. He might taper down or tone down his confidence because it's bordering on arrogance and cockiness, but he'll still interpret it as, no, man, I have to be confident to a certain degree. So
Okay,
what happens is, he tapers it depending on the woman's taste.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Stop agreeing with me, ladies.
Now you're being cocky.
I came here for domestic online violence. I'm just joking. But no, don't agree with me.
No, you haven't said anything disagreeable yet. We're still waiting. And
It's
while we
coming.
wait, it's coming. I know, it's coming, BJ. Okay, let's bring in, I'm not sure who's, oh my goodness. Do we really have Kaiser in the house, or is this a cruel hoax?
Hello.
Kaiser? Hello.
Yes. Salam alaikum.
Oh, it's my fan, Kaiser. What's going on, bro?
What's good? What's good?
Hello, Kaiser.
I say women want money, so go and make some money.
Well, not all women want money, because everybody wants money. So why are you just gonna put it on the women's feet? Because don't you want money?
True, but women want money from a man.
And
only cast them up
men want money from women too, so you can just dump that on us. Now, certain women only want money, but that's your choice.
I want women from. I want money from women too, but it's difficult to get it. Teach me, cast them up.
Wait, you said you want money from women, but it's difficult to get it?
Yeah, I want women to give me money, but it's hard. So.
Yeah, but that means you got to talk to women that like you enough to give you their money.
It's not hard. Just take a cup and stand on the corner, and somebody put some coins into that cup.
Yeah, don't listen to DJ. What I would do if I was you, talk to women that like you for you.
Kaiser?
Okay, I might try.
Like Kaiser, be honest, right? How many women do you talk to that actually like you? Or is it more you're trying to get the woman to like you, right?
No. In my case, I actually make it really, really hard for people to like me. So the kinds of people I engage with.
So that's why you have to give them money. That's why you got to give them money.
No, what I mean as in the few people in my life actually have to like me, because I make it so hard for them, the average person, to like me. So if they're in my life, it's because they like me somehow.
But why do you make it hard?
So then why is that difficult to get the money?
Right. It's okay. It's not even that difficult. I think I don't want to get money from people I like. I want to get money from people I don't like, so I can use them for money. That's
well, then you're doing it wrong. I think. Well, then yeah, they shouldn't give you money. Here's the thing: if you're going to get money from women, you should do it from a position of business, right? Like the Prophet, peace be upon him, he got money from Khadijah to do business. So if you're going to get money from women, I think what's happened is we've had this warped pimping, a la Sugar Free. And, for certain type of women, that works for them because, whatever. But if you're dealing with an average woman who hasn't done anything to you and she likes you and you're going to take her money, then be honorable about it. Open up a business, start day trading, figure out some good stocks to buy, get her in a business, selling products, fast moving consumer goods. That's how you take a woman's money.
The prophet bought nice, good slaves and sold them. You're right.
Well, whatever, I'm not touching all that, but my point is that, whatever the business model is with your woman or your women, if they're going to give you the money, if they trust you enough to give you their money, you have to be honorable. Take that money and multiply it. But a lot of guys take that money and they do a lot of what I call dirty pimping. So, they take that money, buy cars, run around, fuck other women on them, sleep with their friends. And then these women get bitter. And, you can't blame them because these men are fucking retarded. If the woman likes you and she gives you her money, Kaiser, that should be easy. Take her money, you're a smart guy, and start opening up stores in Kenya. And you'll be shocked that, like, oh, shit, she gave you, $5,000. You turned it into a $5,000 business. Her next check still gets you
back, and then you keep the profit.
Well, not only that, she'll give you more money because now you guys will open up a second.
Exactly.
Policy that says, listen, I'm fair. If I drop dead, you're entitled to this. Like, it can be honor, but I think the problem is we don't have honor anymore. So what we do is we exploit each other. You got women.
We keep copying these little media stereo Instagram crappy whatever they throwing up, and everybody's trying to fit into that mold. And which character, Kardashian, Cardi, whoever, I can emulate the easiest. We jump into that instead of being honest with who we are and our standards and what we want and what we don't want. Because we just play along to get along.
Kaiser ran away.
I think so. We lost Kaiser there. I don't know.
Goddamn Kenyan internet, man! I keep telling you guys, get MTN.
Look, I'm also here, and mine is working perfectly. So
that's because you got your internet from a Nigerian.
No, we do not. You guys don't even have. You can't even keep electricity on. You forget about the internet. Ooh, did I touch an electric knob
that's
over
true.
there?
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
No, not at all. It doesn't bother me because I'm not Nigerian. But like I said, I think DJ's right. The problem is people don't want to approach things from a sense of honor anymore. And that's why women get screwed over and men get screwed over. Like you got men who give women money and the women shit on them, and vice versa. Everybody's in this fuck you buddy system.
But gas them up. Honestly, you can't tell that this chick is only looking at your pockets.
Well, if
you can. But they gotta understand where these guys are coming from. A lot of these guys never got, dare I say, they never got pussy when they was younger, man. They were ugly dudes. The girl shitted on them. They were probably fat,
I understand the ones that you're talking about, but the ones that I see are the ones who it's almost like they feed on all these women. Oh God, this one dude, the first thing he says is, "I'm rich." I know you, so I'm like, okay, you're rich, but you ain't gonna give nobody a quarter, so who cares? Why are you telling me this? But maybe someone else might say, "Oh, he's rich. Oh, wait, he can do this and that." So you are leading with the wrong thing. If you say you want somebody to respect you for who you are, you already throwing the carrot out there.
Because what happens is what they're getting is momentary compliance, right? So men like the path of least resistance. Women do too, right? So men they just want to. So he knows most women after resources is like, yo, I got money. So I'm going to buy you this. I'm going to buy you this. Here's some money. You going to fuck me? And so she's like, yeah. So it's this quasi-prostitution model that we have because it's the path of least resistance. You display your money.
But
okay. First, let's not get so cynical quite so sudden.
Friends about it too. That he has all these ladies who's all,
And guys, yeah, you guys just went into the cynical pimping route. Let's say with Nahum, is there any woman left that believes in love and makes money and making money together in the process? Hmm? Can't we just make love and money together? And when the tezi says mwanaume ni effort, mwanamke ni tabia, that means a man is effort and a woman is habit. You'll take
Well, but
that.
there is a lot of people who do. There is a lot of people who commit, but again, like what I mentioned before, and like what guess my sort of iterate is that we focused on the destructive side of relationship, and we're not focusing on the ones that are home with the family and the kids, and look how great they are doing, and look at where they. We don't put a camera on that. We always put a camera on
Yeah,
the
you just
functional
focus on
side
the
and try
money,
to act
money,
like that's the
money.
norm.
But love can't be monetized. Love is a feeling.
Well,
Love
Right.
love.
love is see, the more the merrier. And she's a woman. She's saying, I'm nowhere near a woman's smart. However, I get annoyed by men who expect monetary value of women when a womb to mankind is valued at priceless. A woman's womb is priceless,
Yeah.
not worth a certain amount of money. Now, womb to man, geez, a womb to man kind of lady will help. Okay, I lost you there. But her basic point is that you shouldn't just make women put a monetary value to women, not in terms of money or all those things.
Yeah, but
So
women do put monetary values to men. So I think it goes both ways, right? Women are sex objects. Men are success objects, right? That's
But
the
that's what the
system.
society has pushed upon both of us, and we need to
Yes, of course,
stop it.
right? So
We really need to stop
agree.
it because it's ruining everybody.
But I think to answer her question, they're not, just love. I don't know about love, right? But I will say, I think families are important, and the problem is that we don't want to admit or contend with the fact that the individual effort is failing us. So, we need to go back to the collective. Arranged marriages make sense for a reason. Like, look at what's happening, right? All my friends were sending me images and pictures and articles about Lori Harvey, and this guy breaking up. And I said it on a platform the other day. I said, yo, if she was from Yemen, if Lori Harvey was from Yemen or parts of India, parts of Africa, she would have been married off, man. Like, there is no, that bullshit that she's doing wouldn't exist, right?
Well, but technically, she could be married off here. It's just who is.
No, but wait, hold on, wait, BJ. Here's the thing. She wouldn't respect her father enough to follow that guidance to women in America, and largely the women who are copying American women to a certain degree. They have this, I don't need to listen to nobody, I could just live and die. And the men too, it's not only the women. But, arranged marriages, family things, they work, right? So I think girls and men, young women and young men, should start tapping in with their families. Families need to be more righteous again to say, okay, what is it that you like? Oh, I like a tall guy. He's 6'10", blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, listen, Sister Sledge, get the fuck out of here. I know you since you was peeing in the bed. That's not going to happen. All right, you're 30 pounds overweight. You're this. And keep it real with her. So we got some nice boys over there in fucking, Kibera. They look good. They got some nice boys over there in Brooklyn. They look good. It's like 6 of them. Take a look at their pictures. This is their personalities. Let's see what we can do for you.
But see,
You know what I'm saying? And
how much value are we putting into relationships nowadays? I mean, Lori
no, but that's what I'm
Harvey,
saying.
It's almost like
but relationship doesn't exist.
Her, but she's not looking for marriage.
But that's what I'm trying to say. The relationship, I'm forget about the individual relationship. Remember, like, marriage is a collective thing. It's a communal effort, because when the couples go through issues, which they will, that's when the families of both parties should be able to come together and talk and mediate, right? The father-in-law, the father can pull the son aside. Listen, man, yeah, she's crazy. What you think your mother did to me? Just chill the fuck out. She cooked the food. All right, good, man. Just shut up and Don't bother her.
Those are
And then
minor issues. You get past it and move on.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? But they need that guidance. And then the girl too is told, listen, what? He talked to another woman? All right, look, he ain't bring no diseases home. He ain't being you. All right, look, your daddy was out there fucking everything that was moving, right? So we gotta have people who are there to guide relationships. What happens in the relationship?
Oh man, so one of you needs to.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's me, the breeze. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I think individual efforts are what is championed in relationships, and it's failing us. We got to go back to the communal concepts of relationships. It's not just the two individuals anymore. That's why I said Lori Harvey would have been married off in any other society. You're a pretty woman. Listen, you got 4 choices, 5 choices, north, south, east, west. Pick one of these motherfuckers and let's get it done. All that I gotta live my life and experience shit. Listen, little girl, that's some dumb shit. That don't even make no sense. You don't got that much time in A, B, and C. But if you say that to women, they ride behind the I'm being oppressed. That's oppressive. I want freedom. So which one, you know, so I'm asking you women, what do you guys want? Do you want communal family relationships or do y'all want freedom?
BJ? Do you want freedom?
Yeah, I want freedom.
There you go. Okay.
Well, I mean, like I said, you know, no disrespect to BJ, I get what she's saying for part of the noise, but you can't have the individual freedom and the family collective. It just doesn't work.
BJ, do you want the family collective?
I have the family collective, and I have my freedom. I don't think it's one or the other.
DJ, we're not talking about you. Don't reduce it to you, BJ. We're talking, but we're talking about the black community at large. No, but wait, BJ, the black community. Okay, good.
The problem is that when we start looking outside of, like you say, in the community collective to define what our relationship should be, that's where, to me, the problem comes in. Because I'm thinking, oh, I could be like Lori Harvey. Oh, look, wait, she got Michael B. Jordan, and she got this. Oh, wait, she got this. Oh, she's getting this. My reality is I'm not going to be able to get nowhere near any circle she's sitting in. And then once I get into that circle, what do she have to sacrifice to even get a chance to sit next to him? See, nobody wants to see the whole dynamics behind that.
We see that. No, listen, people see that. Look, before you get to where you're talking about, you have to understand individual efforts cannot be trumped. This idea of individual autonomy is subservient to the collective goodwill or the collective demand. And the truth of the matter is, especially in America, one of the reasons why is because people don't want to curtail their so-called individual bid for freedom for what the larger collective wants. The black women, especially in the West, and the ones who are copying black women in the West, are concerned and caught up with so-called individual expressions of alleged identities, right? As opposed to thinking about what's good for the greater collective. So, like, my neighborhood is predominantly Muslim, Bangladeshi people, right? Now,
okay,
you see
these,
so you see these young girls, you're never going to see their little girls out here on the corner. Once it's past 8 o'clock, you don't even see their women outside. Now, some people will say, oh, that's extreme. And it might be, right? But that's left for them as a community to, you know, discuss amongst themselves how to figure that out. But you don't see their girls on the corner. You don't see their girls twerking. You don't see their boys on the corner with any of the nonsense. And if you do, you talk to their elders, the motherfuckers will be on top of them kids quickly. So what has to be done is we have to understand that the individual so-called freedom of expression for the larger community is nonsense. Even like with the girls, right? They all wear their same clothes, right? There is no, I need a Birkin bag. There is no Remy, you know, wavy bounce 350 Brazilian Peruvian hair. There's none of that shit. They dress like the women in their community and their cultures. So I'm saying that when you have those type of controls, then you have the culture that people are looking for. But I think what's happening is people are trying to somehow still hold on to the individual bid or need for expression and somehow still maintain the collective. And I don't think it's possible, in my opinion.
But see, the thing is that there was a shift in all that because people had, the sense of identity, but their foundation was community, family first. And then, like you're saying, now we're in a totally different frame where it's about what I want, what I need, by any means necessary, a dog eat dog, and it just filter into all aspects of our life, including, like you said, the family. And it's of course, you're right. It's going to fail. It's going to always fail because if you're a narcissist, you can't see anything beyond yourself, and you got an army of one. And if you crapping on everybody around you, who's gonna come and fight your battles for you when all of a sudden you're in the midst of the battle? No one.
When the test is here to fight the battle for you, DJ.
Making us believe that being an individual and only thinking about self and just climb your way up to the top, and whoever you have to knock down is all good and fine. Oh, I got mine. Look at this. Is supposed to be something you're supposed to admire and aim for. And all the family is falling apart and the children are getting destroyed. And the men, and that's part of this men-women battle right now, because no one wants to hear what the other person has to say, and my truth is true and your truth is true, which is true. But somehow we got to listen to each other, find out what part of each other's truth is common to both of us, and how is it messing both of us up, and try
What's
to
the difference between truth and objective facts?
Okay. Mwendetezi, your thoughts? Two things before you begin. So we're going back and forth with this either materialistic or idealistic view of love and money. The first is that, love is a feeling, quench my desire, all of that stuff. The second thing is that love is simply, a facade for money, that women, they don't believe in love. Love is just something that is frivolous. And at the bottom of it, like Tamap says, you give money too much for your love. She just, oh my goodness. In America, you give money to, I can't get that. But basically, it's the view that women just want money and not love. And love is some delusional thing. What do you think? Daisy? Well, the rest of you can go. It seems he's gone silent.
All right, I hear you. Can you say the question again? Sorry.
Well, the rest of you can go. It seems he's gone silent.
Hello?
All right, I hear you. We hear you now.
Hello?
Yes? Can you say the question again? Sorry. Well, I mean, to me, it's like people have lost the value of love.
Oh, yeah. I think I had two streams on. Oh, sorry. So,
it's okay. It happens.
How
are you?
Hello? Okay, what was the question? I'm sorry with it's the technical issues here. I'm sorry. Now
okay.
I'm back.
Okay, take your time.
You're making us look bad.
What was the question?
The question is love a real thing, or is it just a cynical ploy for women to get money?
Is love
depends on the woman.
Well, I think okay, yeah. I don't know. The question is love a ploy for women to get money?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think it's a ploy. I don't know. I don't think. I think the relationship between men and women is where I think women exploit men. I think that's just the natural order of things. That the relationship between men and women is exploitative. So yeah, so I don't think love is just a ploy. I think love, because love has many. If love was like invented just recently, then why do we have like different translations of it? So clearly, it's something that has been there. In fact, I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference, but honestly, this is not what I came to talk about. I don't know. If you ask
No,
me about
okay.
love now, my brother, my sister, I don't know anything about love. I don't know. I can't define it, and I can't. I don't know how to define love. I don't know how to.
But
Fair
you know
enough.
it's
It's a tough
exploitive.
question.
Okay.
Okay, you came in at the wrong time. What were you going to speak about?
No, no. Me, I came here to talk about. I came here for to give like they somebody, I think it was Africana. She mentioned some that the conversation needed to be Africanized a bit, and she actually talked. I'm assuming it's a she. I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think so, but
it,
we have
it
been
is
wrong
part of our,
before, so
yeah. It's part of our culture to misgender people, but
Tezzy, you said that love is universal in interpretation.
uh, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said the definition.
I said the relationship between a man and a woman is exploitative from the women's side, really. But what I came to talk about the difference in religion and tribe. Yeah, like this is actually a question I actually wanted to throw out there because I felt it was like a huge question, and this is a huge thing in Africa. Will you go for somebody who is not your tribe? Like, will a lady go for somebody who is not her tribe, or who's not her religion? Because Africa, we have so many languages, and this is something that I've seen, I've seen someone, I've seen talked all over Africa. Just all of people advise that you should stick to your own tribe. You should always stick to your tribe because you don't want, a woman can be a woman. I've seen this happening in men's perspective and also women's perspective, where your woman or your man is gossiping you in his ethnic language, and he's maybe even talking to his second wife or his secret wife or his secret girlfriend, or he's cheating on you, and you have no idea because he's speaking in his ethnic language to somebody on the phone or to some people. And so yeah, this is actually a huge issue where the Africana hit that I really wanted just to emphasize that, yeah, I don't know if the African women in the, I think
But tell me, haven't people been intermixing and intermarrying for eons and different generations?
no, I'm not saying it's not enough, but what I'm talking about, its issues. It does come with its issues. So I'm just putting those issues out there, like very, like it's always encouraged. Like I hear this all the time that it's better and safer to stick to your own tribe than go to another tribe because of these issues.
So how do you help somebody who's from a city? Let's say they're from a particular city in Kenya, yet they didn't grow up with the people of their ethnic group, right? And they grew up in the city around different group, and typically they actually relate more with that city culture. So do you expect them to go back to the village and grab somebody that's from their ethnic group just because?
Yeah. Okay, just because you're in the city, you don't forget your ethnicity. It's very. I've not seen that happen. I've seen even, and I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. There's always multi. This thing happens all the time. People marry outside their tribe, but there is also that movement that women are told, hey, don't marry outside your tribe, because there's also the culture clash.
Yeah, and
So
I think even here, even though I'm in the West, we have that same problem to a certain extent where people will marry other people out of their ethnic group and they will lose who they were, their community, their background. They try to assimilate. And my biggest problem is you love whoever you want to love. Be happy with whoever you want to be happy with. But when you start to degrade your people in the process of trying to assimilate to another group, to me, that's wrong. Because that's denying who you is. That's denying your mother. That's denying your father, your aunties, your cousins, everybody. and that's very insulting and degrading.
Yeah. That's actually another. Tanzania, I don't know, Tanzania, you've been silent. You've not even been giving your own opinions. So I also want to.
Well,
But
like
there's
I
also
said,
that aspect. Yeah, but there's also
sorry.
that aspect. There's also that aspect that BJ has really has spoke about. Like when you date another man, and when you marry another man, in Africa, it's assumed that now you have entered his culture. You know, you're supposed you are actually assumed to forget your own culture. It is actually expected of you to forget your own culture. And now you have entered this person's culture. You know, that is actually something that is expected. You know, so that's actually interesting perspective.
So if a Nigerian man were to marry a Kenyan woman, or a Kenyan man were to marry a Nigerian woman, the people on the ground would find issue with that.
No, not
Yeah.
issue, but to Mondate's point, yes, the woman was usually expected to take the culture of the man. Tribally, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand that.
Yeah. So, some people may have very strong cultural loyalties and they may not want their women, for example, to go to a tribe that maybe they might have some cultural differences with. So I understand Africana's point of view in regards to the tribal and now it's also religious, but there were also tribal and religious boundaries that prevented people from marrying each other, but also that allowed them to marry within each other because there were some tribes that just could not get along and they said this tribe cannot marry into this tribe. And there were tribes that people would marry within each tribe with certain tribes. So there were tribes that could marry with each other and some tribes that could not. So it also went with knowing, what each tribe was about, and also part of that investigative process. Were you comfortable letting your daughter, become a part of this tribe, or were you okay with the differences? So, yeah, that's a fair comment. Yeah.
Yeah. So will you marry outside your tribe, Tanzania?
Oh wow, you're putting me on the spot, but yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with it. And
Because
that's
then
where
you would not forget who you are, and you would not deny your children of your heritage.
yeah.
My thing is,
So
why can't you have love for both? Why is there only love for this side or these people or that? And then,
well, I think that at the base of it, everybody is loyal to their tribe or everybody's comfortable with their way of life. And so going and you do have to give up some part of yourself if you're going to belong to a different tribe or you're going to go to a different religion. So you do have to give something up. But that's the sacrifice that you're willing to give. Is what you're going to give up enough for what you're going to get in return? So for some people, they didn't feel that way. And for some people, they were okay with it because they felt that what they were getting was a fair exchange. So,
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I don't know. I feel. I wish. I don't know. I wish more ladies could maybe come to the conversation, guys. Because these are actually interesting issues that are happening in the continent right now. Like also like I was going to say it. I don't know if it's controversial, Tanzan, but you told me that I should wait 2 hours or something, and I've waited. So so I'm just yeah, I'm going to say it, but
let me
yeah,
no, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, like the issue with circumcised and uncircumcised men. Like, this is just
Okay, I
like,
guess we have reached the 2 hour mark. So
yeah. But nah, man, this is okay. This is a tribal. This is a ethnic issue, and this is also I don't know the other. I
well, you
don't
know what?
know.
To me, the bottom line, all this is me being a Westerner and seeing what the West is, it's almost the same thing that we're dealing with over here. It to me, it always boils down to a divide and conquer issue. We're going to put everybody in these little buckets. If you're on this bucket and you're on the other bucket, that bucket can't talk to this bucket because that bucket is white. This bucket is red. Oh wait, there's a green bucket. Oh well, we don't like the green bucket at all. So no, not all these groups are not fighting. And then you pull back the curtain and say, well, what do you believe in, red bucket? What do you believe in, white bucket? What do you believe in, green bucket? You all believe in the same thing, but oh wait, but I live over here. I live over here. And it just to me, it's just total nonsense because if we're supposed to be based upon religion and God tells us to love everybody, shouldn't you love people who look like you? Because you can love everybody else, but I can't love somebody who looks like me. Or if you're gonna do wrong, to someone, I'm not gonna do wrong to anybody else, but I will do something wrong to somebody who, okay, you're not in my group, but you live 2 doors down from me. I can do wrong to you, and that's okay. It's the morality. Where is our moral? Where is our unity? Where is our common dignity and decency? What happened to all that?
Well, like you said, it's easier, you want somebody who looks like you. And some people also want somebody who shares the same culture, beliefs, traditions as you. So for some people, for them, they feel more comfortable marrying within their tribe, the people who they don't have to explain certain things to and who just know what the rules and regulations are. Because also within every tribe, they have different customs, different ways of doing things, so you don't have to learn. Let's say you're from this tribe A and you marry a guy from tribe A, there's not going to be a lot of discussion about what needs to happen because you both understand each other. But let's say you're from tribe A and you marry into tribe B, as a woman, you will have to learn to do things a new way. And a lot of the times, it was actually the your female relations who your new in-laws who teach you, things like that. Your mother-in-law, your sisters-in-law, and so on. So they would teach you. So it was also you willing. If you were willing to marry outside of your tribe, you also had to be willing to learn new things, to new ways of doing things. You had to learn a whole new culture. Well, not whole new culture. There were similarities between certain tribes, obviously, but you had to learn to do things a certain way. Let's say you knew how to cook a certain kind of food, you had to learn, a new way to cook it, or different ways to cook different foods. So there was a willingness. If you had that willingness to learn something that was outside your comfort zone, then yeah, you wouldn't have such a big problem. But if you're used to doing things a certain way, then you wouldn't be so receptive to going to somebody and starting all over again. But for some people too, that was an adventure. Maybe they were tired of the way things were in their community and they wanted to have adventure and try something else. So yeah, there are some things that are for individual women, and there are things that are for the community. But once you as a woman joined that community, then you're no longer an individual woman and you had to learn how to fit into your new community. Whereas in the past you were a woman but you had to fit in your old community, but that whole willingness of being able to become a part of community was endemic. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but it was characteristics of both tribes, that you as a woman or a man, you had to learn to be part of our community. There was not, well, I'm going to do it this way and that's that. It was a way that you had to learn what the new rules were and to follow them. Tezi, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Yeah. Actually, if I could also add to that,
But the thing is, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I feel weird, but it appears that I'm going to have to talk for my African sisters. But yeah, they also women in Africa, they also have a different. I see people talking about their preferences here, and women in Africa actually have another dimension, and they have tribal preferences. And when they talk about, maybe when they look at men from this culture and men from, they feel like they resonate well from, because men in this tribe have this type of culture, and they see that maybe men from their tribe, they like, no, I don't like this culture from my tribe, but I like that the men in that tribe, they like to do this. This is what they do, this is their culture, and they resonate with that, and so they have actual tribal preferences. Like, oh, I would like to get a man from this tribe because this is what they do. This is how they maybe they treat their women, or this is how they are. They are much more. Some tribal men are much more liberal. Some tribes are much more conservative. So you find these are just different dynamics that women in Africa actually face. And so when they talk about preferences, they also have this type of preference. Like they just choose, like, you know what, I like men from that tribe because they tend to do this. This is their culture with women, you know. And also, I brought the point. I know it's a yeah, it's not, it might be a rated point, but yeah, there's also this thing, like, I'm just going to say it, like the circumcised and uncircumcised men. Like there are tribes that men don't circumcise, and there are tribes that men circumcise, right? So even women tend to look at these things too. So these are just one of the dynamics. I'm just putting out there that yeah, if a woman is from who's living in the continent, and who understands this, who can even explain this further, who is in the comment section, come on, join and tell us and educate us. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the things that you both have said, it makes absolute sense. But then I'm still pulling it back a little bit. Is that not with any relationship, no matter where you are? If you are meeting someone and you guys decide to get married, a lot of times you got to do certain things to please his mother. She does things this way. These are, the cousins, the uncles, the father. So you're changing a bit of who you are in order to assimilate into this new family, and vice versa. He's probably doing the same thing because my mom expect these things, my dad expect those things. So even though it's at a small scale, those things have to be done anyway to blend, because you're blending two families, you're blending two personalities together, and there's going to be a give and take. I don't know, maybe you guys can tell me
BJ,
what's
can you read the
successful.
comment that Marcian just put up? I put up his comment. He said that the tribe and religion thing is still considered an important question when considering marriage. The lady is expected to marry into the man's tribe and culture, while the man isn't expected to. What do you think about that?
See, with religion is so tricky.
Well, let's put aside religion for now. Let's put aside religion, just the tribe thing. That in the tribe thing,
but see,
the
to
lady is
me, it's
expected.
like,
So it's
how
not
do
a give
you
and take.
how
It's
do
more of
you
a
marry somebody that you have no respect for their culture? You telling me to leave everything that was me, but you say you love me and you want to be with me, but you saying, I mean, I understand you have to assimilate because now you're living in this new tribe, but you see that's where it gets tricky. Because now I'm leaving everything that I know to now join you, and I understand how I love and respect you, but all those things you tell me to leave, that's what made me who I am. So if you love me, how can you not accept those parts of me?
See, that's the type of reasoning that a woman who will marry within her own tribe. You see, now you're understanding that now, like BJ, if you are coming, you probably will marry maybe within your own tribe because you don't want to, you still like your culture and you don't want to change your culture or something like that. But there are women who are actually willing to do that. There are women who are actually, you know what, I'm joining this other culture, and this is just, just who I am, because that's how it used to be from the past. Just that's how it is in Africa. That is just how. I don't know, Tanzan. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, firstly, it's not that somebody does not respect where you're from. They just expect that you will come and be a part of theirs. So that's where it's not a forced you have to go. That's why, as a woman in the traditional African society, you did have a choice. you could marry the person from your tribe, and the person from your tribe would have the same rules, regulations, customs, traditions, all of that. So you wouldn't have to learn anything new. And in fact, during the period of puberty, initiation, all of that, a man was taught what was expected of him, including, as a husband, they provide all of that, everything expected from him, and he was taught through the rites of initiation to be that man. And the woman, same thing. She was taught by her older relations, her mother, her aunties, grandmothers, what she was expected of her, what the rules and regulations were. So once you reach the age of marriage, you already knew what was expected of you, both of you as a man and a woman. So coming from the same tribe, it would have been very easy to find somebody who already knew what you knew. They're part of it as a man and you're part of it as a woman. And, getting together and building a family would have been very, very easy. Well, not very easy, obviously, but it would be to be more seamless than, say, if you got married into a different tribe. So,
right.
Yes. So you as a woman, you had to decide for yourself whether what you had grown up with and what was expected of you and a man from your tribe was something that you were comfortable with, that you enjoyed, that you would be able to perform. And if that was so, then you easily, very easily found a man from your tribe, and you'd, start a family and so on. But there was also marriage between two tribes. And if you found somebody that you fancied and he was from a different tribe, you'd have to consider, well, what is their tribe about? And like on the first show, we talk about the, investigation, the rights of marriage. For nearly every society, there was that period where both the man and the woman would go to the family of the opposite person and find out about, their reputation, their character, their customs. They would talk to the neighbors, people who know them, all of that. So even within your tribe, you had to find out, whether the man was somebody that you would be compatible with or would be compatible with your family. Because like we said, marriage was a family a tradition. It was a union between two families, not just two individuals. So whether within
So
the tribe,
if they went to a different tribe, they wouldn't
they
do the
would still
same.
do that. No, they would still do that. So within the tribe, they would do that. And if you're marrying from a different tribe, that would make the job a little bit more, extensive, but it would still happen. You would go to somebody's tribe and find out what were their traditions, what was the, expected of the women in that tradition, what the men were like in that tribe, what, was expected of them. And then you'd weigh all those options and you as a woman, try to figure out, is this what I want? Do I want to go into this set of rules with this new, set of people? So that is what you'd have to do. And the same thing with them. They would come into your tribe and they would find out, what kind of people you guys were, what kind of traditions you practice, and whether, you as a woman was fit to become a part of their community. And your tribe would also say the same. Is this a person that we want to give our daughter to? Are we going to trust this other tribe to take care of our daughter the same way that we take care of our own daughters, or those who marry within our tribe? So it was not just oh, well, I'm just going to go and give everything up. You'd have to know what you're giving up and what you're getting in return. But at the bottom of the line is, you would have to become part of that tribe, but the man was not expected to become, to adopt your culture and your tribes and all of that stuff. So you would have to adopt that, but you'd have to know what it is that you're going into before you went into it. So do you understand? It was not equal expectation of the man and
But
the
the
woman.
thing, I could totally respect it, because again, it's still at the end of the day your choice, and you're not forced
Yeah,
to
it's
feel
the
that.
choice. Yeah, nobody was forced into it. Well, when in some cases, but you tribe to tribe, you're not forced into it. You found somebody, like I said, you'd meet somebody, or you found somebody who was from a different tribe, and you liked them, and you're considering being with them. So you had to take all these things into consideration. Before we continue, let's take some time to welcome the voice of reason, the great Big E, and
Hello, Maggie.
welcome. Hi, Biggie. Biggie. Oh man, what's happening today?
I was saying good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Oh, good. Okay. We
Now
hear
you can hear me. I was talking
Yeah.
on mute.
Oh, sorry.
I heard you, BJ, saying hello. I heard you. Just I was on mute, but again, Danzan, you bring in some subject. I hear bits and pieces in between, but just my thought when it comes to marriage. Marriage it has to be valued by both that's going to enter into a marriage. It is a part where it's a unification between a man and a woman. Okay, that once we put that out of the way, the understanding is that are you okay with it? When it comes into fixed marriages, into certain things that's going to get done is, like I always said, a good background check. Okay, and that background check, like you said, you know, if you're going to go intra-tribal, there will be somebody from that tribe that can explain it all. So make sure that you understand, like you said, what kind of marriage you're entering. But sometimes when it's fixed marriage, because of different reasons, it can be land issues, okay, a marriage of convenience. Uh, those can be really dealt with exceptionally. Okay, it's not across all Africa, but there's still, some issues occur between families, and how to fix it. They bring the two into marriage. Okay, so this is something that's being like forced into that, and there's no way to save the tribal. Each will be engaged into getting married. So these are a few exceptions out there. Very, very hard to really say this is right, this is wrong, because the way those those areas deal with a certain situation, and it comes with the elders sitting down and bringing solution to certain dispute. So there's also not to mention a dispute marriage. Okay, at the same time, are we going to change that? Well, the more we're going to be advanced and start reaching out all Africa and have an understanding on how we're going to be doing, still we cannot eliminate those things. It's very hard. It's something that uh, is going to be ongoing. There's a lot of things that are ongoing. Very hard to separate the culture from the person itself, because it's within the culture. So what I always said is, if it is something that the couple meets, is something else, because you think you're in love, but you're in infatuation. At the same time, there's approval that comes from both families. So I always said a good background check before you get involved. I know you like him, you really, really like him, and in fact, you're falling for him, and then he's really, really falling for her. And these things has to be really thoroughly understood. Yeah, you met, but at the same time, the family will do pretty much a background check whether you like it or not. They're always going to be sourcing out information of the other opposite, and come up with the decision. Like in Ethiopia, there's still a tradition whether they met or they already have something going on. The tradition calls for to send someone, some elders, asking for the hand of their daughters. It never happened, the daughters asking the men, except there's one tribe that the women will pick the men. She's the one she will throw a stick in front of their house, and she will be calling out the men that she wants to marry. And usually, when they get the stick, is an honor. The family honor her quest, and that's the only one tribe that I know. But other than that, the male has to send elders in order to ask for the hand of in marriage. So a good background check, I always said, is always worthwhile. Okay. Um, That's what I would advise on any marriage, whether it's on the continent, outside the continent. Understand who you're marrying, because nowadays divorce is like, oh, you don't like it, you just can walk away. It's just not. It's that's not marriage. The value is not that. The value of marriage to be one. Over time, you really can think the same. Sometimes in certain areas, I notice some couples look alike. They start really resembling like brothers and sisters, and they really act upon each other, caring for one another, and putting a lot of effort to the other instead of themselves. And then in return, the other one, the opposite, would be the same thing. So I would say again, Tanzan, with you, a good background check. You know, a good background check, whether you like it or not, you need it because you don't know who's gonna be. When you marry, actually, you're gonna marry the family. The family is in the marriage all the time. If there's any dispute or anything else, another advice is that two couples has to solve it no matter what. They got to close their door. Not even gossip about it. Not even to your friend, to your brother, to your sister. You keep it. Okay. If the woman is able to do that and the man is able to have a closed door discussion with his wife, you will have a very lasting marriage because now you know how to deal with issues. That's what I put in my sense of all what I heard. Thank you, Tanzania.
No, no. Very well said. Very well said. And in regards to, let me just answer Time Up's question, asking what are you looking from men? Is this question for women? Well, this question is for women, but it affects both men and women. Just like last week, the previous week's show, we had the discussion, what do men want? But the women also had a lot of say in it. This is not a passive discussion; it's an active one from both sides. So, the question is for women, what do women want? But at the same time, we also have to ask the men, what do you think women want? It's a question for both sides. The women can answer what they want from men, and the men can also say what they think women want, because sometimes what people say is not what what they do. Like earlier when we were talking about love and money, women can say, oh, they want a man who knows and understands them, who's honest, and so on and so forth. But the men might feel, well, they're just saying that until they get your money, or they're just saying that until they get, the ring or whatever. So it's a discussion that goes from both sides. We want to hear from both sides, both from the point of view of the women and from the point of view of the men. So that is why we have both sides to come and speak their minds. And so, Biggie, let me just put you on the spot right now. For you, if you had to answer the question, what do you think women want, or what do you think women are looking for?
Somebody that says yes. Happy wife, happy wife, happy life. The first thing a man should say, whether you like it or not, she'll ask you a question or a favor, whatever that might be. You got to say yes, dear. It doesn't make you less than her. The minute you say yes, yes.
Is it hard for you to say it?
No, I got trained. Put it that way. I got trained. I'll tell you a little story about my side. Okay, here I am, ready to get married and everything else. I got my best man and everything else. I told you the story before, but I'll repeat it again. The first thing he asked me, are you ready to get married? I said, man, what's wrong with you? We got everything set up. Do you think I'm going to be joking? Well, I'm not talking about being cold feet, but I'm talking about, are you ready? I said, yeah, I'm ready. I really love her. I really want to spend the rest of my life with her and everything else, all the blah, blah, blah. And then he said, are you ready? Because he's not answering me the question. I'm like, man, what else you want me to ask? Are you willing to say yes every time she's going to ask you something? It dawned on me, and I'm like, what? There's such thing? Because you don't, you don't. You never think about it. Sometimes, I'll be talking my heart, what I think, even though, I'm trying to justify the situation, right? But again, he said, don't even think about those justification. If you know you're ready to say yes, yes, you can get married. But if you're going to argue, justify it, try to be logical, try to do this, it's not going to work. So I said, what do you mean? He explained me. You remember the first time that I went and I started saying no? That woman threw me out with the 2 luggages out. So I started saying yes. All my luggage and plus were in the house. So she even gave me babies. so he taught me.
Vicky, are you still ready?
I'm always with my wife. I'm always, no matter what, because you know what? There's this thing, women kind of think something that's usually they think deep than the men. When it comes to household stuff, family stuff, leave that alone. Let her do what she does best. You understand? It's something that you show respect and honor her. When you say yes, it doesn't make you a weak man. It doesn't make you. Like a lot of people ask, well, there's certain thing that you should say no. No, there's something that she knows I would say no by my action of how I handle certain things. So she wouldn't ask me or dare saying something that is beyond my capacity. She will say certain things and you execute. You know what I mean? And you've been doing it before. There's no reason now to say no. You see what I'm saying? There's no excuse. Unless she knows I'm about to leave and I'm about to do something else. Other than that, and one thing we learn is, like I said, is close your door and discuss among between the two. You never involve a third person. Okay, it doesn't matter whether your sister, your brother, your friend. You don't get nobody involved. You keep it to yourself, and that is part of your agreement. And there are certain things that over time we start ruling things. We don't talk about certain things in the evening. Okay, the evening is between me, my wife, and the children. You understand? I'm not going to interfere to bring bills issue or any financial issue or anything that comes. No, that it can wait the next morning because you're not going to sleep well because you create a little chaos. You have no way to resolve it overnight. So there are certain things that you're going to keep for tomorrow in the daytime. You have longer time to deal with it. But if you bring anything that you cannot deal immediately and you throw it after 6 p.m., everything is done. Okay? Now you're looking forward sharing this nice evening, put it that way. An evening where you can share what happened all day. I'm lucky enough that my wife always worked along with me around, so she knows what went on during the day. So it keeps me. But some people, when it comes to a different schedule, different timing, and then at that best time where they can share a meal, where they can share a good time together, they'll bring something that's going to be very argumentative. You know what I mean? You gotta avoid those pitfalls. And then even if you have to tell her, wait the next morning. Don't just blur it out because it's gonna ruin your day. And the more of these days start happening, the more detached you become from each other because you have this bad taste about each other. And then you have to reconvene again and make sure that you discuss the issue and never happen again. So there are certain rules, that couples have to adhere. And one of the things that I advise is never bring anything that concerns finances or trying to venture on a business or you want to do this, anything financial, anything that's going to be really bringing. But on the discussion, you can bring something about, about what the couple's supposed to do, having a nice dinner and talk about on how to enrich their lives. You don't have to talk about it, but your action right there, being there together, having a family, if you have kids and everything else, that promotes a very healthy way because the kids would learn from that how their evening is being spent. Is that a more evening that parents were arguing, or had an argument? Because sometimes parents, when they argue, they ignore the kids, and it affects the life of the future generation. So we should have any discussion without the kids around if it is a very heavy argument. But some of the discussion, if they are healthy, promotional, I love the kids to hear because the kids will take that the right side. So this is how I answer. You got to say yes. That's the first thing you're going to learn because it doesn't make you less than her. You're honoring her. That's your better half.
Okay, okay. Well, you seem to have some agreement from Common Man 80. He says, when I move to the continent of Africa and marry my wife, I will expect her to teach her children everything she knows about the African culture. She will know far more than me. So, yeah, there are some areas that women just are better at, when it comes to nurturing the children, when it comes to, picking the fabric or, the house decorations, things like that. She may have a better command of it. And yeah, let's see. I
It's so
think.
funny. I didn't read that. I did not read that. But again, that's one thing that I put that part of culture when it
Mhm.
comes to the kids, and then I take my boy and I'm gonna do something else about the boys stuff. You know what I mean? So really, the general culture, what do you call it, the way of life of the culture is always better given if she's really good at it. Also, she'll give them a good information. The way you salute, the way you respect your elderly, all these basic ethics. Ethics is there. The way the way the female sits, the way they do certain things, to make sure that that is really passed on to the kids. Yeah, I didn't read that one, but he's right.
Here's another one from Senuti, another fan. She says that you're a good listener and you say that you trained well.
I
Respect.
told
Okay.
you, I'm trained well. I'm trained well.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Sanity. Thank you, Sanu.
Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, Mega is about to leave. Thanks for being here. Goodbye. Have a lovely, like you always say, afternoon, morning, evening. Yeah. Whichever one of those. I wish. Thank you. Fruits at Life says that, damn, you have quite a few fans in the section. Fruits at Life says you can tell he's an amazing husband and father. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So, yeah, you're getting your props today. Marcian, the cynical, is about to leave us. So, good night, Marcian. Good to have you. Hope you join us again tomorrow. We have shows every around this time tomorrow also. Wednesdays. You know what? Wednesday, just be here at the same time or earlier tomorrow and have your notifications on, have your bell and all that. So we're back on this week and it's going to be great. And Biggie is also going to be on Wednesday day, Biggie, on Saturdays.
Saturdays.
Saturdays, yes, good. I was correct.
Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday.
Saturday. Okay, okay. So, we'll see you guys here often. Senuti says, I think if I was to give men in Africa advice, relationship is a two-way street. Respect your woman and listen to her. Don't feel because you're the man of the house, everything you say goes. Okay. Yes, I think somebody said something earlier. I think it was Maggie about the what women are looking for is a man who understands and knows women. So part of understanding and knowing is listening to somebody. You should listen to your woman respectfully, and yeah, that's one of the great secrets. It's not really a secret because there you have it now. The women have told you, and oh, okay. It's 5:50 p.m. on the East Coast. Oh, okay, okay. So you guys are still early evening, and Fruits
Yeah.
and Life and Tea. I definitely agree that you're good at what you do. And for the men, yeah, listen to the man who actually has success. If you want to know what women want, find out a man who knows what women wants and who actually has a woman. So
Yeah,
yeah, just saying.
there's a saying. There's a saying, Tanzania.
Hmm.
Behind a successful man, there's a woman.
Yeah,
Yes. My success is through my wife because she
that's
supports what I want to make for our family. Whatever I want to do the best for the family. Yes, you
mhm,
give me the honor as the head of the household. At the same time, you share our ideas. And when it
mhm,
comes to certain things, she just leave
mhm.
it alone. To me,
Oh, that's better. I don't know what you did there,
it's
but it definitely improved.
that's, she's on the background supporting me and
Okay, good.
encouraging me, and
Mhm.
including certain things that a lot of men are going to be jealous about. This is that since I'm busy, I don't
Mhm,
have time to eat. Sometimes I forget, you know. But she
mhm.
comes with the food and makes sure that I eat.
Okay, yeah.
That's how you can extend when you start understanding each other and sharing each other. It's a shared responsibility with respect. It's not something I say, "Oh, I'm the man of the house. I got to do this, do this." Yeah, I can have me a slave. You know, that's not the marriage. A marriage is equal. You are one.
Mhm.
She becomes one. When it comes right, when you enter that marriage, it's your half, and she got your half. So understand that marriage is not a joke.
And
Marriage,
if she's one with you, you're gonna take care of her as well as you're gonna take care of yourself, and vice versa, because you don't
I-
want to not take care of yourself. We're one.
it's, exactly. It has to be. It becomes natural after you understand those. The word yes. When you say yes, the word yes has a lot of impact when it comes to women, because I listen. You see, sometimes whether I do it or not, that's another thing. Okay, since I said yes, there's no argument. There's no argument. There's no other sentences that comes out from me or from her. I said yes, and it's like when she look at you is for a while. The first time you're like, what's up with this? But after when she gets to you used to it, then she has no argument. You say yes, whether I do it or not, it doesn't matter. And if I don't do it, she's there with me. She knows exactly how the time is spent, so
So
she
so
doesn't bring the argument.
so Biggie, is it men's problem because they're choosing making the wrong choices and they can't trust the person they're with to say yes to? Because it
What?
seems like we always hear this conflict about, well, women just want the money and they're just out to use me, but it's like that doesn't your description of your wife is none of that. Is
None,
absolutely none of that.
none. Yeah,
So you have no problem
actually,
saying yes to what, because what she's asking for is going
I,
to improve
I,
and benefit you.
absolutely. And then guess what? The fact that you know women always been targeted and said, oh, she's a gold digger. If she's a gold digger, she's good for the marriage. You see what I'm saying?
You said if she's a gold
Already,
digger, it's good.
gold digger, is she good for marriage? No, she's just looking for the money. But if I got billions of dollars, okay, and she entered the marriage, eventually she's gonna learn because she's got everything she wants. She got everything she wants when it comes to really spending the money. Okay, but again, I'm gonna come back to a normal relationship entering a marriage. Okay, what happened is when you start doing your finance together, when you start understanding where things goes, she knows exactly what's going on because she sees it and she knows where things need to be spent. And anything that she's going to be spending in the house. And at the same time, I'll say, hey, You didn't pick up anything. She'll pick up a T-shirt for me, but she didn't pick up anything for herself. You understand? Even though I told her, hey, there's this that you can get. But again, it's just how you spent your quality time balancing all this in life. One thing that destroy a marriage is unfaithfulness, finance. Okay, these are the major two that really can break a marriage. And the other one is communication. So these three are very important into making a harmonious relationship. If you understand where you're at in financially, how you handling your businesses as couple, okay, that is balanced. Then you have the uh, faithfulness. You got to be faithful. If you're unfaithful, don't expect it to work because it's not going to work. I guarantee you that. Because after that, things comes also very abusive. Once this unfaithfulness kicks in, there'll be undermining one or the other. Like what are you gonna do? You're not gonna do anything. Things like that start happening, and eventually it's gonna get very frustrating. The marriage is in stress, and then the communication. That's one that puts the finance out and the unfaithfulness out because you're communicating. It keeps the two that are so negative and high impact in nowadays issue because somebody's comparing their life. One thing, do not envy your neighbor, right? That's one of the things. Do not envy what your friend has. If your friend is driving a Lamborghini, he cannot even afford a Fiat. Don't try to get uh, the latest Lamborghini. Put it that way. Right there, it's not balanced. Women love to look good. Okay, you got to support them. You got to support them to look good. Whatever that they feel that makes them comfortable and they're happy about it, you have to give them the leeway because the beauty comes to you. She's beautifying herself. She's maintaining herself for herself, for me, and the kids. So what happened? The kids grows that way. They see that you got to take care of yourself. Because she's married, she's not going to be just losing everything and not doing anything. My wife works out every day. Okay, she always maintain her health. She promotes that. So guess what? The kids follow. Except me, I do it part time now. But still, she motivated me to do some work. You understand? So
Right.
that's how marriage goes. The communication is important. The finance is important, and the being faithful, be honest, and actually be brutally honest. If you see something that is not right, that gives you also as the respect the man of the house because she respects you as such. She listens to your advice. Sometimes, we men tend to be a little bit stubborn because we see things a little bit different. Especially, we're very logical, but when it comes to certain emotional things, I think we're out of luck in that department. You know what I mean? A woman will see that. Woman has the understanding, and so you leave those alone because that's the best in their department. So communication, finance straight, and being faithful. That marriage will rock to lifetimes. And sometimes do not have your guard up like, oh, it's gonna hurt me. Oh, if you're gonna get in this kind of relationship to get married with, don't even do it. Don't even do it. If you are competitive to your men, or the man is competitive with the wife, with a woman, is not gonna work. You have to be humbly respecting one another, and that's how you're gonna march together. You don't leave anybody behind. You don't leave her behind, or you don't leave him behind. And there are certain relationship where the man is making less than a woman. Okay, doesn't mean if the communication is straight, it doesn't mean that he's lower, but she still respects him as the man of the household. Not because she earns more, she's gonna put him down. Because guess what? She's putting herself down because that's her better half. She married that. This is something that a lot of people don't understand. Finances can get crazy, and a lot of people say, "Oh, she's spending this money and everything." Right? Listen, for me, I got about 3, 4 shoes. A couple suits out there, shirt, underwear, and t-shirts, and I'm good to go. You understand? But women has a lot more needs. As a female, there are certain needs that we men don't use. I'm not going to describe them, but you women out there, you got a lot more because you can see a man who have a jeans and nice shoes. One of the things is I love shoes. Okay, you just make sure that you dress right. For whatever. Other than that, we're very easygoing. We don't. All my clothes and everything else that I do, she'll go when she goes shopping. We go together, or I don't go with her. I just say just pick one. She knows exactly what to pick. She even knows my exact size.
And you forget, Biggie, you guys can wear the same T-shirt 3 days in a row, and no one will judge you. We can't wear the same shoes 3 days in a row.
No, you know what I'm saying. We just I don't know the simplest. And then when it comes to finance, when men start going, "No, man, she's good, this, then that, and that," and I'm like, listen, because you're not out there, you don't go shopping as you're supposed to be doing. Okay, you're not going out there even to see the sticker price. You know what I'm saying? Why are you shocked that your suit used to be $700, now it's $1,400? Okay, so how are you just gonna say, "Oh my God, she spent on a very expensive suit"? Guess what? You're the one that's wearing it. You don't see it. You see, the only thing you see is, "Oh man, she just went and spent it." But if you really did your budget and you did everything, if there's some extras and she sees that, she will spend the extra, and guess what? She will spend it on the family. It's just your way you're gonna communicate. Communication and putting your finance straight will give you really a good, healthy start. Do not expect to go on like 50-50. I've seen some marriages, "Oh, she goes 50, I'm going 50. And I always count and said, how long is it going to last? It never worked that way.
Biggie,
So
do you think there's a difference between what traditional or African women wanted in the past and what their expectation is in the modern times? Or do you think that women still just want the same things?
it's the same thing. It's just the standard of living. You know what I mean? The way of standard of living, it goes out. In even in the continent, there's certain, like I said, woman has her need, and men has to respect that. You see what I mean? You don't just jump on everything and, "Oh, she did this." No, that's her business. Respect that, because she's the one that's going to be backing you up. She's going to be there for you, and 100%. I believe that, and it's working. I mean, it's something that is proven, and I wish Johnny Johnson can join on this conversation, because look at his marriage. It's all the last time we spoke about it was a communication. This is how we do things. Women do things differently than men. Okay, for me, I can be in the house, maybe not to eat. I'm hungry. I'm probably eat, but I'm not gonna have that really regular schedule per se. That keep you straight on timing wise, because my whole day is pretty much occupied. You know what I mean? So these are the things that you need as communication. So the one in Africa has the same need, and there are certain things on her wish list. You understand? And if the male that she married with, if he doesn't let her have it, she would say, okay, maybe, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's not, if it is always, again, what's the word that I say? Yes, yes, yes will make her happy. No, 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 make her really looking at you differently. Okay. So she's always going to be thinking, I don't think this man is caring for me or he doesn't listen to me. But if he says no one time and then say yes, 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 no one time, then she start balancing. She start understanding where the no is. You see what I mean? And she will quickly adjust to that. When they come in to U.S. or any other foreign country, now the the standard of living is different. The the things that are bling bling or things that they see is different. So you can balance it out, you know, because even in Africa, there's certain bling bling that are in that same level for within the area they live. But again, yes, the standard is the same. It's just communication. Good communication will do a good job. Even arranged marriage that I've witnessed, they had uh, they had this put down, laid it out, what they need, and they were ready to uh, procreate, put it that way, having babies and everything else. They understood what's important, and right now they're about
So Vicky,
40 years.
even with arranged marriages, it sounds like everything you're saying, everyone has a common sense of value and standards. And I think what's happening over here in the West is we don't all that has been corroded away.
Yes,
Principles are what,
Before
even the culture, even the culture.
let me interrupt you for a second. Let's welcome Sister Senuti to the chat. Welcome, Senuti.
Thank, thank you, Tanzan. How are you, everybody? How are you,
hey, how's
Tanzan?
it going?
Hi, Biggie. How's everybody?
Hi,
Hi, BG.
hi, Sanu. I'm glad you joined.
Glad
How are
Yes,
you?
thank you so
welcome.
much. But how are you?
Very nice. And I say thank you for the
Oh, you're
compliment.
very welcome. Welcome. Good man. Good man.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I go
So
ahead and add something,
Yeah,
or
go
yes,
ahead.
should I
Go
wait?
ahead.
go ahead. We're
Yeah.
listening.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, just my talk about 2 cents. You see, with the last question that you asked, Tanzan, if let's say what Biggie was saying, right? Does it relate to women on the continent traditionally, right? Or does it apply, or should be treated differently, women that, African women or women, black women that were raised in the West or have that Western mentality? I think something like that you were saying, right? Just to add to that, I would say, can
Yes.
you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would
Yeah, we
just
can
say,
hear you. Go ahead.
yeah, I would just, yeah. So I would just say that's a really, really important, uh, I guess, not division, but a point to make, because women, African women that or Black women that are raised in the West or born in the West, you know, we sometimes get caught up with the Western way. And the Western way, remember, we as Africans don't have control over how the culture or how things are presented or commercialized. Everything in the West is about women's rights, right? In the name of women's right. Women, we should believe everything women say, women, 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 women. And back in the days before I knew better, I was one of those. Like, you just think like, you're a feminist, this and that, so we think we don't need a man. We could do things the way I'm working. I can be self-sufficient. I don't need a man. Like, if you fight with your partner, you will be like, I don't need you. I could do things on my own. Like, what do I need you for? those kind of talks would come up, right? But and this is we're conditioned to think like that sometimes. Actually, we are conditioned to think like that in the West. Even like young families that come from Africa, as soon as they set their foot here, they think, okay, it's a woman's right. Like I should speak. I should be able to speak what I want to say. They don't have to listen to my husband. The government's gonna help me get my rights. But really, what the government is doing is breaking your marriage. Now, it's definitely a two-way street. We should definitely have that cultural base and listen to each other, build a relationship. Because once you're married, it's not about me only or about you only. It's about both of us. And if we have children, it's also about the kids and our future together. We should support each other. That's what it should be about, right? But sometimes here, money gets in the way, material stuff, really the material stuff. If your head is not, if you're not leveled and then you're just focusing on material or the type of ring that you get or, material, that can break your marriage for sure. If your husband or your partner is stressed and he's not making the money that you're making, that could also be another, because everything's about money in the West. Everything's about what you make. We have bills to pay, a lot of things. So money does get in the way. So I think if you have that cultural base, like a cultural base, and you don't make everything about money, your relationship will go a long way. And so I think in Africa, yes, material is getting in the way, like especially developing countries, like places like Ethiopia, places like Kenya, right? So places like, where the West is very
heavily influencing.
They have their footprints there, right? So we get influenced by what people drive, the way they dress, and really inside they're empty, to be honest, So sometimes we got to go to the basic, and I think Africans or Black people in general, I think most of us are more conservative. That's what I think, coming from,
It's true.
I think, right?
No, it's true. It's been proven that that's the case.
Yeah, like traditionally, if you go back in history, we're more conservative. So nowadays you see, these ladies, the way they dress, I'm not putting them down, to each his own, but like cover your goods, you know what I mean? Like that should be, it's not even for your man, it's for your self-respect. You as a woman, as a female, so know your worth, shaking your behind and all that, and showing your cleavage, all that, it shows that you're cheap, in my opinion, right? So it's how you carry yourself. It doesn't matter if it's here on the continent, it's the way you carry yourself. It's how if you love yourself, respect yourself, then your partner will too, right? And your children that's looking up to you will too. And then having that base, culture is very important. I think as Africans, we're very cultural people. We might be lost at some point down the road, but we always come back to our culture. So the culture, our family, having that family base, having our two parents raising us, that also has to do it. And then in the West, purposely, they divide us purposely. I had mentioned this before, in Ontario, they're actually building apartments, subsidized homes, really nice condominiums for only single moms. So does this tell you something? So if I have a husband, I can't, even if I'm struggling financially, I can't even qualify to be in that nice apartment. So it's kind of like either I have to be separated or I have to hide to say that I'm single or something like that. They create these things purposely, and I'm sure BJ, you could probably attest to this. In America, what the African immigrant has gone through the 80s and 70s, right?
Long before then, long before,
right? Yeah, how they try to separate the man and the women, and why they are the way they are right now, right? So many things that we could We could look at
Because
history and why it is what
the
it is.
thing is that Sanity and I am on the other side. And I would pray that you guys can learn from what we're dealing with, because we could see, like what she's just saying, like now that things are developing in certain areas, they want to push this feminism upon everybody. But to me, it's not even feminism, because again, if you're a feminist, shouldn't you not have respect for yourself and hold yourself to a higher standard? But yet they're showing all this women half dressed and all this other, and over sexualizing everything and saying that's the norm. And you know, the men here left the family long before the 60s. And so one side of it, yeah, we need some people need assistance, but at the same time, you have to break up the family, because again, public housing began like at the turn of the last century, and it was African Americans were not included in that, but they were not trying to break up the family there. So they twist things and morph things into always our self-destruction. And, you know, there wasn't a time that women didn't work. There wasn't a time, in many instances, that men did not make more than their wives. Many times, men could not even find a job here in America. But the family was still a lot stronger then than now it is. So that means somehow our concept of what marriage is, what a relationship is, what love is, has been morphed into a commodity. And if you ain't holding the bag, then I don't have time for you. And on one side of it, I understand, because a lot of times people have gone into, you know, they saw their mothers, their grandmothers, their aunties being abused, seeing them, you know, mistreated, seeing that he had a you know, I don't know if any guys have seen the article where the 33-year-old truck driver has 34 kids by 11 women, and it's almost like you feel like he should be held as a hero. These are images that are being pushed down on our kids, thinking, "Oh, okay, I can have all that. That's what I want. Oh yeah, I can have kids and I have to be responsible for that's my goal." And if they keep pushing that agenda, if you guys latch onto it, your whole family structure will be depleted in a matter of minutes.
I agree. Yeah, great.
I thought that was the polygamy that we had discussion 3 weeks ago.
No, let's not open that one.
No, because he was married to none of them. He was married to none of them.
No. BJ, remember that conversation when she
oh yeah.
But forget it. This guy will get it. You know, just we got.
But see, they push those.
You know, we got.
Constantly show this is what you should do. This is what you're supposed to be. If you want somebody to put the fake lashes, that looks like you know long as this and do this, and you'll get somebody. And then half the women still aren't getting anyone. But they keep pushing these images, and we just clapping onto them.
BJ, they've been promoting this separation in the 50s, 60s, actually in the 60s, where they showed a little bit of factory work here, things a shop here. So Uncle Sam said that, hey, I can eat both of them at the same time instead of having all this thing on just with the men working and the women staying at home. And we were procreating more. Average children were like six at a time. So, and then now
who's raising the kids? Because both parents are working. So
the mom was at home. You see, she was raising the kids. Okay, but now they said, wait a minute. You know, we're paying more for the schooling for 6 kids she produced, and we're not getting enough tax out of the men. So they created this environment where the woman can go. It became like a fashion. Oh, you know, I work part-time in JCPenney, or I work part-time here. You know what I'm saying? They make it sound like a fashion. And before you know, the women start really engaging, and there were career women at the time also, but after a certain age of the kids, she still had four kids, 5 kids, and she still pursue her career. But again, they took that advantage. It doesn't mean black or white. It doesn't mean anything. It's just about the money. They want to have more taxpayer money, because they were making too many babies. Okay,
and
they didn't
also
want.
they now, because both parents are working and not in the home, who's raising Johnny? And in the past, like you said, in the 50s and 60s and the 70s, and even some part of the 80s, at least grandma was there to keep an eye on the babies. Now, grandma got to work too. So who's keeping eyes on Johnny and Susie?
Yeah,
So
that was the plan.
The Instagram,
Plans.
pics, and all this other stuff.
Facebook.
Yeah. You know, I think,
Social media.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the minute you have the babies, yes, I understand there's career women that want to pursue the career. But for me, I think somebody has to be home to raise those kids. Somebody has to really follow up with the kids.
Yes.
Because with the kind of technology that we have, it's too late.
They can avoid it. There's no way they can. I can't avoid it, and I'm old as dirt, so I know they can't avoid it.
They cannot afford it. So
avoid it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just something, maybe change the fashion. Change the to a new fashion. Remember, from the 60s to 70s, 80s, the 90s, 2000. You know what I mean? And it keeps changing, and then bringing it back to where the decency were. Okay, and this is about the fashion industry that's selling like crazy now. Now they should start selling something else. You see what I'm saying? It's just those designers that's putting clothes out there, having a collaboration of bringing back the decency. But again, what sells? They're using the old cells, which is the sex. You see what I'm saying?
Well, but the thing is, they produce what's going to sell, and then they get us to buy into it. So then they say, "Oh, well, sex sells," but you keep pushing the sex, because the women walk around half naked did not start until this millennium. Because in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, women still had clothes on. And the ones who didn't, they, we looked at them all sideways crazy. And it's like, oh, you must be a hooker, because look at how you dressing like a hooker. And that was a bad thing. Now, I feel bad for the hookers, because now what are they supposed to wear? Because
listen,
like giving them a run for the
this is why I said I can dress up a woman with $30.
Yeah.
The cost is on the shoes, not the clothing. That was
you
a
don't
friend
want
of
to
mine.
step on the nails.
They're not wearing nothing now. I'm like,
yeah.
I think also women has to really, as a mindset, trying to say, you got to dress down or something like that, because it's the man that's going to pick them up anyway. They think it's going to be fine and dandy until the tick tack time comes. And now you got to get married. If you have the mind to have kids, there's time ticking. And then now when they do your background check, now you fail. You see what I'm talking about?
Right. But see, but men have more power in that as well. If they raise the standard, because everything we do is based upon what we think a man wants, and once we find out he doesn't want that, then we'll shift into something else. If y'all say, "Oh, I don't like this," we'll stop in a matter of a heartbeat. Oh,
that's what I said. Correct me. That's what I said. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put it that way. But again, you're right. It's what we want.
If I could add to that, I kind of disagree with that because the thing is, like, women have a lot of power within themselves. So if they carry themselves, we can't just give whatever they want. If they say dress like a hoe, like, or whatever, I don't think that's the way to do it because men are men, right? But with all due respect, so I think the woman, the way she carries herself, the way I think, especially the music industry, it has a lot to do. The music industry has a big impact, especially the African American music industry, worldwide. It has a big
And
impact,
it's
right?
controlled by men. Men put those
But who are
images
these
out.
men? But who are these men that's controlling? It's not black men. So you know what
No,
I mean?
no,
The
no,
music
no. No, with
industry,
the music industry, that's controlled by the Jewish men and the white men control the ones who make the final decisions at the top. It's not the rappers and the singers that you see out there. They have to fall in
exactly,
line with whatever it's being told to them to do. They don't have as much power as a
exactly,
lot of people think. So it's still the
exactly.
man who controlling those images,
Just
and
to
then
interrupt you,
we
let's
like
put
idiots
that
fall
closing
in
to
line
that
and
was
follow them.
a hidden hand.
But what I want to add to that is that you see the music industry. If you look in the '90s, the '80s, not even '90s, like it was classic. Even the females, the way remember Aaliyah, like the classic ones. You know what I mean?
And
They
and
were
there was a
like
diversity within in this. You had like the Aaliyah, then you had Jill Scott, and you had Queen Latifah.
yes,
So it was not one like everybody in one little bag, and it's the only way you could look
but
and
they
do
were
things.
they carry themselves respectfully. You know what I mean? So and then in the like late '90s, in the 2000s and up, again, the music industry was hijacked taken by these so-called Jews and white
Well, they always do
men,
so.
and
Yeah.
they will not depict how these ladies were dressed. They wouldn't put any dark skinned ladies. They would put some light skin or white women or light skin, and she barely wear anything on. And so this was like sold to the world, to everybody, right? So again, sexualizing everything, right? So taking away our culture, right? The African American culture, and then you know not having any control how it's displayed. Seeing a lot of these LGBTQ nonsense as well with our black men in the music industry, things that they have to do. A lot of people don't know these things, right? So a lot of things are done by design, and they're trying to bring this to the continent. And
Absolutely.
and thank God we have a strong cultural base in the continent, so that nonsense will not fly. You see,
Yeah.
but
And you
it
got
won't
to
fly.
remain strong like that because they play the long game. Because like when you was mentioning it, I forgot. Remember Little Kim? That was the little prototype. They were throwing her out and testing her. She was the one who went like way off the way she would dress, the
And
way
look at
she
her
would
now.
sing,
Yeah.
and she's still trying to wear and dress the same stuff that she did what 20, 30 years ago.
And look at her now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She was a beautiful woman, and now with
Mm-hmm.
all that surgery and all that nonsense, like self hate. That's what I see. That's what
Yeah.
I see it as, self hate.
And
So
also
it's
willing to
being caught
Hold on,
up.
take the
Yeah.
money. I'll
ladies.
do anything for that dollar.
Let me interrupt for just a second. Um, I know you mentioned that the entertainment industry, is controlled by, the outsiders and so on who do manage the taste, and they have managed it to the lowest level. And but also, some say something that is it's a bit of a wrench in the works. He says that we are also the ones in control. The industry follows what we like and what we respond to. The problem with the black music industry is that it doesn't get checked by the community. It is actually approved. So he's saying that it's not so much outsiders, controlling, but it's we who set the motion. What do you think about what he says?
Who you want to answer that?
Well, you can go first if you like.
Okay.
Oh, don't tell me
Okay.
stamp you
To a
too.
certain extent, he has a point. But again, let's look at 19. Probably got the year wrong. 1914, Birth of a Nation. That movie was generated, and it was spearheaded Jim Crow in America. Here's this vicious looking black man who's out to attack the white woman. And everybody took that as, oh, well, we got to go protect our women. They're coming after us, da, da, da. But the real reason why they did it is because the boxer, I can't remember his name right now, but he was dating a white woman. He had all this wealth. He had the cars. He was doing all, because back in 1940 to have the car, it was really expensive. So they were trying to put this image out. And again, once they put an image out, then we latched onto that image. Again, the women were not just like little Kim back in the 90s. A lot of them say, oh, no, this is too much. Da, da, da. The men were, oh, yeah, look at her, da, da, da. But they never stopped. Even though we opposed it, they never stopped. They play the long game. They'll keep pushing it, and they'll push it a little wider and pushing it a little wider and pushing it a little wider. Now, because the entertainment industry, most artists are not making any money in any aspect of it. The only most who can tour will make a little bit of money. So now you're like holding to these people. But when they, I don't know if you guys remember Milli Vanilli, when they did the big hit and everybody loved and found out that they were actually, using somebody else's voice for the CD. But basically that was a precursor to auto-tune. Because then they had these images they could control. When you got a bunch of artists like that who can't really sing, who can't go out there and make money on their own, who don't have a band behind them because you're using these beats or whatever, that means they have total control over this genre, and you are totally inviting to them. So when you're totally inviting someone for your livelihood, and the way Hollywood is, these people, a lot of them come from barely anything to nothing, is going to do whatever they say, okay, in order to keep that coin flowing towards them. So then us, like what Sam is saying, absolutely right. Then we buy into it. Then we become everything that they're showing. Oh, this is what hot. This is what new. This is what everybody has to do. Oh, yeah, I want, this is the latest thing. And you notice, go back to 2005. Could anybody find, I just used the lashes, one of them long lashes in any store? Then all of a sudden, one day somebody says, cool, it's everywhere. You go to the gas station, want to buy some lashes? I mean, so it's constantly just pushed all in your face that you can't escape it. That's how they play their games. And then say, oh yeah, it's you who decided that this should be this. No, we weren't sitting in a boardroom deciding what products to put on the streets.
Okay, good point. But also, just a caveat, while you're saying that they promote the images, there are actually people who participate in them, because you said the birth of a nation, and you mentioned the boxer and who was dating a white woman. So he was, they didn't force that on him. He was actually doing it. They just promoted it. So I think what Sam is saying is that as much as they can promote a certain lifestyle, that we also engage in it. They simply promote, maybe some of the not so savory aspects of it, but that those aspects are still there, even if they're not, prominent.
Right, and we
So
should be held accountable for our participation in it. That's where
yes.
we lack. We need to be held accountable for, why are you doing this? Why are you running around half naked in front of everybody and thinking this is a good thing? Why are you taking a gun, shooting your fellow? We have to, as a community, hold each other accountable for the actions that we make.
Yeah, and I think that's the point he was trying to make, that the problem is that the industry does not get checked by the community. So the community should have more of a say. Instead of simply embracing and consuming the products, we should actually critique it, and with a view to improve it. That goes not just for the present society and culture and community, but also what we always talk about, our heritage and our tradition. We have to look at it. We have to go through all the different aspects of it and see, what is good, what we should keep, what we should deem irrelevant, or what is not useful anymore. and the community needs to make a decision about what we want. For example, the aspect of marriage. Do people still place the same value in marriage as they used to? Do women still value getting married and having children and being a wife? Is that something that we value, or is that something that people have gotten past the necessity of it? So
Tanzan, the thing I would say on everything that you said was absolutely correct, is that what we don't realize is because we are here, our Black newspapers and Black media is practically non-existent. In the past, those were powerful forces in our community. And why I say that is there are people who are protesting. There are people who are in disagreement with it, but their voices are silenced. So because of silence and you don't hear the voices, you think people are not doing anything. And that's the thing that you guys have to look out for, because they will try to silence those who are trying to go up against what they want to become the norm.
Mhm.
So all you do is see the pictures of the Cardis and the Kims and look at all the riches they have. Don't you want to be like that? And don't you want to look like that? And put the long hair and the 5-foot lashes on your face, and this will make you beautiful. Look at this. And without you seeing who is this person, how much is this stuff costing you? Why do you now look at your family as you guys are, y'all now not nothing now because you don't do this and you don't have that. They know they've been playing this game for so many centuries. They have perfected it down to the second. And they know when it hits critical mass, and they know we got them. That's why
Okay, well,
here
then we need
religion
to
is
know
not important anymore.
we need to know too how to react. For example, when it comes to the idea of marriage, the value of marriage, and someone was saying, the value of the womb is priceless and so on. And in regards to marriage, if we do value marriage, then we should value the preservation of it. And Mark Empowerment earlier, he said he believes that engagement should be no less than 2 years old, and adultery should be a criminal offense of 5 years in prison, 80% divorces. And um, if someone values marriage, then there should be firstly rewards for it. There should be a reward for getting married, and that's usually societal approval, the benefit, the happiness of all your friends gathering together, a great occasion. Those are the rewards. But what are the punishments for forsaking that vow? You can go say your vows in front of a group of people, but when it comes to, let's say, and Biggie was talking about faithfulness earlier. Faithfulness is really the breaking of your vows. It's the breaking of that vow of to have one and only, and so on and so forth. So if marriage is so celebrated, then the desecration of it, which is infidelity and so on, should also be punished. But in the society that we live in, it's very easy to get married. Divorce is more difficult, but infidelity is not really punished. So do you think that we should take a harder stance on marriage, or the breaking of the vows of marriage? He seems to say he seems to think so. What do you think?
Uh, I'll answer to that. I think marriage is lacking promotion. Okay, marriage became from boyfriend to fiance, from fiance sometimes from boyfriend to marriage. The girl is pregnant, boyfriend end up by marrying out of whatever, and at the same time entering the marriage to make it a whole. But in the old days, when there's a child out of the wedlock, they enforce it into having this healthy communal end of it, that she is married now, and the child kind of, they say now, is validated. You see what I'm saying? But it was about a morale at that time. You see what I mean? Now we have to promote marriage, the importance of marriage. Okay. Because so and so got engaged, so and so is ready to get married, or so and so is married from your community or your group. Oh, I gotta get married. It doesn't work that way. So it needs to be defined and be promoted over and over, where marriage is sacred union of two couples. Okay, and that I think we lack, because marriage, the next thing before you even think about it, they're not even in marriage yet. They think about divorce. You understand? That should be not an option. Okay, it should be promoted. You know, why you get married? You know, what's the sense to get married if you're not going to be one? What is the?
Yeah, I think the problem is a lot of people don't know what is a marriage.
Right. It went under the rug now. You know what I mean? They just say, "Oh, we get married." The value of marriage has to be promoted over and over and over. And
Begging to add, yeah, especially now, I think it's so important to really push the importance of marriage, especially when they're trying to, you know, when they're trying to push with this LGBTQ nonsense. They are openly saying this is the future. This is why they're teaching the children from a young age in the West, in all Europe and in the Western country, right? So they're teaching the kids it's okay to do a sex change. It's okay to do all this nonsense, right? So especially now, it's so important to push advertise it, push it, and really, like, you know, a man and a woman marriage, growing, having more kids, right? So especially at this the point that we're in right now, to push that narrative is really, really important to, you know, to push it, like you said.
We have to promote it and make sure that the future generation understand entering in marriage. It's not an alternate to divorce. When you enter that, it's a holy union, something that is deeper than you can anticipate. Because whenever you have your intimacy, something magical happen. Okay, these two bodies are ready to reprocreate. That magic is different when it comes to same sex.
Yeah, see, the thing is,
this is a natural phenomenon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is a natural phenomenon that whether you nature doesn't see you married or not, nature is going to see you. You are having an intercourse. You're ready to procreate. Ready. She delivers. He delivers. The two in that when it got the conception, when she conceived, that's the magic. It is always there, always there. Then abortion became easy. Okay, the minute you put that out of the way, abortion is there. You got marriage becomes like nothing. You know, anything can get married. You can get married to your cow. You can get married to your dog. I mean, now it's getting so ridiculous. I just lost the definition of what marriage was. You know what I mean? It's just the way I've been raised, the way I value my marriage. You know, sometimes I look at them. Oh, I got married to my dog. What? You know, and some people, oh, you know, that's my son. You know, I'm like, come on. You know, we have to be real. You know, everybody, oh, that's so cute. No, do not say about being cute. We're losing the real value of things. You know, there's so many things that we're losing. We're losing our privacy. We're losing our what do you call that? Really, our marriage. In the statistics, you know, COVID showed even greater divorce than ever, because these two couples never saw each other living for 10 days straight. You know, and let alone to be a month. A lot of them saying, wait until this COVID is over. I'm divorcing you. In the same household, instead of trying to figure it out. And so marriage lost the value. It's sacred.
People need to find out that the importance of the spiritual, physical, and emotional importance of marriage. We know in the States that this has been done by design. You had mentioned abortion. I think it's Sanger, she was the one who was the head of Planned Parenthood. That was all created for one thing: to decrease the population of African Americans or Negroes or Black people, whatever the colors or whatever they were calling us back then.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't want to put in the connection of all these things that we're talking about and been talking about is just flat out genocide. It's too many of your folks on this planet. How can we get rid of y'all quickly?
So right there, if I turn the whole planet to LGBT, do you think we're gonna get populated?
Well, they are building artificial wombs, which I don't know who stole that from.
Exactly.
But
again,
yes,
no,
right.
It's gonna decrease. Let alone China. They had the one-child policy. Now they're suffering for the consequence.
One child, predominantly male.
Yeah. Now where are you gonna get the wife?
But they keep telling you guys you're overpopulated, not enough resources. Well, if only 7% of the population control 80% of the wealth, then of course it's a lack of resources. It doesn't mean it's a lack of resources physically.
Nope.
But no, we need to slow down the birth rates.
Yeah. Who are they? Are they the creator? The creator is going to come a lot stronger than you may think, and that's why he's getting mad at us. If let us drop, name it, because why don't you just enjoy this planet the way it's been given to you? Try to harmonize it and think about so many positive things and promote life. Promote your life. Promote things that are so beneficial instead of bickering. And there's so many things out there. It's just they're not promoted. You see, a healthy promotion. Like marriage. It has to be promoted. What it means. It doesn't matter whether you're 8.
See that, so we don't even know what it is.
Right, and believe me, and there are so many information out there about the third dimension, the fourth dimension, and the fifth dimension, where you're supposed to be really going on another level on your spirituality, and yet you watch that, but you don't revise it to where you are right now yourself. You see what I'm saying? And all these things are shown you over and over. There's this energy, indestructible energy that's around you. Even what's his name, Hawkins. When they found they were doing the CERN, colliding the atoms, and they found the dark matter, and then they were looking for something else, but they found the God matter, what they call it, right? And then that's when Hawkins said they just took the fun out of science because they found it, and there's a trio, and it's the concept where they found this matter. And Hawkins said they just took the fun out of science because all along it's there, it's in your being, it's in your DNA, it's in your existence, it's there. Now you have to collide atoms in order to figure it out. Okay, so people start looking. I think people are looking into more of this understanding of the energy, but yet they're not reapplying it to the planet. Meaning, there's nobody really promoting that there is this such thing. Whether you're atheist or anything else, you have this creator, this energy out there that you are part of it, and you need to tap in. And then everything that comes within the rules of engagement to be a couple and be productive, to have kids, it has its own defined realm, which is bigger than we can ever imagine. It's just amazing. For me, it always amazed me that you got this little fetus that's you start with this with the spermatozoids and the egg, and then get fertilized, and then become egg. That whole process, it amazes me. You know, it always, and then you have this something that comes out, this baby. Just kind of blow your mind. It's like, did I do that? It's like Hercule. Did I do that? I mean, it's right on your face, that they never imagined. So
that you could
those are
love something as much as that.
right. It's like, did I do that? It's like it's just so magical. And even that moment, taking that moment, all the couples that have their first baby, and at that moment, if they really, really start writing, start saying, what they felt, and resonate that over and over throughout the internet, somebody's going to pay attention. Somebody's going to pay attention. It's just, we're trying to create one Africa, and we're still promoting it. But at the same time, we're going to have to cohabit with others. And with all the respect, we've got the same common enemy when it comes to this matter. So it's how to fight it globally. You know.
And the way you fight it is you create your own set of standards. You can morph your standards on top of Western civilization. Western civilization is not going to have it.
Mm.
So if you think that Western civilization is going to be able to come on top of your system and function, the greed of Western civilization will not allow it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it will, and within Western civilization, it will morph into whatever it needs to in order to retain its power.
Mm-hmm.
So right now they say we don't need no people. Let's Western civilization does not attack one way. It attacks several different ways. So now, okay, we don't need, we got single family households now. Okay, we got all the abortions, we got the this, we got the this, we got all. So it's never coming one way. So but while you're attacking one thing, there's 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 other things come at you from a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
So
need to align
in
more.
answer to the question, so can we agree that that African women still want and value marriage?
Yeah.
I
think so. I think they do. Like I would say we all do, right? It's just that, I think bringing it back to the continent.
Yes.
Oh, of course. And from a American point of view, we're getting a lot of pushback, where we're getting a lot of conflict, where we're getting I'm independent, I could do it myself, is because we had to do it by ourselves. The men are absent. They're not looking for us. The ones who gain resources aren't thinking about most of us. So let's stop there for a second.
Let's take it step by step, PJ. So yes, so African Black women, and I use them interchangeably, still want marriage, because the topic was what are African women, Black women looking for a husband. So we have established that they still do want to get married. That means they are looking for husbands, because we also have to combat this idea that some women just don't, and they're happy being alone and independent woman and all this stuff. So yeah, so at least we have established that. That's good. The second question is, who are you looking to get married to? What kind of a man are you looking to get married to? And I think this is the crux of the question, because if marriage is important, your choice of partner is also just as important. And so you say that the men are looking for some other women, but you don't want to get married to a man who doesn't want to be with you. You don't want to get married to a man who wants to be with somebody else. So let's just take that out of the question. So what kind of a man are, the women who are looking to get married looking for?
Can I just say something?
Sure.
to that question, I think when you say what kind of man, especially on the continent, right? I think we got to be also understanding to the men on the continent, because the way the continent is that even if they want to start a business, you want to do something, because the women look for a provider in a traditional way, right? So they look for a man that is established, that can provide for her, protect her, all these things. But we also have to, things have changed. It's not like, 20, 40, 30 years ago. Also, the men need support. I think, in my opinion, the African men on the continent, they also they need to be understanding and not just provide. I need this, that, because they're looking at what other women have, or the men that have or come from wealth, or maybe the few that have ways of making really good on the continent. And so they have more choice of what women to get because they have it. And the men, how about the men that don't have that? The men that don't have, they're poor, they have nothing, they're trying to make it, you know what I mean? And then they're not seen as respected by the women or by the family, or when they're doing a marriage, arranged marriages, they want to give their daughter to someone that's established, that have something, this and this and that. So I think we have to delve back deep down as well, and look at, not compare it to the men that are out in the West or have that money, or you know what I mean. We shouldn't make it more about what they have, or provide me with things that that's going to give me comfort. I think the woman she also needs to step up and work.
Sanity?
Now, I don't mean work like go 9 to 5, because she has to be at home to raise. Because the way kids are raised in Africa, it's not like in the West. You can leave. Your kids are raised in a village atmosphere, so your neighbors looking after them, and this and this, that. You have helper, you have your grandmother, you have your auntie, and this and this and that. Maybe less in the cities like Nairobi, because everybody has to work, they have to pay bills and things like that. So you might not have as much because everyone's hustling and working. But I think we have to go back to that, you know what I mean, like supporting each other and understanding each other, and bring down your like not your standard, but bring subbing up in the cloud and thinking you want a big house and this and this and that, but help find a way to also understand the husband, the partner, and see how can we partner together to build together, right? Understand each other, like traditionally as well, but also try to understand, that man, where he's at, what he has. If he has a land, can we do farming together? So having that open mind, and not just looking at material, because a lot of the cities that are evolving in Africa, unfortunately, it's not looking good, because they're looking at the way the West are because when they see women on Facebook, on social media, they're dressed nice, or men, you don't know what's inside. They're looking nice, wearing an expensive dress, or looking in front of an expensive car. Is that really their car? Are they in debt? Because everything's debt in West. We have cars, we have homes, but everything's mortgage. It's rental. We don't really own it, right? Maybe very few. So these are the things that I think our African brothers and sisters don't know, and sometimes they compare those things to the men that are in the West, or even like to white people, and they go to get a white man thinking that he has money. So these are some of the, especially in the cities I'm talking about, right? In the village, I think it's still intact. It's not as bad. So I think the communication, just opening up this kind of communication, which is great, and just go to the basic.
I'll add to that, Sanity, is when you said about, he's got money. Most of the thing that happen is, let's say she has a child, okay, is her man is going to be available to help her financially, because during those times, pregnancy, delivery, the first 2 3 years, if she's not helped by her husband, now if she's going to go back to work right quick, right there, and try to catch up with everything else, now you left the child behind. You know what I mean? So a lot of the security. Have you ever noticed the first thing that lady comes in and say, "Hey, Dad, I'm going to get married." Okay, the first thing the dad asks is going to be, "Does he have a job?" And the next thing mom will ask, does it get paid well? You know, it's like, you know, can he support you on the time of need? You know, and this has always been, and from the beginning, you know, it was there. You know, the financial security has always been there. And
But Biggie, so
yeah,
sorry to cut you off. I was just gonna say, do you think we should continue like that traditional way? Like, do you think that's correct to continue with that? Like, yes, our parents want, you know, like, does he have a job? Does he have this? Da, 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 da. Is
but
that, do you think that's the way to go continuous? Because things are changing. Women are, they're getting more educated. They're also putting more things on the table, right? So do you think it's fair to put
correct.
all that stress on that man? Because those men, these men nowadays are not the same men like my father. I don't,
Hold on.
especially in the West.
No,
I look up, I have a brother, I have a young brother, right? He was born here in the West. And yeah, like he when we have a conversation, does he want to take care, get married, take care of his woman? He wants a woman that's equal to him. This is what he says to me, right? He wants a woman that works, that can, take care of herself, that can contribute. This is the Western, these are African men that are born in the West, unfortunately, right? And so even though you try to, teach them or show them the African way, but it's not, you can't sustain that kind of lifestyle, right? So do you think that's the right way to go, what you're saying?
Well, you know, if you look at it from statistics, at the time of need, the man has nothing to really worry about. The woman, when she's pregnant, she's got 9 months to deal with, and then after she delivers, she's got to maybe, depending where you live, you know, you got so many weeks or month that it can stay with the baby. At the time, if her job cuts her off because of this, there's a lot of companies that do that. You know, while you're 3 months pregnant, they start thinking, okay, there are so many cooking. Is her husband will step up and take care of that, or is he gonna stress with it? You see, that's the mind of being one. You see, marriage is to be one. That's the qualification. On the time of need, is if his wife hurts, he will hurt. But if he doesn't care about her, that's not a marriage. So when the our forefathers put it in that aspect of it, is because of this downtime. You understand? A mother with a child, is he able to support her? You see what I'm saying? And that's their wish. You know, sometimes it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? But that's their wish. And it's as a parents of girls, you know, I want somebody really that's really a step to be one with my daughter. And however that happens, you know, with all that you have, different issue that may arise, right? As long you accept to be one and help one another, communicate. Even your brother will change his mind. You think he said that? The minute that he's got his woman, she's going to be equal. Yes, you know, she's going to be working and everything else. But you know what? When she's down, are you going to be there for her? When you're down, is she going to be there for you? That's the bottom line. So the forefathers and the mothers, they put these kind of wishes so there will be harmonious life. You understand? If the men can afford that, then guess what? There's no stress for them. The marriage doesn't get stressed. There's a child that's waking up. I used to wake up like what 3 o'clock in the morning, and I got a day that goes up to 9 p.m. Okay, but guess what? I took that opportunity to spend with this little baby because he's mostly with the mama, right? So that was my time to enjoy because I took it positively. But how many people going to be taking that? You know, how many people can think about that? You know, hey, honey, just wake up. Tomorrow I got to work. I could say that, but again, it's a balance. It's a balance on how you communicate, and when that time comes, ready or not, sometimes things happen because you're married now. Things might happen, and you got to step up to the plate. So the thing is, if we teach the value of marriage, if we teach or promote, put it this way, promoting for those of us that they call us really the one that's gonna what they call us. I forgot. There was a name. It'll come to me. That means uh, we're the type that's gonna have babies. Okay. Then they give us a name, but anyway, if you're gonna have a marriage and planning to have kids, there's a lot of things that needs to be promoted, and those who not married, and the fathers, you know, uh, they're not married, and they automatically think there's no tie to the child. You know what I mean? Or to the woman. Actually, it's not the tie to the child, but the tie to the woman. So we need to reverse that by echoing about marriage and values, and at the same time, it really benefits for those deadbeat fathers. You understand? Some of the deadbeat fathers is just pressure, and at one point they say, "To hell with it," because they got pressure, they got to pay child support if they have a job. If they don't have a child support, they're going to be hiding on some miserable life, and the kids are going to be 18 before you know it, and then you got a child that's going to face you and say that you're a deadbeat dad. You see what I mean? So we got to promote to show them, hey, listen, are you going to sacrifice a year than sacrificing your whole lifetime to be beaten the same way? So these are the things that goes hand to hand. Also to uh, bring back before they become deadbeat dads, to advise them the benefits and what they can save health wise, because it affects your health. The more stressed you are, and as you all know it, it can kill you. Okay, but before it kills you, you will suffer while you're going step by step, while the child doesn't have the parents. You can be a mother too. She left the child with the father. Okay, the father is going to enjoy, the mother is going to enjoy the child, but she's going to suffer. But at least she's going to have the child she's always going to cherish. So there's a lot of things that we can do in promoting, just promoting marriage. Out of that marriage promotion, it will create what it means originally, the procreation and bringing children to this world. And that would also become, for those that are divorced, that are suffering, some of the divorce could be saved. Okay, it's just there was no intervention. Okay, there's so many options that can be done, but at that split second, it becomes suicidal. It's like boom, I'm done, I'm out, and they would realize down a few years, they realize they did the wrong decision. So we should have a good promotion about marriage. Out of the marriage, it will trickle down to bring back certain parents to understand what it means. If they don't understand it, we got a problem.
Vicky?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, you went down for a second. So Sanity was talking about the expectations of women, especially on the continent, and saying that sometimes maybe the man might not be what the parents are looking for in a potential husband may not exactly be what the woman might be looking for, because like you and her both say that the first thing that the parents ask the potential husband is how much do you make, what do you do, and can you take care of our daughter, basically. So but she said that sometimes maybe a guy might be struggling, maybe he might not be where he is, where he wants to go, and so on. So this difference between expectation and reality, is that something that people can overcome? Do you think that you should only take the step if you're sure of where the man is going, in his life dreams? And we talked about this with BJ earlier, and we talked about, a guy maybe wants to have a rap career or some, what you would think is an unrealistic dream. So you might still support him, but still push some sensible alternatives, like, hey, maybe get a 9 to 5 and do your hobbies during the weekend or something like that. But do you think that before marriage, that a man should already have his stuff together, or do you think that he should have enough faith that he can achieve it with his woman?
Well, go ahead.
Let's go this. Let's start with Sanuti, because she raised the question. Sanuti, then Biggie, then BJ. So Sanuti, do you think that before marriage, a man should already have his economic stuff together, like at least be financially stable, not super rich or whatever, but at least financially stable and on his way to further security? Or do you think that you can be with a guy and support him while he goes to it?
Oh, okay. So if let's say, it depends, right? If they met, let's say if you meet you had a girlfriend, and you're on the continent, or outside of the continent, if you have, let's say if you met where you're still going to school or whatnot, and you're not really ready for a marriage, but you want to be with that person, then it's a communication situation. You talk about it and say, okay, this is my plan, this is your plan, let's do it together. If our goals align together and you have a good communication between the two of you, you can definitely make that happen. And then share the family, bring the family together, because it's two family getting married, right, as well. But in most cases, if we're going to go with the African, with the continent, where it's actually, okay, my son, you're getting, it's ready for marriage, their family's pressuring to get married and so forth, I think the man should definitely have his future to get his, not like you said, not, he doesn't have to have everything 100%, but he should know exactly what he wants to do as a man, right? Like he should know, is he just starting like a rap career? And then, like, no, I definitely not. Get your rap career, get all that, that's, if you're doing that on the side, but you have something legitimate, something, a business or something going on that, you know what I mean? Then yeah, okay, fine. If it's a side hustle you're doing, but you have something to sustain your life, right? So I definitely think both, they should have their stuff together, but at the same time, I know, especially, again, tradition in Africa, it's always put everything onto the men, right? And then the woman has a high expectation. So I think for sure he should have a plan in place. And I think as a woman, we should always also just wait and sit and be guided by the man. We should have, and I'm sure if you ask a woman on the continent, she does want to do something. Women are, they can do so many things if they were given a chance to. Doesn't mean we're comparing men to women. It's just giving her the opportunity to explore her talent. If she sews clothing, or if she does whatever type of business she can do from home, she's also helping the marriage, she's helping the family, right? She's helping with it, whatever the case is, she can do it from home. That's just something between the two of them. But I think just because she's a woman doesn't mean that she doesn't have goals and plan for the future, right? Or just because she's married to a man that it stops there. So women are being educated in Africa. They're going to school, they're going to colleges, they're doing great businesses, they're farming, they're doing a lot of things, right? So it's just aligning yourself with that person that if you have something in mind and he has something in mind, it's just having that communication. I think that's not very common on the continent, to have that communication between the two husband and wife, or husband and wife to be. So having that, yeah. So, but definitely, I do believe that he should know before you get married. It's a responsibility. It's like you shouldn't be ready to get married and you have nothing, no plan. I definitely think you should have something and then get married. Yes.
Okay. have something, and then get married. Biggie, do you think that somebody can have the dreams and still get married, or do you need to have achieved at least something before you embark on that journey?
You know, on my journey, I was 7 years old. Okay, and my parents kind of asked me this question. Uh, hey, Africa, are you gonna get married? I was 7, and I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna get married." And they said, "When you get married, where you gonna bring your bride?" And I told them, "Oh, I'm gonna bring her here, home." And the first thing they ask, what are you gonna do about us? Oh, I'm gonna build you a service room on the back. That's where you live. I'm gonna live in the main house with my new wife. That's what my father said. He, he knows exactly what to do because that's the same thing that my father told his mom because that is kind of traditional questions. And this is I'm Bilen, okay, and Bilen. I don't know if you know this tradition. We get circumcised at 7. So mine was coming to the time, so he was just checking on how I think things. And he said, "Well, there you have it," to his wife, which is my mom. He said, he's becoming a man. Okay. So from that concept, my father told me, you should have your own hut, your own gojo. You know that, right? Gojo. Gojo means a hut. Okay. Man has to have his own hut before he becomes responsible
Yeah.
for himself. That rang in my mind. And ever since, I said, I'm not going to get married unless I got my hut. And literally, I purchased a house. Literally. It's not an apartment. It's not. I purchased my hut. And I secured my hut before I bring in my bride. So I lived the traditional way. Okay. And that mind is always good. It makes you feel so good. And your bride will be so happy that you were really determined to have the hut for the marriage. And you get respect. Not Africa. So definitely the man before marriage, before he brings somebody else in life, and that somebody else will bring somebody else. So you got to be ready. So you got to be established. You have to be really ready for the marriage, not by convenience, not by whatever accident or pregnancy, whatever. You have to. For anything natural, the man has to be ready with his heart. Well, nowadays, the woman might have a hut. You understand? I don't know which way it's going to go nowadays, but always the man has to be really uh, independent and secure. As a woman, it's always like you see the what's her name, Rahel? She said she wanted to marry to a Maasai man, a man that going to kill a lion barehanded. I mean, really, women like strength in their men. What they, it's not just the physical, but at the same time, mental strength to really on a comfort level. And if a man is self-confident, it goes a long way because it's always been the trait that a confident man will have a confident wife because she is really determined to support this man. Am I wrong? If I say anything wrong, let me know. Because I'm very sensitive about this. A man has to be self-sustained, just like Africa. She should be self-sustained on every part of it.
Thank you. Excellent. DJ?
The question again?
Should a man be established before he gets married, or do you want to take a chance on the dreams?
Oh wow. To me, a man needs to know what he wants. I mean, the bottom line is if he's not ready to let go of,
No, this time it's you. Not what he wants, what you want.
he has to know what he wants. If he's established, of course you have to be established in something, because how is the bills going to get paid? I mean, bottom line, I still do not want to live on a viaduct while you searching for your path.
Do you have a job? There's a
Bills
song.
got to be paid. We live in a world where things have to be paid. I mean, so
Yeah,
why? But
let's say
in that
BJ.
sense, that I
BJ.
do want you to search for your dream. I don't want you to lose your passion about what you believe. So if you have to start at this point to get to the next, then yeah, I can support that. But if it's gonna be, yeah, but give me another 5 because I'm almost there. Give me another 10. I'm almost there. Well, the kids got to be fed while you're trying to get there.
Yeah, let me get the question in the Western style. Okay, let's say a man has a roommate. Okay, would you like to join that house with a roommate?
No, I'm not
That's the
cooking for
question.
2 people. No.
That's the question. No, he has to be established. He has to have his own.
I would think he would want his own, but coming from a Western perspective, a lot of them don't want their own. They won't
Well,
support
what
and
do you
help.
want, BJ? Forget them a second. Would you want a man who is already somewhat financially stable, or would you accept a man who is working towards it?
I have been on both sides of that. Yes, I can be with someone while they're searching for their dream and trying to establish themselves. Because when I was young, neither one of us had a lot. But as I've gotten older, it's like, well, you know what? Those requirements have changed. So yeah, I need you at least to have something and some sort of foundation and some form of stability. Um, and not just wanting me to take care of you. Because again, here in America, we have that scenario a lot. Well, I got a job and, you're a good man. I'll take care of you. I'm not going to require a lot from you. That doesn't work either, because a lot of times they get resentful for the simple fact that they have to depend on you for everything. So it's just, it's again, it's the, what do you want? I mean, I think where our problem in here in America, I don't think a lot of men know what the heck they want.
Well, it
And we
takes
keep
you.
and we keep modifying our standards to fit whatever thing that they're into at any given time. And it keeps morphing into another scenario and another requirements and another, well, with this and another that, and it's just, the foundation is so shaky. It's just, it's all over the place.
To
All right,
BJ
BJ.
point. Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
One more question along the point. Isn't it better to have a man that's ready, established, and have his hut?
Yeah, and who wants to be married? Yeah, yeah. Because I've seen the ones who are established and got their stuff together and everything, and they got this nice paycheck and a stable career, and they don't want to be married, but they act like, give me another 5 and another 5 and another 5.
No, that is another issue. It's another issue. Give me some time. I'll advise all the ladies out there, if the man
Don't
doesn't
give
have
them.
his
Take
mind,
it from me. Don't give them no time. Don't give them any.
if he gives you more than 2 years, and on the third year, if he's not
Run
telling you,
quickly, run fast.
It's not gonna happen.
But if I could say, what if to BJ, right? Like, or any female, right? So what if we think differently, right? And say, okay, how about we get with someone that has this thing together? I do think that marriage would last longer. So let's say if you had your thing together and then you actually look someone that has his things together or is established, and so that you guys are both mature, now you can go ahead, because sometimes, yes, that could work. I haven't finished what I want to get to the point where I want to get. I'm just starting my dream, this and this, that. Are you going to support me? That could work when you start young. But if, let's say, well, if we're being so, because in the West, we're very selfish to each other, it's a selfish, the way we think is very selfish. We think of ourselves first, really. Oh, I got to do this. I have to do me. I have to do me, 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 me. That's the way it is in the West, whether we like it or not, in our job and career, and sometimes you can get lost in that situation. So that's why a lot of marriages also break, because we don't support each other. Because sometimes you can have a career change. Maybe he is established, he has a job, he has a career, but he's not really happy with what he's working at. And so maybe he has a plan. He's been sharing with you, he has a plan to do a business or something down the road, but he has to quit his job to do that business. And so are you willing to be there with him through the ups and downs of starting a business? Or is this only for him, or is it our business, but you're going, it's your dream, you're doing it, but I'm supporting you there. And so you see what I'm saying? Like, if the relationship is strong, and if the foundation is strong, the communication is strong, and you love each other, then yeah, there's no funny business happening in the relationship, then I think that can go a long way, having that open communication. But if he's just saying, well, I'm going to start a business, and you're just meeting him where he's starting something, then I would be iffy, like to get with somebody that he hasn't got his things together. Especially, it depends what age he's at as well too. So if he's young, we're starting really, really young, okay, I could see we're both working together. But if you're in your 30s and you're still saying, well, I have to get my shit together and I'm still dreaming, then keep dreaming, right? Because because at time we don't have a lot of time. We want to have kids at in your 30s and this and this and that. So I think it's the communication at the beginning, to have a serious conversation of what you want, what he wants, and not just be only sexually attracted to that person and just be like all about the love and dovey thing, because love can only last for so long.
Love doesn't pay the bills.
I think in my opinion, for me, I remember, like, I never fell for that love long, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm in love and love is gonna conquer everything. No, working together, communicating, show me the work. That's what I believe, right? And I think if I know that you're doing the work going forward and you're putting effort, then yeah, my love is gonna go even more for you as we go together and we're doing things together. But at the beginning, if I'm just gonna say, oh, I'm in love, 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 no, that's not gonna, you know what I mean? That's not gonna cover it. And I think people get confused sometimes with that. And so when the love is gone, then you're like, you hate that person. You're like, oh, or maybe you don't like, not hate is a strong word, but you don't like that person. And so then you're like, it's so easy to give up in the West, because you're like, okay, there's somebody else that you probably met, and then there's a flare happening, this and this and that. And so easily you can get caught up in that situation and then things fall apart, right? So I think having that strong communication at the beginning, having knowing what you want as a person too, and what type of person you want to be with. Especially if we're thinking about the West. In Africa, I think is a bit different, because again, even if we're like, if the relationship is not, if there's things going, the woman gets blamed for a lot of things. I think the woman has to suck it up and just quiet. And a lot of traditional wedding situation or marriage, it doesn't even matter if it's Ghana, Nigeria, Eritrea, Ethiopia. I think it's culture, it's the same. And I think that needs to change, because with that communication again, right? But I think knowing what you want has a lot. And I don't think it's wrong to have those kind of things from the beginning.
But the thing is, a lot of people don't know what they want. And in certain instances, it's hard to figure out how to get. They may know what they want, but a lot may not know how to get what they want.
Okay,
And then some
BJ.
people are not willing to work
And what
and
do you want,
trying to
BJ?
establish it.
What do you want? If like what do you want as a female, as a woman? I guess, if you were to get with somebody, like
Yeah.
if you met somebody, what's
They
your
want to know.
must-haves?
We want
And
to
yeah,
know.
forget what do you want,
And
like
Sanity
as
has,
BJ?
and you know what, Sanity, you have been very clear about it. You know, yeah, love is cool and all of that stuff, but hey, you better have, you better be
That's
ready to
right.
work. You better have your stuff together, and she will
Mm-hmm.
communicate that and tell you right there. You know, hey, yeah, all that love stuff is all good, but man,
The love,
don't come at
yeah,
me with an empty hand. So at
because
least
that
she's
love is
clear
not going
about
to pay the
that.
bills. That's right.
Yeah. And I can't remember, there was a lady who said about a Maasai warrior who, you know, killing a lion with the bare hands. You know, hey, that's what she likes. That's what she likes. Nothing wrong with that. There's no one answer. We just want, you know, several answers, so at least the guys can have a chance, you know, have an idea. So there you go. You know, if you can kill a lion with your bare hands, you've got the possible hand of one of our ladies here. I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was a hell, but I don't want to, you know, misquote. You know, if you're financially stable and you want to go even further and you have that ambition, hey, send you tea, and you know, someone like her might give you a chance. So BJ, let's just imagine that, you know, there's this guy, he wants, you know, to hear what you want so he can give it to you. What do you want? Common man 80 wants to know.
First and foremost, yeah, you gotta love, respect, goals. You have to have a goals. You have to have you do you want a family? You know, do you want to be responsible for the decisions that you make? That's what I want. I mean, I can support you through your dreams. I can support your dreams, but I can't just be living off of a dream. It has to be more than that. And again, once you get your dreams, are you going to be here once you get the dream? Oh, now I got my dream, and now I think I need an upgrade. I'm not sitting up here, you know, sacrificing my life for you. And then once you get to where you want to be, you'll trade me up for a better model? Oh, no, we're not. I'm not going there. So that again is that how much do you value me, and how much do you value this family, and how much do you value, you know, our life together? Because I know in life there's going to be ups, downs. Some, you know, things will happen. There's detours you're going to have to take. There may be steps back that you know, things that may push us back. I mean, somebody may lose a job. How are we going to handle that? Someone may get a promotion and they don't have the time. That job or that dream is taking 95% of their time. How are we going to deal with that? You know, a child could get sick. How are we going to handle that? I mean, there's no perfect scenario in life. Life is life. But if it's just, you know, that you're not committed to me, well, no, then I don't, you know, I don't need that.
Yeah, but the real question is, BJ, is that a man that is established, okay, that knows what he wants, okay, and he bring you into marriage with him based on your background check each other, okay, you got everything. Is the question is it good to have a financially sound man, self-sustained, no problem whether you know, you call out sick, whether everything is set. Would you like that kind of man? That's the yes or no. You know what I mean? It's just you already finished your background check and you coming in
Of course.
to a life. Or, you know, the question now is he supposed to be established or is just gonna go by dream? You already explained us. And the guy that's gonna be going by dream, you're not for that because he can change his mind. There's no security. So
Right.
that means from the beginning, you're not going to enter into the marriage. You're probably going to say, "Oh, let's wait another 2 years."
Yeah,
From
yeah.
the way it sound, you know what I mean? Until he grabs. So I think
Until you figure out what the heck you want to what you want to do, or what you want
exactly
to be,
because
or what you
he's
want to
not
become.
ready. Yeah,
He's
because he's
not
not.
ready.
At the same time, at the same time, when it comes to marriage, the way I said it for me, the way I felt about it is that can I afford myself and then bring somebody else's into my life, and then bring more into the life. That was my self confidence, and as well, I never thought of one thing is never think about the future if you lose job or if you get sick, because one of these two is going to happen to you. If you're going to take the marriage seriously, the marriage will take care of itself. It will take care of you within that sacred commitment. Anything else that you're going to do beside that, not talking. Again, I told you, communication, finance, and faithfulness. These are the three that can break a family. If you really manage together about your finances, it shouldn't be any problem because you communicated, you know what's going to happen. And then guess what? It's not the end of your life if you lose your job. It's not. The first thing is I'm going to look and get another one. Always have that in mind. Never think about the worst all the time because you're going to stress yourself out. You're always going to give it the faith because the creator feeds birds. Okay, even the birds are fed. Even the ocean, the fish are fed. So, in our nature, since we are very critical the way these flashy things are coming and this and that, even your shopping, your grocery, everything comes in pressure. Yes, I understand, but you should not think when you enter a marriage, you're marrying that person. He's established, he's got his home, he's got his job, you coming in. Any incident, any accident can happen. So these are exclusive from this scenario of questionnaires. You know what I mean? Because what if? Yeah, there's a lot of if these things happens. But when you enter a man that's self-sustained, has his job, he's got his home, and bring you into marriage, when you question you for marriage, I think a lot of women will be so proud of their men. They're self-established now. They joined this marriage to be one in order to support this marriage. And when you get married, it's until death puts you apart. In sickness and health, it doesn't matter, right? That's what you're entering. So, with all this possibility, if we're going to enter a marriage with all these doubts, what if, what if, what if? You better not get married because you're going to really disrupt, in fact, destroy the other person's life because you're always worrying about things. So I believe you answered it. You want somebody established, yeah, fine, and you already got your background check and you already established your love, your intimacy to the men that you're marrying, and so be it.
True.
I think in the West, if it's in the West, make sure you do a credit check. I'm just kidding.
No. Make sure you do a mental check.
Well, I got a subject for Tanzan, okay, that she can talk about because this is getting really. I look at it from the millionaires, billionaires, right? Single bachelors, all right. Now it went down to even not in that level of millionaires, but the prenup marriage, prenuptial marriages. This is something for you. Does it work in Africa or not?
Well,
That's for Tanzania.
Communication, finances, and faithfulness. So, when you have a marriage just based on two people, it becomes very difficult to set down the rules and the regulations, and it becomes very difficult to both reward and punish certain choices because When it's just the two of you, the only person with the power to reward or punish is the other person. So if you go against that person, your punishment or your reward is limited. Let's talk about the reward. Let's say you're a good, faithful husband like Big E, but all you get from your wife is just anger and nagging. Your wife doesn't. I'm not saying that, but let's say you don't get the appreciation, you don't get the respect from your fellow men, you don't get that acknowledgement and so on. Then it becomes very difficult to continue that sort of lifestyle. If you're a woman and you're a good wife, you take care of your children, you make sure that your husband is happy and he does what he needs to do, and you do your wifely duties, but you don't get any respect, acknowledgement for it. Everybody just looks down on you as this, oh, you just a wife and a mother. Then the rewards are not really there. But in African society, the reward for being a good wife or a good husband was not just the respect of your other partner, but also the respect of the community, the respect of your children, the acknowledgement, and it was actually considered to be a very worthwhile thing and a very respectable thing. And so that's the first one. And then also where the punishment, if the punishment for betraying those vows are negligible, and let's say you're a woman and you don't take care of your wifely duties, but nobody challenges you on it, nobody tells you, nobody shames you, you just go about your business and do what you want to do, then there's no incentive. Same thing with the husband. If the husband decides to neglect his duties as a father and a husband and says, well, I'm just going to run around and do whatever I want, and nobody's going to say anything about it, then the punishment is not there. So there has to be some standards, there has to be some agreement between the two. And I think that's where the African culture was really strong about, because marriage was not just about two people, like we said. It was about two communities, two families, two cultures getting together and saying, well, we have looked into this, and our woman, our lady, our daughter is fit to become to join your community and your family. Same with the wife's family. They said, well, we trust the man, that we have looked into it, he comes from a good family and he'll be able to take care of our daughter. And so it was an agreement between several people, and if there was a problem in the marriage, they could still talk it amongst themselves. But if it got to a point where it was very difficult to to resolve things, because that can happen in life, they first went to the people who brought them together. That means the elders. Somebody might have their other stream on. Just check and make sure that you don't, because I'm hearing a slight echo. But before you separated, you had to get the village elders involved, you had to get the both families involved, and so on. So even that resolution took a lot more people than just going in front of the judge, and the judge, one person deciding the fate of not just two people, but their offspring as well. So that was the consequence of getting married in front of a family. So what we have now is that there's no community or family involved. It's just two people, and two people who haven't lived together don't really know each other that well. You might think that this is a person for you, they might think the same of you, but once you start living together, you might find out that maybe they're not the person who you thought they were, and same with them. So this is what the prenuptial agreement comes to, because you don't have anybody else to rely on. It's just your word versus the other person's word. And if it comes to just him versus her, who's going to decide? So in order to forestall that inevitable conclusion, then you decide beforehand, if this happens, then this is what's going to happen. If we leave each other, these are the conditions that we're going to adhere to. So marriage actually becomes a contract, but a contract between two people rather than a contract or a binding between two families or two societies. So
the contract is going to be there, Tanzan. The contract between your family is going to be there. It's just the guy comes in millionaire, and this lady comes in and she want to be 50-50. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when it comes to the prenups, usually when it comes to finances. And
but what I'm saying
if the
is
man
that,
is rich and he get married to this young lady, and do they practice prenuptial agreement, but your marriage is valid throughout the family. That has nothing to do with it.
No.
It's just
I
honest.
definitely agree. Both marriages are valid. What I'm saying is that in the traditional sense, it was more of a contract between several people, between two communities, but now it's a contract between two individuals. And so
Right.
in an individual agreement, an individual contract is easier to walk away from, but it's also very, very flimsy, because any one of those two can just walk away from it with no consequence and no repercussions. But if it involves a lot of people, like community, the elders, everybody involved, then it becomes much more difficult to simply just walk away from it. And it was not even just a contract; it was more of a cohesion, social bonding. I would say it was more of a bonding than a contract, because a contract is you have to do this, and the other. But with the bonding, it was your duty, your requirement, your obligation, and so on. So all that was done before you even got to that stage. But unfortunately, in this day and age, you could meet somebody today, and then with no investigation, with no obligation, you could just, tie your destiny to theirs forever. So that was something that we didn't really get in risk of, because you do your due diligence before it got to that point. But because nowadays we don't have that kind of structure in place, then we have to resort to things like, a prenuptial agreement, because you really don't know who you're getting into in
That's it. It might be a trap.
Yeah.
It might be a trap.
In it for the money, you might be in it just for, whatever reason.
Right.
So hey, everybody has to look out for
It's
their
always
own.
been, it's always been when, moderate young lady get married to a rich guy, a little bit more older than her, automatically, what it flags, this society talks, and there are so many other things that flies along with it. So I think, the more now we got lawyers left and right, divorce lawyers are left and right. I mean, they're there. So when it comes to these kind of divorces, they get very, very expensive to begin with. So this is keeping it always one foot in and 1 foot outside, and until you completely start rebuilding your wealth with a new wife, and you got new wealth come in, and then she shares everything that comes. And usually after the prenup and having the children and everything else, things change. That I know a lot of prenups been canceled out after the family have children, and they start living just a normal life. But I got one thing about Common Man 80. He said, "Who cares what your friend thinks about your wife, as long as I love her much?" Well, it's not. I want to say something about it. If she's your wife, it's done. They have nothing to say. But if she's not your wife and your friend are telling you something, you better start listening. That's your background check.
You're right, Vicky. And a lot of friends will block women from getting close to them. This is my boy. And I'm like, okay.
No. They say boy, but you have to come with an evidence that she doesn't deserve him. You see what I'm saying? That's the evaluation of the men also that can really truly value, certain question and answers, and say, hey, you know what? Whatever you say for your buddy, I'm still your buddy. I'm your boy. But, I'm looking to get married. I want the truth. You understand? If they have any negative consent to her. Because, yeah, it's true, during time when you are single, you're dating, but friends comes around, they get to know her, okay, and they get to really enjoy the circumstances, then they'll become, okay, the marriage is okay with them. There was nothing on the background check, they didn't see her going with somebody or anything else, or things that they know in the family. Sometimes, you got the what do you call that? The most devastating one that I've known is mental issue.
Right.
things that people that has mental issue in the family, and already there's some symptoms that shows, but it's just covered because of good times. You know what I mean? But they get noticed in the future, and people know certain information. So do not all keep your friend. You know, especially friends that you grew up with from childhood and stuff. They got your back, even though they get jealous. You know, for now their boy is gone. Eventually they'll become the boy that gone too. They get married usually in the same age. Things happen so quickly. You know, you get married a year or two, your buddy's married, the other one. It's kind of it becomes like a back-to-back things among true friends, and they all get married, and some of them stay single for the longest. But
Yeah, and
yes,
there's
once she's your wife, once she's your wife, who cares what your friend thinks?
yeah, you know,
It's done deal. It's done deal.
yeah. If she's obese but she's intelligent, hey, you know.
Yeah.
Well, the answer to that question is this. I know today we're talking about the women, so we'll flip it. If you know your guy is broke but he's handsome, or he's rich but he's stupid, or he is, you know.
I take the rich and stupid. I can work with that.
Okay, wrong one, because yeah.
Oh my God, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, you know,
Yeah,
there's
but
another
whichever
one.
one of those combinations, I think the important part for you as a woman or a man is this: what do you prioritize? If your priority is looks, if as a man you prefer a woman who is good looking to one who's necessarily, you know, intelligent, then yeah, you'll take a slightly challenged woman, but you know, very very good to be around, and yeah, that will be no problem for you. But if you value intelligence over looks, then yeah, you might take a more plain looking lady. You know, you might not be able to take her to all the places you want, but hey, you can have a good conversation. So I suppose it is what you consider most important to you. You don't have to choose necessarily. You might have a combination of both, but it's what you prioritize. So, you know, if looks are important to you, you know, go to the gym. Don't marry an obese lady and then tell her to go to the gym. I mean, that's sort of a bit of a manipulation, because if you met her while she's obese, hey. But same thing with women. Don't marry a guy who you know he's dead broke and then expect him to be a billionaire. Now, if you believe in him that much, great. But you know, you get what you get. But if you're looking, that's why it's important to know what you want. If you're looking for a hot young lady, go to the gym, and that's where she will be. That's where most of them are, or go to the club, or go wherever the hot young things, you know, hang out. If you're looking for a brainy lady and you don't care how she looks, go to the library and just hang out there for a bit. So it depends on what you want as a person and what is important to you. So if the most important thing for them, as somebody was saying cynically earlier, was money, then go get, you know, the men who have the money. Don't go for a broke guy and hope he'll turn out to be a millionaire. He might, who knows. But if money is not that important to you and passion is, then yeah, you can stick out with a guy who's maybe not as rich as you want him to be, but he has the passion, he has the drive and the ambition. And if you believe that that is enough for him to get the money, then you know that's what you'll go for. So it's priorities. If it's what you want, and but what is marriage based on? And big is that
And both of those is that if you're only looking at looks and you're looking at vanity, then don't be upset when all that person is their looks. And if they are only concerned about what things you can buy for them, what persons they can get from you, and all these other things. Because again, you're buying, you attracted to this person, and you know they're only looking at the vanity part. And on the flip side, if you're looking at that guy and you're only concerned about the money, then you got to figure out what kind of character he is. Because if it's only about money, then you may become his property, and that means if I got the money, you have to do this, and what you're doing is not important because it's about what I'm bringing to the table and how much money I have. And because I have the money, I make all the rules, and you have to be this, and you have to do this, and your thoughts and your ideals and your concerns is not important because it's all about me and my money. So you have to still pull back what kind of character that person has behind those looks and what kind of character that person has behind that money.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we get caught up in these two things, and these two things are just, one part of a person's character. Are they generous? They can have a lot of money and then not willing to spend a dime. So you might have to go and get the day old bread to feed you and the kids because it's going to take some money out of his pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's what do women want? Do women want a guy who's financially stable, but maybe he can be a bit of a, character issue? Do you want a guy who's struggling, but he has, a good heart? So as a woman, you have to decide what you want. And it's important for you to tell the guy, because the guys might be looking for, and men also want to, be with the women, and they want to be the kind of men that women want. So if women want, the soft, sensitive type, and that's the type that they want, that's what some men are going to try to conform to, because that's what women tell them that they want. If women want, the rich guys, and also, that also will drive the ambition. If that's what women want, if they want the money, then that's what will drive them to go get the money. Well, not entirely. If women say, well, we don't care about your money or your looks or anything like that, we just want to be independent and be by ourselves, then the men will say, well, what do you need us for? Why would you want to get married if you want to be independent and be by yourself? So that's why it's important for women to communicate what exactly they want to the men and tell them that, and this is what we're trying to do, and tell them that this is what we want as ladies. It may change from one woman to another, but the characteristics are always going to be the same. Even if you don't meet them all, you can play to your strengths, as a man, and as a woman, you can figure out your priorities, because you're not going to get everything in one package. So what do you look for most in that package? Are you looking for, mostly looks? Are you looking for money? Are you looking for intelligence? Are you looking for success, social status? Whatever it is, you have to communicate to the other person what it is that you want. When we were here last week, the overriding thing that
and then they can't cry once they figure out that they don't want them for the person who they are.
And not only that, even if you do get what you want, you also have to be able to take the risks. Let's say you want a financially secure man, or you want a hardworking man, then that comes with the consequence that you'll not be able to spend as much time with him, because if he's working hard, therefore he's not at home. So you can't want a man who dotes on you 24/7 while at the same time working really, really hard at his job. That's not possible. So you'll have to compromise the time that you spend with the money that he brings, or spending time with his children versus being in a big house. So these also are the things that women have to consider when they're telling a man, or when they're looking and saying, what do I want? Making that checklist. What is on top of your list? Is it financial security? And also, what do you have to do in order to get it? If it's marriage that you really want, then you have to be prepared to be a wife. That's what marriage is, being a wife. What kind of a wife? And that's why we had a two-sided conversation. So you listen to what the men have to say. What do they want in a wife? And you also tell them what you want as a woman, that this is what I want, and you tell them, you listen when they tell you what they want. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to have a conversation where the women can speak honestly and candidly and say, this is what we're looking for, and the men can also tell them what they're looking for, because everybody has to be happy. You can't It's not just about either the man or the woman. It's about both people listening to each other. Communication, finances, and faithfulness. So yeah.
Yeah, one thing,
Go ahead.
Tarzan, uh, I tell everybody in the audience and panel in my life, dream big, okay? Dream big. Do not put any condition to it. Do not say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But if you dream big, including your future husband and how many babies you put in, it will happen. No matter what. Don't don't try to say this is what I want. This do not just put your mind in a fine marriage. Just put your mind and emotion. I want a great man that I can adore, that I love, and I'm somebody that can be there for me. The same thing with men. Somebody that's gonna be their equal, their half. Because we're putting all this condition in our life, we get so sophisticated, so confused, we are thrown outside. You're gonna be on the sideline waiting until this train stops. And now it's not gonna stop. Once the train goes, you're not on it, it's gonna miss you. Okay? So I'd say to everybody to dream big. Whatever that you want, that you're gonna have a beautiful life, beautiful husband. If you want to have a husband, husband. If you don't want without the husband, it's your choice. But at the same time, if you're really looking into that big day where you're gonna have your dress for wedding, your bride, and you got a husband, just think about that day with a beautiful husband that's gonna happen. And eventually you'll be attracting that person that you really wanted. For me, I have an experience with three ladies. Okay, three ladies in my high school were 12th graders graduating, and I just happened to sit next to them in a break time, and they were talking about the future. Two of them, they said they're gonna go to college. Okay, they're gonna graduate, and one said, "Nope, I'm not gonna go to any of this college. I already had enough from high school. It's good enough for me. I'm gonna marry me a rich guy, handsome guy that loves me, that takes care of me, and I take care of him, and I'll have two kids." Okay, that was her saying. The other two, one said, "I'm gonna meet somebody, and we're gonna go grow. We're gonna grow together." Okay. One said, the other one said, "Well, for me, I'm not too crazy about marriage and everything else. I'm gonna do my education." Okay. Believe it or not, the girl that said she's gonna marry the richest guy and loving husband, she found that. She found that husband, and she gave him two kids. And I'm here in the U.S., and she came to visit, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" And all that. She said, "Hey, Ephraim, remember that talk we had?" She said, "I always remember that because you said, yeah, dream." I told them, "Dream big. Anything can happen." And she said, "I have two kids, and I'm married to this most loving husband." I said, "Good for you. How about the other girls? We just talked." She said, "Remember the one that said she's still in university? She still didn't graduate yet." And the other one, she met a guy to grow together, and they're doing fine, but they don't have babies. You see what I'm saying? It's just this is three different girls that have this in, and that's what I keep saying: dream big.
Yeah.
Anything that
Yeah.
you want to do, dream big. No condition to it, because marriage is very sacred, and it will come as when you call for it. It will come the way you desire it. Don't come in to a place confused. Or maybe this one works, maybe that,
With
because you
preconceived
probably, yeah, exactly. You're blocking.
conditions.
You're blocking
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you're blocking yourself.
Because just like your life has changed over time, and so will theirs. And if you think it's just cut, everything's cut and dry, it's not gonna be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you have a list, but more important, you have priorities. So it's not just about, yeah, everybody wants everything, but you can only get one thing. So you have to choose for yourself as a woman what is most important to you, and also what is the function of your marriage. if the focus, and which I say the focus, the primary focus of marriage is building a family, creating the next generation, then those are the things that you should prioritize. What would be the best for your future generation? So you look at your money, you look at the finances, look at the character of the person, money, intelligence, all of that will play a part in how you raise the children. If it's just relations between men and women, the bar is a little bit set low. And if it's just attraction, it's the looks that are important. But if it's something that is going to last for a long time, which marriage is ideally, not always, but ideally supposed to be, then you should look beyond just the looks. And not saying that the looks are not important, because of course they are. In order to produce the next generation, you actually have to be physically attracted to the person you're with. But you also have to know beyond that, what is the priority for you? What would you put at the top, and what is maybe okay but not completely necessary?
So I
So
guess should you look for someone that you could physically be in a room with and not say a word and still be happy? Is that
Yes.
the person you should be with?
yeah, that could be one, but you can also be with somebody that you don't have to be in a room with all the time.
I mean, I'm not saying all the time, but I mean, some people cannot even be physically in a room with another person, with this person, without them
Jay, I think that
Getting
comes with experience, no? No, sorry, not experience, with time, with being with that person over time, because you get comfortable with that person. You could be in the same room. I could be in my own world or reading or whatnot, and I don't have to talk to you. I'll be in my space, so you're comfortable with that person, with being comfortable with that person, right? That comes
right.
with being with that person. I don't think at the beginning of a relationship that would be. I mean, that would be awkward if it's like at the beginning, and I'm like
Oh
in a
yeah, yeah,
room,
yeah,
and right. But
yeah. I see what you like. You're on a date and then nobody's saying anything to each other, and like, okay, 40 minutes has passed.
yeah, that might be a sign that I don't want to be with you.
But I'm too polite to just tell you I need to leave.
Because at the beginning, you're gonna watch how you eat. You're not gonna. You're not gonna, you're not gonna make noise, unnecessary noise. You're gonna hold your gas and all that stuff right at the beginning.
Oh yeah. Make sure nothing's hanging out the nose and all.
Yeah.
You present your best self first, and then your other self slowly comes out.
And hopefully not at the wrong time.
Yep. So yeah,
no wind. No wind.
Yes.
No wind.
You have to let
But anyway,
it out slowly.
I got somebody. Again, Common Man is really going to. Why don't you join us? I really would love to have you on the show, because he's putting certain information out there. Like, a man can always do better by himself in hard economic time. Would it be fair to the woman you said you loved if you leave her alone? If you leave her? And he said, I think not.
The thing is, name one person, because if you could name them and show me who they are, I would love to just send them a letter or whatever, who haven't hit hard times, who have not hit spikes. And then you name the second person who's been married and never hit hard times. So that means you got to look at the character of the person you're with. Are they going to be with me no matter what? Like it used to say, in sickness and health, in good times and
That's
bad.
right.
Now it's like, only if the good times in the Birkin bag, then I'm gonna be with you.
Scratch the third one. That's what you call prenup.
Yeah, it's
I think usually when you said a man can always do better, I just want to say, it's not a matter of doing that. That depends on what the woman is doing. Maybe in have you ever thought of it in hard economics time? If she's well off and she can say, hey, you don't pull your weight, and she can take off too. You know, it depend. It depend. Women that sacrifice their life into marriage with children and everything else. Yes, it gets hard, but it will get better. It will get better because the reward are the children. The children are going to reward mom. That she was there no matter what. You're just going to be left alone at the cold, and the kids will always remember that. They will never let you go with that mind. Just a women, a single to single, everybody hits a hard time, and everybody can do their own way. But on a marriage, that's one thing that you promise: in sickness and health, you should not leave. If you left her, it's on you. But because she will be successful because she was there. You left.
So I guess that's. Sorry.
Say, that's okay. I was just gonna say to add to Biggie, I think what you asked also, Bijou, at the beginning, it is very. I think it's very important and telling when you have somebody by your side or is not just leaving you through hard times. And then that person is for real, your partner, right? So it should obviously good times. Your friends will be around for good times, right? But who's your true friends when you go through a struggle, through pain? Are they sticking around, or are they just ignoring you? Or same thing with your partner. If that person is not there through the hard times that you go through, if they're not supporting you emotionally, or if it's about like 50-50, or I do this, it's a you know what I mean? It's like like the Western way. It's so toxic. Also, in my opinion, the way everything's like 50-50. Like, okay, culturally, and I'll just give you an example. Like when I go with my like my East African or whatever African friends, when we go out to eat and whatnot, we fight who to pay. We don't say I pay yours, I pay my. We don't. That's not how it works. In my, like when I go out with my African friends, right? For most part, if we like if I pay this time, the next time another person will pay, right? But when I go with my Canadian, like you know what I mean, especially with the white, I don't have a lot of white friends. Actually, I barely have any, but not anymore. But if I, co-workers, let's say you go out, whatever, to each his own. We pay for for ourselves. So it's like individualism, right? So the African way is like togetherness. We take care of each other. We fight to take care of each other. So it's the same thing with the marriage. It trickles down to the marriage. It trickles down to the family environment as well. So we don't think 50-50, okay, I paid this bill, now you pay that bill. Because we're a marriage. We put together everything together, right? And so that mentality, that does actually affect the relationship quite a lot, I think, as well. Whether you're here or whether you're, if it's the Western side of marriage or, having that family-oriented traditional way of getting married, marriage, the African style or the African traditional way. So that makes a difference, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah, I guess I've been blessed because it's just the way I was raised. Everybody did what they could, and we're gonna make this work together. So it was always the one, all for one for all sort of mentality that, if you can do this, take care of this. If you got to go to the grocery store and take care of this because grandma can't, then somebody's going to be there no matter what to take care, support, and give. And we're going to just work this together. So that's where I was blessed at. So, with someone who has a lot of money and they're looking for someone to, marry or whatever, I can't understand the concept of someone only wanting me for money because one, I ain't got none. So, that's one part of it. Not at that level anyway. So how do they choose somebody when they know that pocket is what people is going to see first? Because with me, it's like, if things is not going well, can you come over here and take care of the kids? Sure, no problem. Oh, I'm having this issue right here. Let me see. I can squeeze something out my paycheck. Here, is this going to help? And even in that mindset within my family, we're all very independent minded, meaning we don't want someone to have to sacrifice to take care of what we're lacking at any given time. So we know that it's always with love and support. But when someone's living that opposite side, that they always have to check, do you really care about me? Are you here really to support me? Are you supporting me because I have these things, and later on you're going to try to figure out how to get what you're giving to me, that you're giving me back, and then some. That's gotta be a pretty lonely way to live. And so that piece of what men go through and what women who have, I truly empathize with that, because someone's supposed to care about you for who you are, not for what you have.
So, DJ, Sanity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we can say that women want some kind of financial security, but they always also want somebody they can fart comfortably in a room with while being
Yes.
quiet at the same time and
Yes.
having lots of wonderful conversations too when it's time.
Yes. Who's not only going to look at us for what's in our pockets.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, BJ, go ahead.
Don't go ahead, Sunyu.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, like, I mean, it's a balance, right? So, financial security, like, personally, I would want somebody that has to be with someone that has money, and I don't have it. Like, I've seen it with my friends. I've seen, and that's the way my mindset has, the way I am right now, is because I've seen around my friends. I've seen, growing up, I had friends that go after guys that have the money, that have the cars. I've seen that. I've been in that environment. But at the same time, when you're in that environment, I see how that relationship ends, right? So that guy, you're not the only girl. You're like maybe, second or third, because I think women, we mature faster than, women mature faster than men. So if you compare a 25-year-old woman to a 25-year-old men, especially in the West, we're not the same level. We might be ready to settle, have a marriage and this and that, but I don't know if that man is really, very few will be ready to settle and settle with one woman. I think this is just men's nature, in a way, right? So I think that has part to play with as well. So I think it's good to have someone that you can go together financially, to go to have respect for each other, because I've seen really one of my best friends, he had everything, he had the money, he had everything, but she was, I didn't even know this, but she was in a abusive relationship, so
yeah,
when I say abusive relationship, he used to tell her when to go to bed, what time to go to bed. He used to tell her, everything I have in this place is, I own it. She was basically his property. And she was Ethiopian, and he was half Liberian and half white, right? So I'm just to give you a context, right? So, but the thing is, like, so sometimes you think, because I don't want to have to work, I'm just at home. She was a stay-home mom, right? They had 2 kids, but there was a lot of things going on, and you come to the house, you think, wow, they have a beautiful house and this and this and that, but at the same time, inside that house it was just sickness. So it's not always a good thing to go after that money or after that, because material comes and go, right? It comes and go. You can build. If you work hard, you can make it. You can build it. you can make it work together, right? So I think the most important thing that we have to value is our relationship with each other, like communication, partnership. Being, are you friends with that person? Can you share things with that person? Can you be comfortable with that person? Can you grow? Is that person supportive of you? In your dreams, and are you for that person? I think the most important thing is communication. Because if you are always angry to see that person, if you're not happy, and then it's also brings stress to your life, and it you know it affects your mind, right? Even from growing. So there's so many things that could be negative from that point of view. So it's good to have that foundation, the basic foundation, because money will come. Money is not everything. You can. There are people that won the lottery and they lost it within 2 years. During the same year.
Yeah, one of the thing, Sanu, is that it's not the financial to the bling bling, the material world, but it's a security, a financial security that covers all the expenses. You understand?
But
It
okay,
doesn't have to go. It doesn't have to go to where the flashy points. The guy is secured. He's
but
got his
yeah.
security.
So Biggie.
He's driving already big cars, big
Mhm.
home, everything. But when the woman comes into his life, uh,
Mhm.
sometimes the real true woman, she feels uncomfortable when it's too much. You understand? Because she feels a little bit intimidated, of the way of his lifestyle or anything, unless he brings her to it.
Mhm.
So
You're
these are the
breaking
things
up a
that,
little bit, Vicky.
yeah. Sorry about that.
I
I'm
think
just stepping
you're
out
the
from it.
one with the sirens.
Yeah. So anyway, the financial security. When we talked, a woman that's coming in to a man that's financially secured. Um, he's got a lot of things in his possession that he acquired on his own, worked hard for it. He has everything that he has. Now she enters his house. She enters into his life on a decision because sometimes uh, women also in certain marriages they are financially independent coming into marriage, but a lot of times uh, when it's
You're
the
still
other.
breaking up.
Oh, can you hear me now? How about
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
I can hear. I can hear.
Okay. So when she comes into his life, having that financial security, it makes a lot of things easy. You know, a woman is like a flower. You understand? She buds and she can blossom. So she stayed as a bud for a long time. It's very hard. She got to blossom at one point. So this financial security will allow her to blossom in the relationship. You
But
understand?
what do you mean financially security? Like, what are you
Mean,
saying?
meaning, for example, the man is established. Okay, the man is established. He's got everything. Okay, versus a man that still have a dream to go on. Okay, during your background check and when you're checking each other on this is not a fixed marriage. Okay, I just want to clear that out. Uh, During your check and balances, when you really say, okay, I've never seen any woman or any man that's going to come in. Okay, I'm going to marry you. I have exceptional people that really point out their finger. They point out the girl, and they end up by marrying her. That's a different thing. But on a normal dating and getting to know each other, and as it comes to understand the guy that's financially secured conversations and the guy that's really going into his dreams are the same. Do you understand? The other one is didn't achieve his dream yet, but he's on his way on the way he planned it. That's early stage before being well off. But the guy that's already established and is already doing well in life, and she comes to his life, and this love, you see, this intimacy, and when once you start having that relationship, okay, things change. You know, like they said, love is blind. You know, even this well-off guy, he loses it. You know, because it's different. It's a different feeling. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not about his flashy things. Okay, it's about who he is and what he gives her in himself, not the financial, but himself. How he share himself with her, or how she shares herself with him. It's not totally always true that this well-off guy is always an attraction uh, for for marriage. You understand? He can be a failure too. It can be all he wants. He's going to be his own king in his house, and he doesn't allow the queen to come in. He's on his own. You understand? There's a few exceptions, but in general terms, women, if they end up with a financially secured, somebody that's really is intelligent and having his life go on, to be part of that life, they prefer that. They would love to have that kind of relationship. There's even a song, you know, do you have a job, you know, to be with me? That this kind of trend that was in what, in the 80s, okay? Because if you're not working, you're not secure, how can you marry and be a part of her while you cannot even support her or support yourself? It's very important. So I think women in general will go to someone that's financially secured, somebody that has his home, but all the rest, you know, when it comes love and then trying to build things together. I gave you three different scenarios of my experience, and it's how your mindset is. But for women, really, if the man is financially secure, because you always have to look out once you enter the marriage, okay, marriage with possible children, because everybody's not gifted with children, okay, but the mind and the understanding is to have children and to raise children. That right there, you know, that little bud stop blossoming, because the next step is going to be having children, and that is a security. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, and let me also talk about the financial insecurity, because Beta Medicine podcast, he talked about the whole child support, Beta Medicine, and Common Man 80. Yeah, I wish they would come on, especially Common Man 80. I think this is the first time I've seen him, but he made some really interesting points. So it would be and a pleasure to have you on. But one of the things that we were talking about is that I mentioned earlier was the rewards and the punishments for marriage. And for me, I always say that marriage was designed not just for a man and a woman, but the primary reason for it was for the taking care of children, for the bringing up of offspring. So, and that's what happens when men and women come together. And so, the out of wedlock before marriage was supposed to be for children. So, if you had children out of before marriage, it was considered out of wedlock, and the children were considered, um, bastards. That's the original meaning. So because of that, the man could walk away if he was not married, and the woman would be left with the responsibility of taking care of the children. And in a lot of the cases, they would have something called the shotgun wedding if the children came before marriage, and they would literally force the man at the point of a shotgun, by the family of the wife to marry the woman. That was a shotgun wedding. So I think now that men are not compelled, let me say that, to marry that the women that they make children with, now it's usually taken after the child is now born. Before, it was you had to marry the woman before she had the child. That was very important. But now she can have the child, but you have to pay for the child after the child is born. So marriage, so child support was from the men who are getting the girls pregnant, but they're not taking responsibility for the fathering of the children. That's where it starts, and I guess it continued from there. That you have to take care of your children. That if it takes two to make a child, then it takes two to raise it, and the financial part is very important. And that's why it comes to the whole aspect of women, what do you want in a man? Because if you do want marriage first and foremost, then you should have marriage before you have the children. Because if that's your priority, that's what you want, then you'll say no. If I want my children to be raised in a household, then you have to have the marriage. You shouldn't have children before you get married, because you're playing dice. All you're going to get is child support. You're not going to get a husband, and sometimes you might get a father, but you're not certainly going to get a husband. You might, but you've already sort of thrown in the lottery. So that's the first thing. That's why women need to know what they want first of all before even engaging with the man. A man is not going to tell you as a woman what you want. You have to know what you want first before you get into it. So if you want, your children to grow up with a mother and a father, then your best bet is to get married to that man first before you have children. So that's why I was talking about priorities. What do you prioritize? Do you prioritize looks over character? Do you prioritize intelligence over riches? Do you prioritize children over marriage? Because nowadays you can have a child without getting married. So marriage is now not a requirement to have children, but know that if you do that, then you have to deal with the risks and the consequences. And the risk for that is that the man might just walk away and walk away from his children and go somewhere, and then you're left alone. Or you might have to compel him through legal means to pay the support, but all you'll get in that is money, but you will not get what you want from the man, which is a husband and a father. So in this case, if women are serious about marriage, and that's why I asked, do African Black women still want to get married? Because it's not about them wanting to have children. You can have that nowadays without getting married. But do you want marriage? What do you want from marriage? What do you want in a husband? And that is, the basis of the family structure, the person that you're going to live with and raise children with, not just with you, but he has to be good for the children as well. You might be great together, but maybe you're not great as a family. So this is why it's important for the women, first of all, to decide even before the men what they want in a man. If it's, you just want a temporary, pleasure thing, then, that's what you get. But know that that's not a basis for a family. That might be a basis for a good time, but not necessarily a marriage or a family. So so that we don't get into this whole child support, because child support, it doesn't work for both men and women. It's something that creates animosity, it creates bitterness, it creates distrust between men and women. And if you do have to force legally the father of your children to pay you for the children, yeah, you might get the money, but that's not any satisfaction. You want a man who does what he should do voluntarily, not forced through a court system to do it. So so women, yeah, you have to know what you prioritize. If it's looks, then over, let's say, commitment, over financial stability, then those are the consequences for that. So yeah, child support is a big topic, but that's all I can say about that right now. That if you as a woman is important for you to have a family, then you have to choose the right husband. You have to choose what is important for you and find the person who shares that same value of importance. So yeah, go ahead.
And Tanzan, so would you say, I mean, I just feel like we're, yeah, so having that man, as having a financial security, the man that you choose, but are we putting the responsibility too much on a man only, or shouldn't the women, because okay, you can meet him and have a financial security when you meet him, but that can change 3 years or 4 years down the marriage, right? Like life goes up and down. So there's no guarantee in life. So
No,
I
no.
think, right? So I think, shouldn't we, I guess for me, the way I see it, I would say both have, multiple streams of income, or think of multiple incomes, or, even the female, in case she should be also financially prepared, not only the man, because what if something happens in life and then what? She just stranded, or she has nothing to fall back, or if she's in the West, what, she's going to take welfare? You know what I mean? Like, so I think, as a woman too, we need to be financially ready, right? Have that in the back of our mind if things don't go, things don't work out in life. Anything can happen. So I think, because we're not in traditional times, things have changed. So I think we as women to have to put responsibility on ourselves to have a backup plan, to be educated, not educated as in finish university, whatever this and that. That's just theory, but to have something that we can also do. Because of course, if there's children involved, you're gonna have to stay home and make that decision among you guys, among the relationship, among the husband and wife. But I think we as women also have to be willing to work and make.
Serenity?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you went off there for a second, but yeah, continue.
What do you like? Do you agree with that, or like? I mean,
Oh, I agree with that 100%. I definitely agree with that. I think the first responsibility, like it says on the woman, is first of all, your responsibility is to know yourself and know what you want. Once you have that, if what you want is marriage, if it's truly marriage, then the first thing is to say, okay, what kind of husband am I looking for in a partner? So once you have that, then, and financial responsibility is not to say that the man always has to have, $1 million, just that he is capable, and at that time he is stable enough to financially take care of himself. Now that's accepting that things may change, but that also says that you too also, no, not saying that financial stability is looking for a rich man so you can sit at home and do nothing. In fact, in traditional African societies, the women used to work. They used to go to the farm every day. They used to go to the market. They would sell their products, and they were not just this housewife thing is a very recent phenomenon. And even up to now, African women work very hard. They go to the farm. They make their own money. So it wasn't just sitting down and waiting for the man to come home with the bread. You also had to go and do something, and quite a lot, in fact. So no, you shouldn't just sit back and say, "Well, let the man make all the money while I sit back and relax." That's not going to happen. But the stages with the woman is things will change as well. Even for the woman, there are times when you will be, you're pregnant, you have to take some time off from work, and you have to sit back and rely on your husband to bring home, the money. And there are times when he might not have, he might be injured, he might not, be in his best form, and that's the time when you should be able to go out and do your part. So it's not to say that just because you want something from somebody doesn't mean that you can't get something of your own. In fact, you both should. So the most important responsibility that a woman has is the choice of the person who's going to be the father of her children and her husband. So once you have that, then you can sort of now prepare for both, the good and the bad times. You can both, now communicate, as Biggie was saying, communicate, and you can, talk about the finances, because once you see that a man is financially stable on his own, then now you being financially also stable on your own, you can now come together and say, what are we going to do if this happens or this happens? And you can plan and prepare together. But if you're the just looking for somebody who is sensibly financially sensible, but you're, silly and stupid, all you're going to do is, bring him down. All you're going to do is just spend money while he makes it, and eventually you're going to bring both of you down, and it's not going to work for both of you. So, no, the first thing is you have to know yourself. You have to know what kind of a person you are, your strengths and your weaknesses, and then say, okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for somebody who complements me in some ways, and somebody who, completes me in other ways. So you have to have a firm foundation to begin with, and then you work off on that. So for me, with the ladies, definitely your accountability starts when you know yourself. You know what you want. You know what makes you happy, and you know what you prioritize. If your desire is to be married, or to have a successful, not successful marriage, let me not say that, is to have a marriage, then you have to know what kind of a husband you want, and what kind of a wife you're going to be. So that's why it takes you communicating, expressing what you're looking for, and also you listening to what the man says, because you can't just go in and say, well, this is this and that and that. That's why we have a dialogue. So yeah, I think accountability goes on both sides, and as women, we should be the ones to take it, for our sakes, because the decision to have children really, it starts with the man, but it ends with the woman. So the woman is the one who has to decide whether she's going to allow the man to have children with her. And you have to choose the kind of man that you're going to have children with, So, yeah, I don't, leave the women from the accountability. We have to start with ourselves first, and we also have to start with the choice of the man that we choose to have children with and marriage partners with. BJ?
Oh, yeah, Tessa, you are absolutely correct. I think a lot of times, we get with someone and we commit so much of ourselves to that person that we lose some of our standards. Like, you want to get married, but I'm not going to try to force him to do something he doesn't. So I'm just going to be patient. I've already committed all this time into him, and then, like you said, then children get created, and then like, well, I don't want to break up the family, even though we're not married. But is marriage so important? Because he is here, and then when he leaves, then you're like, oh, now what do I do? And then you get the child support system mixed in the middle of it, and then the kids are, not only her suffering, but the kids are suffering, and in the backside of it, he's suffering, because now he has these kids. They're taking money out of his check, and he's like, I'm bitter and I'm mad because they're taking all my check because I have these kids, and it's nobody's winning in all that. If she's with you for a reason. She wants to build a life with you. And if you're not going to build a life with her, then leave before it gets to the point that the kids are now here, because now you can't send them back. Again, be honest and say, I really, some guys are, I'm pretty sure they are saying, no, I don't want marriage, I don't want this, and maybe she think, oh, you're just saying that for now. But be honest and say, look, no, this is not what I want, and I know this is what you want. I'm gonna have to just walk away from this, because it's not gonna make either one of us happy. But not enough of us are willing to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, instead of looking for the men we don't want, let's find the men that we do want. And that's what it takes, to look at yourself and say, and also to be honest with yourself too, and honesty with yourself. The good thing about it is you don't have to tell anybody. It's just a personal choice. You look at yourself and say, okay, what am I good at? Am I good at, do I qualify for marriage? Do I qualify, and do I meet the criteria for marriage? Because it's not just you looking, you're also being looked at. When we talked about finding, doing the investigation, while you're investigating the other person, know that you're also being investigated while you're finding out about the other person's culture, history, values, principles, all these things. Know that they're also trying to find out the same about you. And so sometimes it's good to put your best foot forward, but sometimes it's also good to be just honest with somebody and let them know, this is what I'm looking for. And if it's short term, and nothing wrong with that. If it's you just want a bit of fun, you're young and all that. If that's what you want, then that's what you get. But also know what consequences there are and be honest about it. If a guy is looking for something more serious and you are stringing him along, that's not right either. It's not good to play with people's hearts and minds. Just tell them
And,
what you
and
want.
again, it's harder for women once we commit to open our hearts to a guy to walk away. I mean, that's just it's harder for us to walk away. But to me,
Mm,
the men need to be, honest enough to say, "Oh, she's really committed to me, and I'm never going to be that for her. I'm going to have to be the one to do it." Because again, once you bring kids into it, it changes the whole dynamic, and you get the why is she coming up there keying my car, and now she know I'm with somebody new, and then she's act because she's still connected to you. That's why she's doing all that. And you giving someone else the dream that she always had with you. So it's like, we have to, just own up to our stuff.
yeah, and if you find yourself king somebody's car, then you also have to ask yourself, how did I get here? What choices did I make to get me here? Not that it's your fault or it's your, um, yeah, but you have to also ask yourself that what kind of a person was he? Were you mistaken in your choice, or were you or did he lie to you? Did you lie or did he lie? Somebody must have lied if it or not represented the whole truth. So that's why sometimes, yes, it's good to put the best foot forward and, look your best, but it's also important to show your true self, to be honest, firstly with yourself. You can't be honest with somebody if you're not honest with yourself. So once you're honest with yourself with what you want, what you're looking for, then you can be more honest with somebody else. Because I think also a lot of people are not honest with themselves. A lot of people say,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, I want this," but in reality, they just want validation. "Oh, I want a husband," but in reality, they want the social status. Or I want a family, but in reality, they just want to meet the expectations of society. So I think that
Yeah, so they don't rush in. Take your time. Do not rush in.
well, definitely that, and definitely don't have children before you're sure about who you're having children with. And this goes for both men and women. And things go bad. You can be with somebody and not know, or they might not know you enough, and so on. That does happen, but take every precaution because as a woman, you're going to be the one running after the man most of the time for that child support. They may be mad that they have to pay it, but you're the one who's going to be running mad and crazy trying to get them to support their children. So be with somebody who wants to actually have children with you. Don't just be with somebody who wants to have sex with you. And if that's all it is, then don't have children just for that sake. At least as women, I think that's our greatest power. We have the power to decide who we want to have children with. A man, after the incident, he simply walks away. After that, those 9 months, that's on you. And so, as women, we have to say, what do we want for our children? What do we want for our marriages? What do we want for ourselves? And so, yeah, a lot of that has to do with the choices that we make and what we're looking for in men and in husbands, especially. So, yeah, Biggie is back. Welcome.
Yeah, sorry about that. My laptop died and I don't have the charger, so
Oh, no worries. No
so I just
worries.
I just went on the phone and when I looked for the link, it was not there. I was thank you, Tanzan, for sending the link. But I was listening at the same time. But like you said, uh, first to do your good background check. I always said that. And Sanuti just said get the credit score and all that. But that's possible too. In the West, you can get the background check on somebody. But at the same time, I think before we look into marriage and all, um, we have to look into the seriousness of what marriage means and really talk about it. Is it what you really want? It's both sides. And
ask yourself, the way we are now, can we go through it with no problem, or does it give you, or does it miss a sense of responsibility? You know what I mean? It's a fine line. It's sad that some people don't get married and they live with children and everything else because they always got that fear. The minute that we get into marriage, something will happen, or they have all kind of different excuses, and some of them they just have that inside fear, and it's so funny that it's mutual to both. You know, the husband and the wife to be, they stay as fiance and have children, and as long as it's maintained, and they respect each other and communicate and raise children, and there will be a question down that line where the kids go, "You're not married," you know. So you better be ready for that answer, you know, because the two of you had an agreement. It doesn't mean the children has to follow suit, uh, or influence them of, hey, we're doing good, what do you mean? But there's a lot of things with the marriage, and when it comes to governments and recognition, if anything
And
happens
Biggie,
to one
Biggie,
another.
you're absolutely right because the kids will wonder, why didn't you marry my father? Why didn't you marry my dad?
Somewhat.
They even as they get older and understand the whole dynamics, it still will pop up.
Right. That question gonna come. So it's one thing that for those I want to advise, just think about that future question that's gonna rise on you, if you think you're gonna get away without the so-called. I mean, it's a psychological things, and I don't have to be married. Look at Oprah. She kept him as a fiance, but at the same time, yeah, there's nobody that's gonna question them. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna question Oprah and her fiance because they don't have children. Okay, for them it might be good, fine, but for those who's gonna have children, or have children, the kid's gonna ask, you know, yeah, I got a father and a mother, but they're not married. Is that the norm? And when they see the kids around them, and the parents are married, or it can be single family, whatever, but at least when the two lives together, they expect a marriage. They want to understand why. So I just give you a heads up for those of you that want to stay as fiance, as partner, and no marriage. There will be a question of how the kid sees that. So get ready for that answer because there are pain in your rear. I've seen it. Couple had to get married. The kids were like 11, 11, 12, no, no, 11, 11, 13, and 15. Parents were forced to get married just to prove the kids that this is the norm now. Again, it's because they love each other and they want to make sure that this thing, is too old for whatever their thought was after having three kids and living happily with the kids, and they're still married. It's been about what 15 years now. So they they always said, we've been married before that. I'm like, no, 15 years ago. So even on our side, we tease them. You know what I mean? Even though you have these big grown up kids on them, but again, they redid it just simply to make sure everybody's happy about it, no question about it. But again, I always said, think about that for those of you who's going to be really living uh, not married and having the children. And besides, the marriage is a commitment. And again, I cannot emphasize that you have to understand the being secret, sacred. It's a sacred relation that you binding to be one, and that has a lack. Now marriage. You see marriage, you see divorce, right there, side by side. Our forefathers, divorce is a shame. You know, our foremothers, the same thing. They see it as a shame
and
in the
with that
community.
divorce and the it really affects the kids a lot. People don't realize they like, well, it's just between the two of us. It's like it spirals those kids into so many different directions that they would not originally thought about. So if it's toxic,
Hmm.
they don't it affects them if you stay together and you're fighting and arguing and every little thing. They get affected by all that, and
Hmm.
then by them getting affected by it, their kids then get affected by it, on and on, unless you know they're able to figure it out and analyze what was really going on and come to terms with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So for our content, for our brothers and sisters out there, you know, I'm, for me, on the average, I would say 95% of marriages in the continent have some serious background check. It's not so, it's more sophisticated than what you have in here in the West. Very sophisticated. And when there's a flag, the family works on that flag. You know, what happened? Is that a mental condition? Is there some different things that might happen? But definitely in Africa and the continent, they got a good background check. Except the city. The city can be, they still do. They know who's marrying whom and where she comes from because of like, where he comes from. And it has a serious background check. And the other thing is also to avoid birth defect because it can be a farther cousin that is not with, usually they look in the seventh generation, so you won't have no issue for the birth defect. You understand?
Yeah.
And so that's one of the very important background check they do, just to make sure that they don't have any relation, especially on the male side because of the seed, uh, just to make sure that that does not happen. Because usually, if you are really within the same DNAs or samples, you might have some issue with the birth. You will have birth defects. So these are the things that they do. It's like everybody knows. For some reason, it seems like everybody knows when to pick that discussion and what they're looking for. And you'll have this gathering of family. And sometimes also in Ethiopia, for example, your name that's been given to you, okay, doesn't match even though everything is checked. This is how far they go. They look at your kind of put it that way, like in the horoscope, you know, and they will say the name doesn't match to the husband or any which way. Usually it goes to the woman, so they gave her. They call it a bread name. You understand? They give them a bread name,
A
Bread.
breathing, what does that mean?
meaning how can I say? In order to match. Okay, there's a calculation that they do. They take the male, they take the male name, they take her name, and they take the mother's name, and they divide in some number, and then it becomes like a numerology. It has to come between 1 and 4. So between 1 and 4, they'll find another name to become one. So after they add, they do all this calculation. It has to do a lot of the astrology, the old astrology.
Okay.
uh, and they call it bread name. So that means they will simmer. They give her that name uh, for the wedding. And usually, I forgot, but I think it's the male family that gives her that name
Hmm.
to be matching, and they call it a bread name. Really, Idabusim. Senu, you got to help me on that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
That's interesting. The
Senu, you
bride.
still there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah. What was your
Yeah,
question?
Idabusim.
Come again?
Oh,
Yeah,
I think we have
Idabusim.
somebody on the panel too. Let's take a moment and invite them in, and then we can continue. I think his name is
Okay.
King Andre. Um, hello, King Andre.
Hey guys, hey guys.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the
Hello.
show.
Yes.
Thank you, thank
Welcome.
you.
I just want to answer
Dear.
Biggie's question. What were you saying?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go to Andre. Go ahead.
They Idabusim. If the girl name doesn't match a certain what do you call that? Uh, it has to match the your kokapsin.
Your what person?
Your kokapsin, your dabusin.
Is that Amharinya?
I'm hiding you. What?
Yeah, I wish I knew Amharic.
No, Zubla
Oh,
Zubla Kisi, and I Shimom si niti agwal shim hiwa
what?
الجي شمام مس سواء ماشي تزجيرو كان الشم يوهبا أبتاع محلتي تمر
On the
على
marriage?
محلتي هو تمر على محلتي إذا بوسن هو
Oh, I didn't know that. I learned
yeah
something new. I know,
yeah
like in our, in Eritrea, like the woman actually keeps their name, right? They don't change their name. No?
no they don't change the actual official name but they
Mm.
give them the superficial name they call it a bread name
On
so
marriage? On after the marriage?
on her marriage on after she gets married
I have to ask my
uh
dad about that. I don't
I,
know. I
yeah
know they give names when at birth, like they give you the biblical name, right?
right
I know
that's the
that.
baptism.
Baptist, yeah, when you get baptized, but I didn't
Yeah,
know that the name. I have to ask my father. Yeah, I'm probably the wrong
yeah,
person. To ask. I'll look into that. I didn't know that.
yeah. It's a whole and the old horoscopes and it's in the earth, water, fire, wind,
Do the
And
men
and
that's
also get
interesting.
a name or just the women?
it's the woman that gets the
Just
name.
the women.
That's
Okay,
very
okay.
Yes.
interesting. I would like to know more about that because you see, this is why I say we need to get back to our cultural to know. This is you see what I'm saying? So we have this Bible thing that we were given to whatever, and this is the stuff that we don't know. Our indigenous culture, right?
Culture, right?
Indigenous culture. So that's interesting. I'll look into it. I'm gonna ask my dad about that. I didn't know that.
Well, common man
Ask him.
88, he learned something new today, and so did I.
Yeah,
I hope so,
Yedabosin. They call it Yedabosin.
yeah,
Dabo
that was
means bread.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
It's
you.
only for
Thank you.
the woman.
only for the women. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, and it's the
Okay,
day,
well,
they already got married. They already got married. They already got their certificate. But when you go to in the reception, everybody do their calculation and they make sure that there's the proper name given to
Mhm.
her.
okay.
It's like a
Interesting.
collaboration of the whole family on the male side. They'll debate which name to give her because everybody will calculate to come
Mm.
to the number one. It's like a numerology,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
so it has to hit one between the two of them. It's a
Okay.
calculation. It's a whole. It's a very very ancient and it's been practiced and even numerology, the way they define it through your birthday or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, but
Okay.
ours is like earth, wind, uh,
That's very
earth,
interesting.
wind, fire, water. Yeah,
Mm.
and we still do have the and these earth, wind, fire, all these four elements. They are in a year,
Mm.
3 month, 3 month, and then you'll have them every 4 years. So they'll split. There's a very interesting calculation, and in fact, I've done a writing on this particular Ethiopian horoscope, and this was in way in college, and I've collected about I think 75 people's name and combined, and I pretty much came up with their character. They were very shocked. The only thing that I had a problem is if I did a miscalculation and actually the calculation itself is wrong, but 99% I was very on the dot what kind of person I'm dealing with.
Mm.
Mm.
Well, let's hear from
Wow.
King Andre for a bit, and then we'll learn more about this new system. King Andre, did you have something to say?
So Biggie, find me a husband then.
Hey guys,
Okay,
Hello, King Andre, welcome.
I'm King Andre. I'm from Somalia.
Hi, King
That's
Okay,
it.
Andre.
Somalia.
hello.
welcome to
Welcome.
the show.
Yes,
Thank you. I'm just gonna join in with the conversation.
Go ahead.
yeah. What are your thoughts on the subject or on anything that you've heard?
I just joined the stream, but
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
I,
So,
I, I want to join in with the conversation. Yeah, you guys go ahead.
okay, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Biggie, you were saying?
So this calculation is not just it's the Ethiopian horoscope or put it numerology because it takes the four element, and within those four elements there's certain calculation that you do, and I'm gonna refresh my mind and get some documentation about it because I did it during my psychology class, and I did it in class. And even my professor was like, "Wait a minute, what are you talking about?" It's like, I mean, it just come to the point where they said, "How come?" And your name given uh, here, it has a lot of effects when it comes to the elements, and that calculation it has a lot of things. So it's been believed and it's been practiced to the day. Okay, they will give the woman a double stem if she's not rhyming within those 1 and 4, and they'll give her a number. I mean, a name. That, and those names can vary, and each letter will have a number. And those letters, because we got about 107 alphabet. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
and those, within each number, on not on the whole 107, but on the first letter that start, because the way the Ethiopian alphabet is like the musical chord. It's like if you say ha, okay, it's a letter, okay, and then you go who, he, ha, he, hu, ho. So the ha will be a 10. The la will be 20. It's like a DOS. You understand?
So you
I
got
don't
you
know.
got an infinite permutation of combinations that you can choose from.
Choose from exactly. But by the time you get your division and you calculate it, it has to be one with the husband, with the husband name.
Wow,
Very interesting.
that's intense.
And in fact, I collaborated it with the Eastern horoscope, which is the Chinese, and the Western horoscope. It was mind-boggling because they come very close into whatever they describe, and what you find is almost the same. Especially the Chinese. The Chinese, they are based on the four element too. So sorry about that. I just took the conversation on
No, no,
another.
no. Actually,
No,
that
no,
was
really
quite
interesting.
interesting to know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So everybody talks about marriage, and so there are things like that that get calculated part of the background check. If we give her this name, it's gonna work, and it's
wow.
the choice. And actually, the male side do that. In fact, some when we came when we came into U.S. Um, it always been remembered at the oh my God, we got to give a double sim because they didn't do the calculation earlier. So they find out, and then suddenly the host will say, "No, we don't need to give a double name because they won." You see what I mean? Because the name is one, and they
Mm.
say, "Hey, they don't, you don't need always to bring the a new name for it." So they'll say, "Oh, their name is good. We have no problem, no issue." And that's where the male family in tradition will declare that because that's their job to do those calculations. And the parents of the girl, they're sitting and waiting. Yeah, they enter the marriage, but now, as tradition says, as it holds it, they give them a double name.
Wow. Oh, wow. Before we continue, let me just take this moment to give a big thanks to Sanuti for the $15 donation. That was the Cash App. That was very generous of you, Sanuti, and we thank you. We really do. So, on behalf of Mika and SNN, we appreciate that. And yeah, that's awesome of you. We've had one other donation today, so you more than doubled that. So thank you. And for the rest of the people listening, we do appreciate all the support you give to SNN. It's we just came back from 1 week hiatus, so eh, we do need a lot of Mika spends a lot of time and money and just personal sacrifice to put this platform together. And so we appreciate not just the time that you spend, but the actual tangible benefits that you give to the channel because it helps out a lot with operations and just getting a lot of stuff together. So we do appreciate you, and the rest of you, please feel free to follow Sanuti's example.
Absolutely. I just want to add something to that, Tanzan.
Hmm.
Um, One of the thing uh, that's been done personally is a personal thing that Israel put together. This platform right now, is a donation that's been committed by Professor Israel. So instead of having one host or two hosts at a time, he makes sure that five hosts will have the StreamYard. So there's a personal sacrifice that's been done to make sure that this platform grows. Now you have your own StreamYard that you can get in. Without our personal contribution, it doesn't get easy. I mean, it's as hard as it is, but we do the best we can. Especially YouTube is not really collaborating with us. Our algorithm is out, so Mika is not getting any funds that it is expected through YouTube and everything else. I'll be totally brutally honest for the audience and for people that really support us, our brothers and sisters. This is something that we really look into putting every effort, every dime counts. And Sanu, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And I want to say it, it takes a lot to, for me, and Tanzan was like, if you remember, we just got in and we just participate, and then when you see the financial behind it, it's just staggering, And we need to support this platform as much. Mika opened it for us to be. This is our home. This is our community. This is our voice to be heard. And we're gonna grow. There's a lot of things coming. Last time Mika said uh, we're gonna put this website out, and this website It needs continuous maintenance fees and everything else. So that's another expenses that he's gonna incur to that. And believe me, we got to put it together, especially certain platform, the way they pay him, the way he's trying to get this thing going. It's quite overwhelming. As much as we can, as the hosts and everything else, we put it together. But I want the audience to understand this is an active, working platform. We're not just a YouTubers, okay? We're not here to just talk about it and forget about it tomorrow. We are actually working on our website. We're working with Triangle. I'm trying to help them out on that side also. So this is real. You know, it cannot be any real than you can ever imagine. I don't know how many of you know the way we host 7 days a week. Each day there's somebody covering specific topics for our growth, for our wellness, for our understanding. We learn. I mean, we learn a lot. I mean, the things that we're gonna be changing certain narrative that comes being thrown against us as one Africa. So we stand as much as we can. So everybody's help on here again is very, very appreciated. Uh, and I'm brutally honest about it. There's this cost that I'm looking at. It's just staggering, and it doesn't jive with what YouTube trying to pay you while they're changing our algorithm and suspend you for 7 days. Um, so we need to support this channel ourselves. This is how we're gonna be independent from other medias by being our own self, supporting ourselves. Again, all along we've been saying to Africa to be self-sustaining. So we should self-sustain. And this is our platform. And really, as a whole, in our community, we can chip in here and there, and we can really support this channel because it's a growth and it's growing. And once we get our website out, and we're gonna be on our own platform, we got Triangle coming out, and we'll have a platform to have our own chat, our own discussions. Um, Pretty much, we'll be on a group of people working for actionable milestones, and I really appreciate it. Sorry, Tanzan, I just put took some time about
No,
this. It's
no,
very
that's
serious.
beautiful. That's exactly what we all need. I mean, you're so on point, Biggie, and thank you so much, Sanya T.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Really.
Yes, absolutely. It's we do appreciate all the support that we have from the members, from the people who tune in and listen, to the people who share. And while we're at it, everybody has their way of supporting. And if you can support financially, that's appreciated. If you can like, you can subscribe, you can share with people. That's always another great form of support. And sharing, it doesn't cost you a thing. So if you haven't already, just go ahead and like the video, and yeah, it doesn't cost you a thing. And once again, thank you for those who are even the regular members. There are people who we always reliable to
Mhm.
see in the comment section, people who give us their thoughts, their opinions, and their voices as well. So we really do appreciate that.
Yeah,
Gastima says, keep cheaping people, stop being cheap. That's right,
all right.
yeah, put your money where your fingers are.
And
And sometimes
I
your
actually,
mouth
you're right.
too.
We are in a time of days. Um, we can do like just another regular YouTube. You just blah 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 blah. No, but we are not just YouTubers. We have a bunch of volunteers that sacrifice their time, their money, and again, I want to thank you all. by the way, my partners in crime for this, people that really put this thing, Israel, been asked. He said, well, what do we need? We need this. Guess what? It was no a second thought. It was done. There are other things that we do. People volunteer just like, oh, this?
Hey,
Okay,
well,
fine.
we got in another one. Sorry, Biggie, but I have to
Doesn't.
interrupt with a word of appreciation to Aboyak for $5 euro. Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Aboyak. Thanks
Yeah,
for the dedication of all the Swahili Nation team. Yeah, and thank you for your dedication and loyalty as well. It's beautiful, and we are part of a team. Both the panelists and the listening audience and everyone, it's great. So thanks to well, the first person that opened up the donation box, so to speak, was early enough. One of our earliest panels. It seems like such a um, like a whole day. Actually, it is a day ago for me because when we first started, it was Tuesday. Now we are well into Wednesday. So yeah, it's been about I've transitioned into the day. So
absolutely.
yeah,
You're still in the continent, right?
yeah, I
Yeah.
am. Yeah,
We're still,
so it
ex-
was.
we're still, this audience is still expect some pictures,
Oh, oh
that you
yes,
need to share, what you saw. And so we're gonna hold you accountable for that.
yes,
That
actually,
we
yes,
got to see
yes,
that sensation. What Tanzan went from the west all the way to the motherland, and we want to see the
Yes, we
pictures.
need that, Tanzan. We need it.
you know,
yeah,
it's important, and I'll say everybody, you'll be proud. You'll be very proud. Those of you that started early, following the shows and following us, you'll be so proud by the time we get done with our own web page. Oh my God, you'll be. I'm not gonna
yes,
spoil it for. I'm
yes.
not
We
gonna
won't,
spoil
but
it for.
just know that the team is working on some things. We just don't sit behind a computer all day. Mika, he travels a lot first and foremost. So you all see all the videos. He goes to all these countries and he shares with us the documentary evidence. So he does that. He was recently in the conference in Ethiopia and the one with Microsoft. So he has gotten quite a big recognition and has lent his voice to a lot of causes. That was a powerful summit. If you guys have time, just go back and watch the streams that he did for the African summit. So once again, we started off. Thank you for the donations. We had gas Dimap at $2 to open. We had Senuti. Let me find her. Senuti came in at 15. So she's still the big girl on the yard. Oh, and we have one more from Samira. Hey, oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Well, what a generous mood people are in today. I didn't even see yours, Samira. I just saw it right now. And she says, I'll give more when gas prices come down. Okay, no, fair enough, fair enough. At this point, we're just happy to get a few so we can have a tank of gas. Well, so we had Senuti, we had Aboyak, and now we have Samira. So thank you all of you for the support. Thank you for listening, for your comments, for your time. Yeah, we're most grateful. We don't take it for granted at all. So yeah,
Absolutely not. I just want to put one thing in perspective. Me and Rich was working on a few projects just to understand the impact that we do. Right? If a project needs 100,000, right, $100,000, right,
mm-hmm.
and we got 1 million people that contribute. You know how much they have to put?
How
Ten
much?
cents. 10
Wow.
cents. So as a team, think about it that way. As our this is our platform. That's how much we can do. Just can you imagine how many projects that we can fund we in this platform as long we have the legit ledgers and the legit project and we are 1 million. Think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Think about
Yeah.
how many African brothers and sisters we can help throughout the world. And what does that $100,000 kind of businesses works in the continent? We can build it. We even talked about it that if we really put our head together, we can pay off debts that countries have.
Biggie. Hello. 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 You seem to have gone
Does it
out
make sense?
for a bit.
We can barely hear you.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. Your mic's gone out for a bit there.
Hello?
Yeah. Now we
We
can.
can hear you now.
I think I lost the Bluetooth. Hold on 1
We
second.
hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? I don't think he can. I don't think he can. So yeah, thanks again everybody who contributed
Sorry about that.
and who wasn't
Yeah,
cheap.
sorry about that.
Chipping people, stop being cheap. Yes. Are you back on?
Can you hear me, Tanzan?
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, when you're on the cell phone, anytime there's a call that comes in, it did interrupt. So again,
Oh
I
yeah,
want to
it
appreciate
does that. You have to
everybody.
go to the audio to switch it to
Yeah, you got to
speaker.
set it up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. So my apology. My laptop is kind of dead. I'm just gonna go through it and make sure that I charge it. It's charging, but I didn't want to cut off this conversation. But again, I think the impact that we can do as commune and as a community, as family, brothers and sisters, and this is just the beginning. We didn't even touch it yet. This is just the beginning. And those of you that participate on here, that follows us, there's great work and great volunteers and great leaders that's going to come out of the channel.
Yes, yes.
We're just going to prove action after action, brutally honest. We're not going to wait for anything. We're just going to do all the low hanging fruit. We're going to hit those and get Africa on her feet, because all the old way that they've been doing didn't work. I believe this time, this one is going to work. It's everybody's effort. For all this communication that we have 7 days a week, we're learning, and each learning sessions and communications is going to put us on another path. There are other people that's going to be interested. And out of this, we're going to get all the great leaders. In fact, I was talking about, I don't know if you heard on Mika's yesterday with Max. I said we should have a camp for the future leaders, a boot camp that we're going to create and produce African leaders, African future leaders. And so there's a lot of high level things that's going on. So again, thanks to Mika, he gave us this opportunity to talk about these things and to be actionable, put our milestone together. I cannot do it by myself. Tanzania can do it, cannot do it. BJ, you cannot do it by yourself. Once you see a corner where you're going to find Suddenly, the same thing. Once you guys find your way that you're comfortable, you will see the participation in the actual production or produce on what we achieved together. And again, I want to thank everybody that's listening or listen later, that you're really appreciated in supporting this channel. We've been struck out for 7 days. We're still strong. We're still going forward. We're not going to stop.
We
Sorry,
appreciate
Tanzan.
all you guys for all you do because this is so critically important that
Very.
we see that we can unify no matter where we're at. And that
Yep.
the issues that one is facing, that means we're all facing it.
Yep. And that's why we talk about those low hanging fruit, these things that's happening, understanding what we step in, and you know what I mean? Understand our culture, understand our education level, understand what we can do for the gun. We got the Mika that's showing all the, you got the recap that's going with the Israel. And then I come in with the diaspora, interlacing the diaspora to the African, the African continent. The African continent need to be interlaced. We need to collaborate together. That is the keys. Mondotezi comes with all these opportunities. I mean, we're talking about great, great things in here. They're not in vain. It is the way we feel and we know it's important. And that's why we're here. We're all here because it's very important for us. As a whole, as African brothers and sisters, this is a very important steps. And we're going forward. That's how my mind is set and my emotion is set. We're going forward. We're not gonna stop. And we're not hurting anybody. We're just telling the truth. And what are we gonna do about the truth? Keep the problem or get the solution? That's what we're gonna play. We're gonna play fair and square. We're gonna show all our cards. This is what I want. I don't want no famine. I want everybody to be self-sustaining. I mean, did I hurt anybody? No.
Nope, not at all.
Produce. We need to produce. That's it. On each level, on social, technology, health, agriculture, and energy sector, we need to produce, period. And we have the ability to produce. It's just the know-how and how to implement it. That's all. We're not asking to change the geopolitics. We're not here to change things. No, very basics. We're asking for the basics to be implemented.
Biggie, remember, think big. We are here to make changes.
Yep. Think big. Think big. All of you on the panel, in your life, in anything that you do, in this panel, it doesn't matter. Think big.
Like the saying says, reach for the stars, and if you fail, you'll still land among the stars. I mean,
That's,
I'm
I
sorry,
mean,
aim for the sun, and if you fail, at least you will be amongst the stars. So always aim high.
hmm especially with the richness, the wealth we have in every aspect, our natural indigenous wealth. Nothing can
And the
stop us.
knowledge is within all of us. We just have to
hmm
tap into it.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I personally want to see change. I want to see leaders from, I want to see us implementing changes. I just don't want to talk. I want to be able to build relationship. You never know, right?
Mhm.
My part is I just want to talk. I want to actually follow with action. That's why I do what I can to support. Um, and like I really itch for change on the continent.
Mm-hmm.
I really itch for that. I really want to see. I want us to prosper. I want all Black people to connect, to visit Africa at least if you've never have visited. It'll change your perspective. It'll change your if you have that feeling, a different type of feeling. I've seen a lot of interviews, like especially people that have never visited to Africa, Black people I'm talking about, and how it changed their life, how their perspective, how it made them feel good, spiritually, physically, all that, So we just need to come together. We just need to build on that and support each other, support our own, support our own, support our own. That's so important. yeah, before anybody else support our own. So, and yeah, so I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, I mean, so you're absolutely correct. I mean, me being an American, I think most people know our history, but we all live in a land that is ours, but is not ours. So we're disconnected from everything, and so we're always searching for where do we belong. Other people from other immigrants will say, "I'm Irish, I'm Chinese, I'm this," and they have a land that they can ground themselves to. We're always feeling like, where do we belong? And that's one of the reasons why I sort of come and talk, because I know what it feels like to be in a land that you can't even really claim this your own, even though you built it.
Because you have no power. So yeah, and you, yeah. So all I believe all Black people, you know, they have a home on the continent. They do. And it's up to us, even though on the continent, and I know I'm going off a little bit here, but I know on the continent, the leaders that are in power, they're also puppets for most part, right? Some of them are trying to fight for us, but it's different. You can do things on the ground. You're free. You can do things. You can build. It's not as easy cookie cutter or rules and regulations as it in the West, and I'm glad it's not like that, to be honest. But at the same time, if you go to the continent, you know, you being as an African American or just a Black American going to the continent, everyone will accept you as their own. They will love you. They will love you. They will welcome you with open arms. We're just welcoming people, and I'm sure your lineage, right? Back, you know, we have everywhere we go, Black people, I think they're very welcoming people, even in the South, like, you know, in the States, they have similar hospitality, like they welcome you and all that. I think in the cities is when you change. Even the Africans that come from Africa, when they're when they're here in the city in the West, the ones that are born here but have African parents, they think and operate like the West. It's like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So
and America is about assimilation. You know, they want you to just let go of all of your, you know,
strip you away from
your
your
traditions and become and assimilate into.
I just
as they
found
used to
out.
say, the melting pot.
I
That
just
never
found out
melt.
exactly, and I just found out in where is this? Not Finland. It's in Europe. Where is it? It's
We got two E's.
anyway, some
We have
country.
two.
It's gonna come to me, but I just found out because there's a lot of Eritrean immigrants that go to that country, and I just found out because I have a cousin of mine that's there, and I just found out that they, you know, from when the child is 1 year old, they have to be put into daycare. It's not even if, buts, or what. It's like they have to go. The reason why they do that is to assimilate them into
Oh my goodness.
yeah, and they have to speak their language. They basically strip you of your culture. So they're spending, you know, daycare, like it's like a 9 to 5 pretty much all day. So they're brainwashing the child from a young age, from 1 year old. And if you don't put them in daycare at 1 year of age, there's, I think, they take the children to child services and this and that. So many things. They take away your kid, basically. And I'm trying to find, it's like an island country, but it's in Europe. I'm gonna Google it just to let you guys know. But this is fact.
And I think that they sort of mentioned something similar to that here that they're trying to implement. Because again, we have Head Start, which is like 4 years old, but now they want to make it younger.
Yeah, that's Norway, the country I was talking about. And so, you know, you have no rights. You know, you wanna. To a certain extent, I understand when you move to a different country, you got to speak the language, you got to follow the rules, you got to do this. I understand that, but stripping me away from my culture, from my child,
but why do you have to lose who you are?
How I raise my child, to tell me that? Hell no, right? So, but that's what it is. That's what's happening in Europe. That's what's happening here, even in Canada. You know, They're, you know, they're teaching our children at young age, you know, about the LGBTQ from kindergarten. You know, this is like a wake up call for everybody. And I worry for the immigrant family because they work 2 jobs, they work 3 jobs to make ends meet, right? And so they're not really spending time with the children one on one. How's your day? Who are your friends? What did you learn? You know, they're not really getting that chance. So because they're working, you got to make
Right.
yeah, right. So the kids are being raised at school by a white teacher 99% of the time. So this is something that we cannot deny. This is something that's happening, you know. And part of the reason why I want to flee. I'm not even kidding. I want to
I'm
flee here.
I'm with you. If I had to get that tire to get to Cuba, and then figure it out from there, because it used to be Cubans used to get on the tire to come here. What I think we're gonna do is the opposite way.
I'm telling you, you know. And so we get comfortable with the lifestyle here. We think, oh, everything is nice streets, and we think, oh yeah, the government is in order. The most corrupt government is in the West. The most corrupt government is the Canadian government, the US, you know, the West.
Hey,
They make all these rules. I'm sorry, I'm changing the subject here. Sorry, but I just have to add that.
Sanu,
Yes, I'm listening.
the minute when you say corrupt, think about lobbyists. Okay.
Exactly. Yes, lobbyists. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but that's the trick that
they're legal.
the English does. They always have double and triple meanings, and they say what like wait, no child left behind. Didn't all the kids get left behind? So they use these terminology to make you think one way while it does the exact opposite.
Yeah.
That's what I have to say about the corruption here. You got the lobbyists in here. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars that's been wasted. And in fact, I feel so sad that we wasting so much money right now. Just to give you the tip of it, as Kissinger said, please do not send any more arms. He said this is gonna trigger to another level, because if the two becomes one, they're bigger than what we have. So it's like pushing to another level. So the corruption left and right is all the generals are making money, and while the soldier doesn't even have a crumb.
It starves. They starve.
That's right. That's right. So the good thing is it's within the West. So the continent is so vast for us. We have a beautiful big continent, and we can do whatever we feel like doing within our continent, because it try to follow suit in certain ways, but the majority, they're still staying down. They don't want to follow that footsteps. They just need a little push to align it where they can be competitive and respected.
Yes.
If their continent is respected, guess what happened to the white or any white supremacy?
Yeah, but for us to be respected, you know,
we have to respect each other first and foremost, and understand that
we gotta love each other. We gotta, you know what? We have to love each other. We have to not be discriminative against each other, because there is that among our community. There is that, you know, unfortunately, right? So these like, you know, it's just like some of the conversation that I hear even sometimes online, it just makes me like, I'm like, where's your head? Especially in 2022. So we need
they're westernized. Their head is that they have bought into the system, and they feel that this is it's giving them a crumb of what they want, and therefore they're going to fight for the system that they're in, and that's their choice.
And not being aware too. Like, I think traveling really does open your eyes when you. That's the thing. I you know, the thing is, I really, really, truly feel that the African American community in the States, I think they're one of the smartest individuals worldwide. And I say this because they've gone through so much in the past. They've gone through so much. They've become very strong because of what they went through. But they also come from great lineage. It's just because they're not told they come from that. They've told, okay, their history starts from slavery. So obviously, right then, you're putting your people down, right? You're nothing. You're a slave. You come from nothing. But that's not true. And I believe, a lot, because there was kingdoms and all the great things coming from Africa, mathematics, science. If anybody knows about anything about Kemet, what's called Egypt now, like around Ethiopia, Sudan, all that area, that was part of Kemet, part of Egypt, right? So it was just like everything started from there.
Yeah, and the thing, even with the slavery piece, we weren't just brought here to pick cotton. They were there.
They built it.
We built the whole country. It's like architects and engineers and all that. They brought them over here for a reason too.
Exactly. And so
it was not just about cotton.
Yeah, and so our people, even the Africans, don't know that because the history is hidden from us, right? So once you know your history again, once you know, that's why I say to you, like the African American, they have so much knowledge. They just have to stick together because they know how to deal with. I don't even know why. I don't like to say white supremacy because they're not supreme at all. They're not supreme. They were never supreme. So I don't like to use white supremacy, to be honest, in my opinion. But these groups, right? So they wanted to stay on top. They stole, they murdered, they raped, they lied to get to where they're at, and they're trying to keep that power. But but spiritually, things are changing. Even our people are waking up slowly. But spiritually, I feel like things are changing. The universe
God is only going to allow so much to happen, and then He's going to say enough. And I think we were it's the point in time that she is saying enough.
Mm-hmm. And I think our people for Africa, and for Africa to grow, to change, we need the diasporas to go back and bring their intelligence, their skills. Like I know from my people from my country, they're very intelligent people. As all part of Africa, to be honest, right? But just speaking from my experience of dealing with my people from my country, I know they're very intelligent people. They everywhere they go, they build. They have businesses. They push themselves for their family, for themselves. So imagine if they can go back and do that on the continent. And so the thing is, the mainstream media, has this, obviously we know this, right, already, not to repeat it, but we need to undo what we've been learned, what we were. Right. We have to unlearn everything, and we have to be willing to go back. Why wouldn't you want to go back and enjoy the beautiful weather? Yes, okay, the roads are not that good, but we can go and demand those things. We can speak up. We can make changes.
Well, that's part of here that the roads are nothing but a bunch of potholes. So it's like it's these little dynamics that it's not paid, and the internet. Look, it's places here that let a storm come through. Will you have internet then? No, it just drives me nuts because it's like you saying these different things, like those things can't be fixed. You seeing these things like, oh well, we don't experience these things here. Well, we do. I mean, it's just. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. It's okay.
Sorry, no, we went off.
Okay. Right now we went a little bit off Tanzan, right? But at the same time, I'm gonna drop.
It's within the vicinity, and let me say why. Firstly, I would like to highlight the comment that Common Man 18 made. In regards to African American people must return to the continent of Mother Africa. We are alive today to have our people teach and tell the true stories of our 400 journeys if we're to survive as a people. I think we should all tell our stories. We should all listen to each other. We should all learn from each other, and we should all, share our experiences. And this is very important to us all as a global people because, we are African, but we are everywhere around the world now. You go to any place and you'll find somebody who looks like you. So it's important to acknowledge and respect all our experiences, and even some people whose stories has not been told, and this is usually sometimes due to language, geography. If you meet somebody from Brazil, they might look like you, your cousin or your brother, but unfortunately you might not even be able to communicate with them. Well, nowadays with technology you might have like a translation service, but you will still have that barrier of language, barriers of time, barriers of space, and so it's important to learn about each other wherever we are, and also to go back to the continent, even for the recent diasporans. I'm a recent one because I left some years back, but when you do go back, even though you go back and the people still look at you like, oh, you've been away for a long time, even if it's just 2 or 3 years, they sense that you have been away, and there's still a bit of distance that you have to you have to bridge. That goes for the people who've been away for a year and the people who've been away for 400 years. So it's just a bigger distance, but it's the same experience. So it's important to go back. No, not to say that, oh, you have to go back and stay, you have to go back and do this. The first time you meet a friend, you just meet for a cup of coffee. You don't know what's going to happen. It might be just 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but it's that small initial step that starts the ball rolling. So going to Africa does not have to mean a big commitment, like you're taking everything you own and putting it on your back and leaving. You take small steps. You go for a week, you try some different countries, you see what works, what doesn't, and you have a realistic view of things. It's not going to be ideal, it's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be your dreams come true, and it's not also going to be scary, it's not going to be horrible, it's not going to be terrible. You won't have to
But
be afraid.
Tanzan, where on this earth is it perfect? Is it great? Is it beautiful? And you don't have any problems?
Yeah,
That's
nowhere at
everywhere.
all. Nowhere at all. So just be open to experiences, and this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. If we are to build to survive as a people, and a people, a community, the basic building block is that union between man and woman. It's that family that the man and the woman, they create a child. Is the community that support them, is the elders that advise them, is the mothers-in-law that advise the young daughters-in-law. It's the community that builds it up. It's not just two people thrown off in the deep end, like go ahead and swim and make a baby. No. So it starts with that that unit. And so if we are to build each other and to build this community, we first have to work on ourselves as individuals. Work on you. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, what do I need to do for myself? What do I need to do to become a better person, a better, human? No, no, let me say, not say human. Oof, after yesterday's discussion, a better person, a better woman, a better man. That's where it starts. You can't change the world, that's unrealistic, but you can start with yourself. And then having started with yourself, now you can be in a better position to be with somebody else. You can start, being the best self. That's what you owe, your partner, whether you're a man or a woman. You owe them the best of yourself, the best that you can be. Don't shortchange yourself or your wife or your husband, because you're wallowing in defeatism or despair or all this. You should be put on your best self every day, and do it because you love yourself, and do it because you love your people, because you love your children. So it's
And your husband and your wife should get the best of who you are,
mhm.
not the worst.
Yeah, but they should also still be willing to accept the worst of you, because when you know that you have given your best, even at your worst, somebody will still say, I know that they gave the best and I have to support them when it's at the worst. But if it's constantly just at your worst, or you're constantly faking the best, then you're not being true to who you are. So yeah, it starts with the family, and that's why all of this ties together. Our mentality as African people, the way we view each other, the way we view ourselves. Honesty starts within yourself. You can't be honest with somebody if you're not honest with yourself. So as women, first start with yourself. Say that you don't owe your happiness to somebody else. You have to find that happiness within you, and then spread it to the world, and then give it to your husband, give it to your children, give it to your mother and your family. So that it seems like a small step, but it's the step that the ripple that causes the waves in the ocean. And that's important for us as a people as a whole, because we have a lot of healing to do. We have gone through a lot of, trauma, both personally and as a people. And it's time sometimes to just put the swords and the knives down and say, well, what can we do to make each other better, to improve each other? So that's where we start. We start with the family, we start with ourselves, and we build that to the community as a whole. So
Yes, yes, Tanzan, you nailed it right there. you know, this is our community. This is the startup that tried to start up long time ago. Long time ago. Everybody tried to start this thing up. But here, it's not just talking about it. We're actively acting about it. I'm very proud to be part of this panel, part of the whole organization, and we're gonna make sure that we're not gonna fail. We're gonna make sure we're gonna be understanding where we're headed. So the first thing is to have self-sustaining Africa, and the next thing is food security. Number one priorities. Okay, let me give you an example. I traveled very well throughout the United States and as well throughout Europe. Okay, one thing that I noticed, there's something African in there. There's something African, because all of them are not served right. It's just the elite that tells them, okay, they put them in the system, they adopt to the system, and they give their money, whether they like it or not, in taxation. If you ever go below the southern states, if you see the poverty that you can experience, it's just so staggering, so shocking. Africa is much better, to tell you honestly. Much better. Yes, we don't have the internet, we don't have the electricity, but the way they live, the poverty is so high. It's just incredibly high. And they still take a penny from them. You remember I told you to fund 100,000, it takes 10 cents. Okay? They will take that 10 cents from everybody to make sure they got the 100,000. And multiply that. If a government can spend anytime they decide, hey, here you go, $40 billion, here's $50 billion. And guess what? It came from those poor people. They think the government is doing the right thing. Let me tell you, I experienced a white woman with a child with a dirty diaper, with the calluses thicker than any African that I've seen in my life, in New Orleans. You're talking about poverty? Go to Europe. Go in France, Italy. You'll find that they pray every day in order to meet the day. So this atrocity, while you have all this poverty in America, okay, and you are willing to give billions and billions of dollars for your so-called interests, and you ignore your people that lives in poverty, with all these homeless that are roaming the whole country, Africa is better off. At least nothing is being collected from them. They live a decent life. The one,
yeah, but that's the media that wants to focus on one group while ignoring the realities of another.
Absolutely. For me, as a leader, I'm going to feed my people first. I understand there's a geopolitics you want to play. Yes, I'll support you in this way, but I'm not going to be extravagant while my people are hungry. So that shows you even how the attitude toward Africa would be meaner
because they left a lot of people behind. And they're spending every dime that the people give into those so-called interests. And at the same time, it corrupts also our people. The good thing is, right now, maybe still it's not a good thing, but the fact that we don't have electricity throughout the whole Africa, it saves us from some of the burden that those people that have electricity. We're gonna grow the way we're supposed to be growing. We cannot have it overnight, but the good thing is the creator is watching how much we can get, because we have the wealth beyond all our imagination if we really work it diligently, not too fast, not too slow, but to digest what we have and how not to expose what we have and live a life of building our wealth. We should learn how to build the wealth. Can you imagine if all Africans start building wealth? That means you have food security, we have military security, we have all the resources, we have an oversight, we have a leadership that's going to look for the people interests. That's when Africa is going to be respected. Because really, the countryside in the West versus the countryside, the only in Africa, the only difference is they're advancing because they have technology that's available. Does all the Western people can afford that technology? There are people that do not have cell phone. While in Africa, you have farmers that really have all the things that they need. But again, I just want to say that because all these Western countries are sucking their own people's money and transfer it to something else extravagant, like they can do, help everybody. They don't. At the end of the day, when you're not taking care of your people, the people are the one that's going to be revolting. And every time that you see demonstration that goes throughout the world, that's what's happening. The people are not fed. The people are not up to par to what they were supposed to be. So Africa, don't get discouraged. We're doing better than the West in every aspect of it. So we have to be very grateful in certain things that we do. We didn't lose our cultures. We're still maintaining our cultures. We're still doing a lot of things that our topic today that Tanzan brought up. Very interesting topics. And these are the things that we shared, what is being practiced. So it's very important that you have to understand when you say West, it's just the elite on the top. But the people are suffering just even maybe worse than Africa. We have our drought, we have our famine. It's a natural thing that's happening. It doesn't mean that we have our standard of thinking, of morality and all that. It doesn't mean that it's destroyed. It's just something physical. It's something that we endure during those bad times. Like you said, Tanzania, I think you said it last time, 7 years of drought, 7 years of green, right? But at the same time, I think for us, we are in that 7-year bracket. We're on the 5th year. We got 2 more years that we're going to be out of that drought, and we're going to be harvesting what is worth harvesting for us, not for the other world, but just what Africa needs. And as long we state our mission, as long we stay together and start thinking togetherness, because every time you say the West is the one, the West is doing that, we have to change. I don't care about the West. I don't care about the East. I care about Africa. This is our change.
Biggie, just after what you were saying in regards
Let me
to
just say
the,
one thing before we move on,
sure.
PJ. And this is in regards to Sounds Bantu's comment about everyone picks on African Americans, saying we don't know who we are, where we came from in Africa. And, you know, unfortunately, that was the mission that was enacted in taking Africans from Africa. The aim was for them to forget about Africa, for them to forget their language, where they came from, and who they were. And that was done both, you know, on the continent, but primarily and more importantly to the people who were forcibly taken out. So, you know, that is a deep tragedy, and we empathize deeply with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, the original diasporans. The other thing I would say is in that tragedy, there is a certain freedom in it, because you do have the freedom to go. Africa is still your country. And by country, I mean as one, not a, you know, every country in Africa is your country. Every inch of Africa belongs to all Africans. Black Americans can go to any country in Africa and say, this is my homeland. Now, yeah, you might not be able to go to the exact place, but guess what? Even Africans have traveled throughout Africa. Most of us Africans are not in the place where, you know, some of our ancestors were. The people in Africa have been migrating and mixing and traveling around Africa. So even us, we were not a static people. The only difference is that we were traveling all over Africa and you guys were taken out. But in terms of that, you have the difference that you have the freedom to choose where you want to be in Africa. You can go to any country, you can go to several countries and see what goes with your spirit, what touches your spirit. You can go to you won't not find a place in Africa where you can say this feels like home. And you don't even need to take up a DNA test. It's just what your spirit tells you. Your spirit might tell you that East Africa is where your home is. Your spirit might tell you it's South Africa, Central Africa, wherever it is. You can go and explore that and feel what your ancestors are calling you to be. So yes, that was a historical tragedy, but you can change it, with the present justice. And that justice is going back and feeling. And you don't even have to go back physically. You can just start with, looking up or meeting people from the continent, or looking up ideas and finding out about a particular tribe or a particular practice and saying, does this feel good to me? Or finding a particular cloth or music, especially with the music. Before you even go to Africa, just listen to different music from different places. Just find out what speaks to you. Find out where you feel that, because sometimes you might read something in a book, but sometimes you can also feel it in your soul. So don't let the what happened, don't let them win. What I'm trying to say. Don't let them win and say, oh, well, since I don't know, there's nothing that can be done. Because you don't know, you can choose. You can choose where you want to go. And sometimes that hinders us as Africans born on the continent, because we are tied down to particular places. Because even us, we're not free. We were cut off and we were put into these little boxes that we didn't create, called countries. We were forced to change our lifestyle. Even us, we have been forced to take on things that are not of us. We have been forced to take on a language that was not ours. Even though some of us still speak our languages, we also have to acknowledge that we are still speaking a language that was colonized. So we all have experienced this to some degree, not to the extent, that the Black Americans experience it, but we have all experienced this. We're not altogether, free from the effects and from the people who did this to you, and they're still doing it to the continent. So if there's anything I can say to my Black American brothers and sisters, is that you have the freedom to be whatever African you want to be, and to go to wherever in Africa that you feel the need to be. So don't let anybody tell you that, oh, you're not African because you don't know where you're from. You are African because you're from Africa, and you can claim the whole of Africa. So you are all welcome to come. You're all welcome to start with the music, start with the geography, meet the people wherever you can, and just talk. It's a small step, but it's those small steps that will end up taking you where you want to go. So yeah, And Sounds Bantu says that the spirit told me that I'm Bantu. Yeah, there goes your name, Sounds Bantu. So that's a big start. Even with the name, sometimes it can be you have to express your freedom in the way that feels good to you. Sometimes some people change their names and they take on an African name that feels you know feels real to them. Some people find out their music and then they find a particular music that just hits your soul the right way, just makes you dance and jump up in joy. Those are your the same drums that your ancestors played a long time ago, and they played them in happiness and they also played it in sorrow. So don't be afraid of finding out who you are. Don't be afraid of going down and even confronting some of that pain, because believe me, there's a lot of knowledge and wisdom beyond it, and there's a lot of people who are willing and wanting to meet our long lost brothers and sisters. So, and also, don't let even the Africans stop you from being African, because you will find ignorance on both sides of the continent. You will find ignorance, you'll find ignorant Africans, you'll find ignorant African Americans. You'll find Africans who tell you, oh, you don't belong here. Well, you'll find me who tells you that you do. So choose to listen to the people who tell you, the positive things, or people who build you up, not people who tear you down. And, this goes for both the people in the continent and those without. So just to let you know, we welcome you. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Tarzan again, the machine gun. I'm telling you, you just put the right bullet in the right targets. I'm telling you, you just there's something that I always said, your talent, Tarzan, but clearly there's nothing I can bring because you take over my emotion. You just put it right there, laid out. Yes, you're all welcome. You're all welcome. There's nothing else that I can say. All blacks, all Africans that has the first, the second, the third generation, you're always gonna be welcome in the land. Because when you land in Africa, you'll find your siblings. You'll find your siblings. You relate to them. And at the same time, when you talk about music, since I'm in the radio frequencies and stuff like that, I do a lot of research on those, and which I'm very fascinated. Always, all my life, I've done that. This music is it's a frequency that deep inside of you, that you're an human beings are. We are energized. We have this inner energy, and there's inner energy that goes across with the DNA, your being, your creation. And when you listen certain beats that really are within something deeper than you ever thought, not only that Sam said do some DNA tests, but once you even do your DNA test and you find, you can narrow down which part of Africa. But they always wanted to separate the African American population from the continent because it does create, hey, you don't support us, we got Africa that support us. But one thing that Haile Selassie, when he visited in the 60s, and when he met all the civil rights movement, and the first thing that he as an emperor, actually a king, an emperor that showed to Washington, D.C., 3 days, it was a holiday for black men. 3 days. So the black African Americans like, oh, what? He's black. I cannot even join the same bathroom with the white. There was no issue about that. It was a 3-day holiday in Washington, D.C., and 1-day holiday in New York City when the Emperor Haile Selassie showed up. And the first thing that he told me, they asked him, what can we do? You know what he told them? Keep up the fight. Do not bow down. Keep on the fight. So he was in America when he pronounced it, keep on the fight, on the civil movement. So with that mind, you are African American. The thing is, when you apply anywhere, They will say Latino, non-Latino, all that, and it says African, Black, or African American. Even on the selection when you apply a job. Okay, so that tells you, as American, you're supposed to be American, not African American, whatever, because the African American came in after the slavery, when all that slavery is done and everything else is done. But at the same time, they associate you with the name African American, and at the same time, there's different discussion in that. Wait a minute, you're still African Americans. You're not Latino or other. You cannot be. They want to identify you as African American. That's what you have to embrace, and that's your next step. What can I go and understand about the continent, this African? Because that your race, ethnic, being given to you as Black African American. It's like Black / African American. So for me, when I see as an Ethiopian, and when they say Black African American, so I'm still with the Black African American, but I'm supposed to be other because I'm Abyssinian. I'm Abisha. And that's my race. It's very specific. But again, you have to, I went to HR and tried to explain, and it's just so hard. So I said, whatever, But again, for African Americans, right there is African.
Biggie, because the thing is, what you're saying, they only remember, to us, we know our nationality and all this. Even the word Black, it's, all this, but to the outside, like to white people, actually, worldwide, doesn't matter if you're like from Eritrea, Ethiopia, Ghana, whatever, you're a Black person, you're a Black man. That's how they see you. And that's sometimes we fail to realize that, especially like.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. They try to muff. If you're really asking for ethnicity, okay, that's the ethnicity question. But they just shovel it as one. You understand? They have to understand.
Because ethnicity and race are two different things, and it's just a way for them to further subdivide a group into different categories, and we decide which category we want to give a little bit more acceptance versus another.
Right.
So if you look at the race, there's only 4 races, and we divide out probably really only 2, whatever. But it's just always a way of dividing and subdividing more and more and more and more.
Can I say one thing, BJ? I think there's one piece that I didn't define for, is that if you go to France, okay, or Italy, there's no such thing as African French, French African, or Italian African. The first thing the United States Constitution, if you are born in America, it should not detail whether you are from Africa or anything. You are American. That's something that they're doing so wrong for a long time. You're not Arab American. You understand? There's no such thing. If you are American, you are American. Period. There's no Latino. There's no nothing. You're American. You understand? That's the first step. Okay? That even hurts more for the statistics saying, oh, the Latino. This is a divide and calculate on what they're going to spend on what. You understand? But it's wrong. You go to any part of Europe, once you are a native of the country, you're identified by the native country. There's no such thing as Latino, as this and as that descendant, as that descendant. This is supposed to be abolished. So the first person that's going to abolish it is going to be the American, the Black America. Supposed to change that in there. It's not even constitutional. It's not even constitutional. This is something that America should be aware about. If you're called American, and I see a lot of African American that really protest the way they're dividing it. You understand the way they put it in. When they say there are blacks that's going to say we are Americans, period. When you go to war, they're going to see an American soldier, not a Black African American soldier. Nobody's going to identify it that way. It's Black American. Actually, the black should not even be there. So if that constitution doesn't change, that the way we're represented is not changing, right there is the racism. It's just calling it out. So I'm African American, you're Latin American, you're Arab American, you are this, but there's not even Arab American. Have you seen in the choice? Non-Latino. If you're not Black African, what you gonna do? Non-Latino. So you're from different race. So we African should understand by now there's so much divide within the West. This is the time to unify and take advantage of that. We are called Africans, proud Africans. That's the stand of the future. The low-hanging fruit is this stand. I'm African. You're American. Whether you're Black, white, Latino, it doesn't matter. As long as you got your citizenship, you're there, you should be American. No more. No more distinction about this, that, this. For what reason? For your own stat? For discrimination base? That's an opportunity for discrimination. So you go in Europe, an Italian is Italian, whether he's white, Arab, whatever, he's Italian. They don't even separate that. Only in America. And this gonna be leading the world when you have a divided house. That's why everywhere it goes, it fails. Because there's no unity even within the government. So for us as an African, this is what we want to get away from. Oh, he's Kenyan, he's Ethiopian, he's there, and that. No, we want to be one as Africans. So this is the move that we have to take. This is in the 60s. That's been keep on the fight. As Americans, he never said Black Americans. As Americans, you have all the right to live in this country. You're born here. Yes, you've been imported from Africa. They're reminding you, but are they going to give you 40,000 shekels to go and settle in Africa? Sorry about that. No. You have to identify what is right. One of the things that they don't want no more movement is one of those things that's going to come up and blow up on the face. Because I remember I had a good friend that came in from France. He's Martinique. You know, he's from Martinique. He didn't tell me he's Martinique. He says he's French. And his brother that would want to be revolutionary, he said, I'm Martinique, right? He said, no, there's no such thing in the Constitution. You're part of France. But they are from the island. So we have to understand there's certain backward things, but we don't want to import that backward thing to Africa. We want to make sure we go forward. With our sisters, with our wife-to-be, with everything in Tanzania.
just to make sure that I'm staying the line of conversation. You take it home, Tarzan. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear
Yes.
me, right?
Oh,
Sorry about
yeah,
that.
sorry. I
I'll
was
put you
speaking,
to
but
on.
no, I was on, but it was muted. That I realized, oh, I'm speaking to myself. Yeah, this has been an excellent conversation, and just to tie it into with the whole idea of marriage, and we were talking with Senuti earlier about marrying different tribes. If you might be more comfortable with your tribe, you might know the customs and rules and so on, but you might also find somebody from a different tribe, and that means that you have new rules and new customs to learn. And there are people who are more comfortable with knowing how things are going, how the sun is going to be up the next morning, and the people who like to be surprised. There are people who like to travel, and the people who like to stay put. So this is now on a global international scale where as an African, you know that you can meet and be friends with people from all over the world, and that includes not just friendship, but also in partners in both business, marriage partners, and you can have children from different areas talk to each other and learn about how it feels like, or how it is to grow in one part of the country versus another. We are separated, but there's a lot that we can do to bridge that distance. And even when it comes to marriage, you might be more comfortable with people from your area, but don't limit yourself. There's a lot of Africans all around the world, and they're also, eligible, qualified, for you. Don't limit yourself and your options. If you're a woman, and you find a particular culture, or particular men from some culture interesting, don't be ashamed to look into it. Nowadays, we don't have the sort of investigation, but you can still do your own. When you're searching for that spirit, search also for your man. And same thing with the men. When you're searching for that partner, don't just look at the person down the street. Nowadays there's a bigger street, and there's even an airplane. So yeah, it gives us a great deal of freedom, and an interesting search. So widen your search, travel, meet people, and then enjoy the world. It's ours. So thank
And a
you all.
good background check. A good background check.
Yes.
Come on now. Don't
Always,
drop
always,
that.
always do your checks. Always do your
Ask his
checks.
friend, her family, if you are really going across. You might not be in Africa, but at the same time, I always said, make a sound background check. Do not just go and say, intimacy at one point, it can fool you. Okay? So you just sit down, identify. That goes both men and women. See what you got in common. How are you going to work it out? Because this so-called love, sometimes you can confuse it for infatuation. And some people get married in 1 week. Sometimes it shocks me, and sometimes I just want to follow up on what happened, But again, I'm not that kind of person, though, I said, oh, may it work forever. This is the way I am. I wish him well. You understand? I don't want to be noisy. Oh my God, he made her weak, and then they're ready to get married the following week. Things like that happen. But at the same time, I know you need to take your time and understand each other. But sometimes, one thing that I will advise, okay, any person that you met under any influence, alcohol, drug, or anything else, is not the true sense, okay? Because the next day you're gonna do the same thing together, and the same thing together and over. You're always gonna have a hidden thing that you don't know about that person, okay? So when you meet somebody, stay sober, clear your mind, and make sure that you understand who you're talking to. Nothing that's been pushing you in a different influences, alcohol and drugs. Okay, I always say that. Make sure that you clear mind and make a clear, sound decision on who you're gonna be interacting for the rest of your life.
because marriage is supposed to last forever until death puts you apart. If it is something that's going to be if and hic and divorce, why did you start it to begin with? Sometimes we get into those situations because we did not see it coming, because we didn't do due diligence. And sometimes women also, if they are on that ticking time to have kids, they'll make some decision. Oh, you know what? I'm going to marry him because my friend already have 2 kids. I'm going to start at mine for the first, just like that. So just don't get to that level of your TikTok time. I call it TikTok time. Make sure you make a wise decision and start thinking about it when you're graduating from college. Just make sure that you have the, the ideal person that you really always want, and put that in your mind. Dream big, dream big. See your life how big it can be with a beautiful husband or
Absolutely.
beautiful wife and children. Okay, and
Yeah,
have a successful life.
yeah, yeah. And don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself, by your history, whether it was tragic, whether it was unknown. You survived because you had that spirit in you, that strength that you brought from Africa, and that has survived throughout, difficult times, throughout, pain and suffering, and we're still here. So don't forget where you came from, but also, we respect your experiences and where you are. You're not there by accident, and you're still here because of your strength and what you came from, you brought from Africa. So go back if you can. That will be your pilgrimage, like they have. That's your every African's pilgrimage, is to go back. And if you can't go back, pray facing the continent. Always with that in mind. Keep that in mind, even
Absolutely.
if you can't go there. So we'll start wrapping up now, because it's almost morning now. It has been an overnight, a wonderful discussion. So I'll let everyone have, the final words. You can be, anything according to the topic or personal or whatever. Just feel free to share, and then we'll have a prayer and in memory of ancestors and our descendants who are to come, and we'll meet again tomorrow. So go ahead, Biggie, Senuti, BJ, and then close out.
Sanu.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna go, Biggie.
Yeah, I was
Nah,
going
Uh,
to go, but you can go however you want. Okay, let's go then Senu, and then Biggie, and then BJ, and yeah.
okay, no problem. Yeah, so great conversation as always. I do want to steal what you said earlier, Tanzan, what you said, in regards to the conversation. I know we went off and we came back to it in closing. Um, when you to choose the partner that you want in life, um, before, as a woman also, we have a lot of choices. And refrain or try not to have children before getting married. I mean, to each his own, but I think that is really, you said that earlier, Tazan, and I just wanted to reiterate that because I think that's really, really important. Because once you have that kid, it's kind of hard to build on that relationship. Sometimes it can work out, but most time it doesn't, based on history and based on what we see, especially in the West. So, if you're gonna have kids, it's not that easy because that child, they need their mom and their dad as much as possible. Doesn't mean marriage will always work, but if you start on the right footnote, there's a reason why marriage comes first before kids, the way our traditions started way back, right? So to continue that, I think that's really important, and also to, uh, prepare yourself when you're choosing someone as a partner. Be open mind. Uh, the young people in Africa, I feel like they're more open mind than our older generation. Yes, we want to keep our culture, but I see no problem mixing cultures, learning one culture from another culture. To me, as long as you're Black, build on that, because I would love to learn new cultures and vice versa. And we're all Africans at the end of the day. And I think these borders that we have on the continent, they're artificial. They were imposed on us. It wasn't there by choice. We didn't make those borders. So I think One Africa, the way we, the channel pushing for One Africa, one unity, it should also apply in our personal life. It should also be, we should also be open mind, break barriers. It doesn't have to be tribe A, it has to be tribe B. Of course, it makes it easier to have the same tribe, to have the same religion, culture, everything makes it easier as a family unit. Not always, but there's also problems within that as well, right? But if you keep an open mind, as long as you're an African, you're willing to learn, you debate. And what I realized too, the in every African tribe, country, around Africa, around the continent, our values are the same. Like the values that we share is the same. The basic value, family, unity, marriage, children, after marriage, it's all the same across the continent. So those values we share. We're more similar than different, So I think having that base and having that open mind and just knowing that we have similar values, because we don't really know. We still got to know each other, right? One continent, one country to the other country, the east and the west, north and south. You still have to really get to know more of each other. But when you start doing research, when you start looking, it's so much. We're so similar. We have so much more in common than differences, especially when it comes to just the basic cultural upbringing. Is very similar. Respecting our elders, our parents, listen to our parents. In each household, how the elders treat the young and so forth. In every, it's very similar, very, very similar, very, very similar. So it's just to, at the end of the day, it's just respecting each other. And I hope our men on the continent, I feel like the Bible has a lot to do with it, but that's a different topic. But I feel like if they listen to respect women and, see them as partners, not below them, or not someone that I have to, obey and listen, that mentality, because there's, unfortunately, there's that aspect of it. And that's why things don't work out, or maybe the relationship won't stay too long. But if we're willing to learn, open mind, and respect each other, our relationship will go a long way. That being said, thanks for the opportunity, and have a good night to everybody, and a good day wherever you are. I'm still here.
I speak Tigrinya, so
yeah. So I don't want to put you on the spot, Biggie, but I mean, it doesn't matter. All Africans anyway. So I've learned a few things from you today, but it'll be another day.
We're gonna talk.
I have a bone to pick with you. That'll be another day. It's all good. It's all good.
Awesome. It's good. It's really good. I mean, you said it pretty much in the. I'm just gonna give you a very small, short story, where I'm gonna make it very short, actually, because I'm taking too much time on Tanzania. Tanzania, you're in the continent is the most fortunate thing that you have. Okay, that's where I'm gonna say you're sucking on every natural thing that it can suck on, and I'm jealous. Okay, you're very lucky. Yeah, my wife is there too. So they're having all the organic stuff. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I'm gonna wait on that. Absolutely. And again, just to remind you, we need some pictures on your next show. We're gonna present some pictures that you've taken.
I just got back a few days ago, but I'll be more prepared as the days go by. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just give you a heads up. Especially the women. Okay, especially the women.
the way they live and stuff like that. You know, it will be very, very beneficial for all the African men to understand.
Biggie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask before I forget, if you don't mind. I wanted to ask Tanzan something quickly. I had mentioned this a few lives before, but since you're on the, are you in Kenya right now, Tanzan? Or you don't have to say,
Yes.
but okay.
Yes, I am.
I read on the Kenyan paper, there was two young girls trying to attend school, and they were denied. They were very intelligent kids, very intelligent, but they were denied because they don't have the funds for the school. Do you know anything about that?
No, not that particular case, but I know that it happens with sad regularity. It does happen from time to time. I know even a few people who couldn't get to the schools, even though they did well, because unfortunately some people just can't afford education.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these girls, they were on the paper, and they were like top of their class. And I don't know if you have an email. Maybe I could talk to you offline about that. But we
yeah, I can.
It was actually my husband that read, that read the paper.
Let me put. Okay, just check the private chat. I'll put my email there. So yeah.
Okay. I'll send you an email separately for that. Sorry, Biggie, take your time. Go ahead.
No. You're good. Go ahead, Biggie, and thank you for that information, Senuti.
Yeah, no worries.
So, one of the things that we talked about today, the most important thing I'll tell all the girls, all my daughters in Africa, because they're all my daughters, is to dream big. I want them to go to school as much as it can get, suck on the education, because it's going to help your family anyway. Whether you're going to get married, whether you're going to have a single career, but at the same time, just dream big. That I believe. And all this intra-marriages and everything else will work out just fine. Don't even worry about that. If you're going to go marry somebody from another tribe or from another part of the continent, believe me, it's going to work, because your dream is the dream that comes true for you. The thing is, we're going to have to encourage our daughters to think big. We've got to encourage them what marriage means and let them understand. Our brothers also need to understand, when you enter marriage, it's the most important decision you ever made in your life. You are willing to be caring and responsible for another part of you. If you're not ready for that, and if you don't understand how to say yes, because the yes is a way of survival. Your males out there that's going to say, oh, she's going to be my slave, I'm going to ask her to shut up, she's going to sit down. You're fooling yourself, because you never get married, or you'll be ending up in 7 marriages. Respect the body of the woman. Should be blessed in creation for us to replicate. If the woman dream big, her antenna will attract the big dreams. It goes as well for the male. I can see people that really want to get married, like come among 80. He wants to get married to an African woman. That's his dream. It should be happening. If come a man 80, you got a family in here, and you can have your private chat and everything else, and get a references. These are connections for our sisters and our brother, our future. These are the future leaders that are going to give birth to to another leader, to somebody that's going to be very important. So we're going to put our family together by making them understand, dream big, respect marriage. If it is out of wed, it happens, take the responsibility. No matter what, don't blame the woman, because you're equally responsible for that child. Your action and reaction should equal to have no negative effect. My advice to every African man that desire to have an African woman, learn how to say yes, ma'am. It takes you a long way. The ego can kick in, but guess what? There's no ego in front of your wife. She is the one you chosen. And when you choose her, you said, I do. You never asked the woman to say, I do first. If you ever notice, it's the men that's been asked, I do. When you enter the marriage, you have to understand that everything you said, I do, it means yes. For whatever her wishes is yes. You'll have less headache. They're very emotional. The more no, the more you're out the door, or she leaves. Even if you had a kid from you, she'll walk away from you. It's just another opportunity to open. So I advise that, with all due respect, I always said that, please do not raise your hand on any woman. It's like slapping your mother. These are the future mothers. Respect. They can say anything. They can try to fight you, but you're very strong for them. So do not abuse them. Make sure that you really look for the woman that you want to marry, and you accept her equally as your half. If you don't have that ability, if it is something that you're going to have conditions with, good luck. Because conditions change. You can get sick yourself. Nobody around you except your wife. People forget that. You start appreciating the day that I met the Mexican man, that he said all this time he was doing wrong to his wife, until the day that he had pneumonia. She was all the way with him, and started talking to him and said, "You're gonna get well. Even though I understand you were with the blondie yesterday, but today you're with me, and I am the one that's gonna take care of you." That man promised his wife he will never ever cheat on her. I lead people by example that I understand. I have a good friend of mine that supported the whole family. He went on the dating site. He saw the woman while he was talking to her. She was pretty and everything else, but suddenly behind her, the whole roof caved in, and she's got all the water on her back. And he said, "Tell me honestly who you are." And he's still supporting her for the last 4 years that I know. So there's different issues that can happen in our lives, but when you choose to get married, I want you to have a wise decision. Get your background check, understand who you're marrying, and make sure that you have a support with your friends, your family. Hey, this is a big decision. So you have to have all the conditions be normal. Other than love, that you really madly in love, you might be blind. That goes both ways anyway, men and women. But make sure you get a sound understanding who you're dealing with. When you meet somebody and you're drunk, all the decision is out the window. When you're on drugs, every decision is out the window. But when you're sober, you met the person, and you're getting along and understand, that's when you make the decisions.
not that same day that you did, but that's your first reaction, and the next day you're gonna have to go the same evaluation. So dream big and make sure you got a good background check, both men and women, before you enter into marriage. Marriage is big, but it has to be really respect to the marriage. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Tanzan. Thank you for having me. Sorry, it took a little bit longer than I expected.
That's all right. We always need the words of wisdom, the voice from the voice of reason. So, absolutely. Oh, wow. We just missed. Oh, BJ, go ahead. I thought it was you who dropped off, but Senuti just left. But thank you, Senuti. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your time, for your support. And yeah, thank you for everything. And for the rest of you in the chat as well. Go ahead, BJ. You've been with us from the beginning, so I thank you for your resilience as well.
Oh, thank you for having me. Love. Love yourself enough to heal yourself. Love yourself enough to know that your standards shouldn't be compromised or denigrated. In loving yourself, you would then go out and find someone who loves you for who you are. None of us are perfect. None of us will ever be perfect. Therefore, the mother and father who created you, whether he's in your life or she's in your life or not, created perfection. You are perfect in every way, flaws and all. Heal yourself, learn from your mistakes, learn from your shortcomings. And in learning enough to open yourself to someone else. And then knowing that that person's not perfect either. And that's okay. If you're going to, because when things get hard, when things get tough, it is the love that you have for yourself and the love that you have for the person you are entering marriage or entering a relationship with. That's going to get you through those hard times. That's going to get you through those tough times. Value yourself enough to know that certain things are not, you can't compromise on. And don't. You're good enough and you deserve enough. Always go towards the light. Don't let anything or anyone diminish your light. Because only through the light can you see in the dark. And on that note, I'm about to find the dark and find me a pillow and go to sleep. So you guys, thank you, Tenzin. Thank you, Vicky, for having me. And you have a wonderful night.
BJ, awesome. And Sanuti, she accidentally dropped. So
yes,
at the same time, yeah, she said she accidentally dropped.
Yeah, I got her in the back, listening in the back. So I just want to thank you both for a wonderful discussion. It has been enlightening. I don't know if we summarized the message, but I think we all got the overall picture that what we want from each other is respect, is consideration, and big is three. What was it? Communication, finance, and faithfulness. So that's a great place to start, especially with the communication, and that's what we having today. Sometimes we just speak past each other, the men shouting, the women shouting, and we don't really get to listen to each other. And communication is not just about expressing yourself, saying what you want. It's also about listening to what the other person wants and needs. So it's a start. We have to improve ourselves, improve our listening skills, and improve our expression skills. Even the way we express ourselves, you should be firstly honest with yourself, look into yourself and see what is my truth, what is the truth inside me. First of all, that's the first person you owe that truth. And then you look out and see who do I need to share that truth, who do I need to listen to, and who do I need to build up. Like you say, don't just keep that light to yourself, and that light of truth should be shared with everybody. That light of experience, that light of information. We all need, Ebenezer said earlier, he believes like 1,000,000% that every African has something to contribute to the motherland. And that's true. And not just to the motherland, but to somebody around you. You can contribute and improve somebody, a child, a family member, or even a stranger. There's so much that we can do for each other, and to just start that healing process. You heal by healing somebody else. You help yourself by helping somebody else. So in regards to what women want, I think women want to be understood. Women want to be loved, and women want to be, respected. That's just a human nature. It's not even just, what women want, but there are some particular things that women still want. They want to be cared. They want to be secure. They want to find somebody they can talk to. As someone said, you can be comfortable even when you're silent. But when it comes to marriage, most importantly, as a woman, you want somebody who you can trust to be, take care of the children that you both created. Somebody who will be there when you're down and you can be there for when they're down, and somebody that you can enjoy the good times and hold each other and be there for each other. Somebody who understands you and somebody you want to understand, and you put the effort to do so. So it's not just about those two people. Those two people are a union, and they will create a third. And even if it doesn't work out, you give it your best, you become the best that you can be, not just for your partner, but for your children. So yeah, and we still want marriage. We want to build communities that are strong, and those communities start with the family unit. It starts with the mother and the father and the child, but it doesn't stop there. It involves families, communities, cultures. It involves traditions. It involves, looking for the future and really assessing the present. So it's been great. Thank you to the people who were here in, the comment section. We really appreciate the input, because we're not just telling you what to do or dictating. We actually want to know what you're thinking. We want to your input. We value what you have to say. So thank you all for every comment that you wrote, every contribution that was given. Thank you to Gastimap. Thank you to Aboyak, Senuti, Samira A. Thank you for that as well. Thank you for all those who took the time to just hit the like button. That also helps with spreading of the message. And most importantly, not most importantly, we are all important in this discussion. The talkers and the listeners, the commenters and the silent listeners too. And so thank you to the panelists as well. Firstly, BJ was here. Oh, no, it was Gastima. BJ was here. We had Mondatezi for a short time. Biggie. Did I miss somebody? I think that's Senuti, of course. Yeah, you held out. You kept me in good company, and I appreciate that as very much. So, I can't forget Common Man 80. Yeah, you were very active in the comments today. Yeah, thank you for that too, Common Man 80. I hope you'll join us again for our next programs, and I hope you'll be here next week as well. 180.
I would say Tanzan always brought a great show. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
For your tenacity, for your time that you're contributing in here. It really makes the family very aware of things that we discuss. It's a big subject, and I cannot stay away from it, always. But to run your show, I can't. I'll tell the audience, I can't. Only Tanzan can handle this show. But thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All love, Tanzan.
Yes. Well, Common Man, keep speaking your heart. Keep speaking your heart. We like to hear it.
I'm telling you. I'll tell you up front every day. You know that. BJ, last time they told me to handle her show, oh my God, it was a disaster. I cannot even handle it that way. It was tough. It was a part two, and I'm like, wait a minute, the part one, I hardly, you take a grasp of it, but anyway, it went well. It went well anyway, as short as it can be. It went well, but I learned my lesson. Not Tanzania show. If I come with Tanzania show, I better come with a whole week preparation. It's a tough show. It's very
Tanzania. She knows how to bring the best out of all of us.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a tough subject. Very tough. But
an controversial one. But it's important, and we need to talk about it.
Absolutely.
And look inside of what do we really want? What really is going to make us happy, and what's going to make us smile.
Yep.
In the good times and the bad, and to keep moving forward, because the babies need it.
Yeah.
They need both of us. They need all of us.
Yeah.
And they need us to be whole.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed.
All right, Tanzan. It's gonna be a wrap in a few, right?
And, yes, I'm not going for the 9-hour one again.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, you guys enjoy the next hour. I'm gonna say 99.
No,
actually, this show went 12 hours. So me and Tanzan, me and you were like few seconds off in our longer shows. I looked at it, I was like 9:42 and you were like 9:52 or something like that. And
wow.
Professor Israel on the education went really to the 12 hours.
Yeah, he went the full distance.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Sounds Bantu is still here. Oh,
Tanzan, between me and you, if you pick up from him 6 hours, we could have had that 24 hours.
Just tag team, be like the wrestlers.
Tag
in and tag out.
Yes, indeed. And Pi is right. Yes, this was supposed to be.
Oh my God, Pi showed up.
He did show up. This was supposed to be 4 hours. Yes, we're still up.
Good morning. You say good morning to him.
Yes. When there's so much to say, it's hard to close out, even when you do intend on just the 4 hours. But I think we did justice. We had great points of view. We came to a very good, not conclusion or summary, but a good start.
It was no arguing, no throwing glass and rocks at each other. None of that.
Well, like I say, this is not, this versus this. We're not fighting each other. We're not, men fighting women, women fighting men. We're just trying to communicate, to listen to each other, to have a dialogue, and to work together, not just for ourselves, but for the sake of, those who rely on us and are looking up to us to show them an example of what being a good African Black person is. So, yeah, we're about building each other up, not tearing each other down. And
yeah, Pi, I got a question. What time is it your time? So I'm gonna wait because Sunday she said it's 8 p.m. here.
It's 10 o'clock here.
10 p.m.
Where I'm at.
I'm 10 p.m. So so we are like the same time zone.
Yeah, it's morning here.
Yeah, Pi definitely is morning. It's in Taiwan.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know what the time difference is. Common Man 80 says it's 10 or 8 here. Wow. Well, it's 5 in the morning. So, yeah, I've been here since 9 p.m. till 5 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, guess what? It's 10 a.m. He just woke up. And guess what? He just woke up. Even he threw that word. He just woke up. Where you been, Pi?
Yeah. So
He must be on
here
one of
we are
the Dr.
bridging.
K show. They keep him long.
We have bridged distance and time. We have
Yeah,
had
7
both.
Hit
hours.
all time zones.
Yep. It's
Yep.
it's a
5 a.m.
wonder.
for Tanzan.
Yep.
Go to
Yes,
sleep.
yes,
Go to
yes.
sleep
Go to
before
sleep,
the
Tanzan.
before the cock wakes up, because he's
Oh,
gonna be waking up
I think a
about.
couple already did. I think a couple.
Well, then you get some sleep, Tanzan.
Yes, yes. Let me try
You
to
know,
catch a few.
one of the thing that I miss from Africa is when the cock comes up in the morning and it goes cuckoo. You know, I'm like, oh my god, that's the morning.
Yeah,
Very soothing.
they're telling us, look, we're up, you should be too. Don't be sleeping, humans. Get up.
Exactly, exactly. He didn't understand that he's gonna be lunch.
Yes. Yes, common man 80. I'm not near Kenya. I'm actually in Kenya. So yes, it is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock right now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, we'll let
You
you go, Tanzan. You gotta go to sleep. Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
take care, everybody.
you both
Thank you.
have to get your rest too, and everybody in the comment section. Go get some
Yep.
rest, all of you, except
Absolutely.
Pi, who already has his
He just
rest
got
and sleep.
started. He just
Yeah,
got started. He
yeah,
just
he
woke
can
up.
get up now. The rest
Yeah.
of you, the rest of you, get some sleep, please.
Yeah. Look at it. He said I have 3 blue wrench now, so I am on many shows. Thank you.
But
Thank you.
always come to
Bye.
support.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Yes,
support. Always.
we do appreciate all your
Yep.
support. We appreciate all your comments. We appreciate your time, your wisdom, your talents. So all of you are appreciated. And I wish you all wisdom, courage, and peace.
Thank you.
So let's say a prayer to our ancestors and hope for our descendants.
Yeah.
So we hope the ancestors, no, we know the ancestors are in us. They are flowing in our blood. They're in our spirit. They're in our souls. And they're watching over us. And they have given us everything we need to be a great people. They have given us what we need to be strong, to be courageous, to find wisdom, to bring that healing to ourselves and to our people. And we pray that we may use what we're given to create a better place for our people. We pray that we may be a good examples to our descendants because they are counting on us, on our children, on those who will come after us. We are the future ancestors. Let's always remember that. So we have a responsibility to those who gave us our life, and we are responsible to those who will come after us. So in everything, remember that you are not just yourself. You are here because of those who came before you, and you will be here for those who will come after you. So thank you all, and to the Creator, we thank you for giving us life, and we too will give life to those who come after us. So with that said, I thank you all for joining us, and have a good night. Say it, Biggie. That's your
Yes.
phrase. I will steal it.
And yep, it's a prayer also for Xavier bless on Marie Antoinette, Kuku, and Dr. Tadaka, and as well Mika and Pastor Ezra. And those that need the prayer, may your prayer be answered in the name of Xavier. Xavier bless you all, give you love and peace, wherever you are. May He bless you with everything that you wanted. Think big, He will bless you with that think big. Make sure you think big. He will bless you. As long you are within the vein to understand, Xavier bless you all.
Thank you,
Amen.
Biggie. Indeed.
Thank you, Tanzan. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night
Good.
and day.
Good night.
And all right. Peace.
Peace out. It's a wrap.
Yes, it is.
It is a wrap.
The end.